Hello and
I'm
welcome
back.
in. For everybody tuning into the YouTube live stream, thank you for being here. Thank you for giving me some of your time. And for all of those who have already joined us on TikTok, which is nearly 4,000 people in under 4 minutes, thanks for being here as well. Now, if you've never been here before, let me tell you what we do. We debate Trump supporters. We try to get the occultists off of the wrong side of history to the right side of history. The right side of history being the side of history that wants accountability for those in power and doesn't want an adjudicated rapist, 34-count felon that breaks the law on a daily basis and is now rubbing their lack of transparency and criminal behaviors in the face of every American with the release of the Epstein files to be in power. Now, we also like to start our broadcasts with the breaking news. If you've read the title of the YouTube stream over on YouTube, you already know the breaking news. Donald Trump is scrubbing himself from the Epstein files. Maybe that doesn't sound too breaking to you because we already know that. If we look at the first batch of files that were released yesterday, they're a mess. Redactions, full pages were cut out, and it's just it's a mockery. It's a mockery of an obedience with the laws passed by Congress to make the files public. It's a defiance of every single member of Congress that voted to pass the Epstein Files Transparency Act to find and have accountability for the survivors and to hold the rapists, the predators, the P3DOs accountable to expose them for their heinous crimes. Of course, yesterday, Donald Trump's DOJ broke that law, said we're going to only release the Epstein files in small batches over the course of the next couple weeks, even though that law required them to release all of them yesterday. The breaking news of today is that, well, they missed a couple redactions. There was a photo of Jeffrey Epstein's desk that was open, and in one of the drawers? There's the right word. Drawers of this desk, there was a picture of Donald Trump and a bunch of really young women in bikinis, bathing suits, etc., so on and so forth. They meant to redact that, all right? Why? Because, well, shit, they're redacting everything that could possibly jeopardize Trump. That's why, in accordance with the Epstein library, his name shows up 0 fucking times, or at least it did yesterday. Maybe they fixed that and that was a glitch with the search feature. So in response to them missing this redaction of a photo of Trump with a bunch of young women or girls in bikinis in Epstein's desk, they took it off their website. They deleted the file that they made public. The law forced them to make the Epstein files public. All at once, every single file in the same day. They defied that law, only released a small batch with a bunch of redactions. They forgot to redact this photo, and they took it down. They are making a mockery of our government, of this country, and the esteem that the office of the presidency should hold. And they are laughing in your face. They're not even trying to conceal their cover-up. Their cover-up is as bright as the sun, as broad as the daylight. That is insane. Okay? This is Watergate times about 1 billion, and somehow he still has supporters. This is by far one of the worst political scandals of my lifetime, possibly only topped by nothing other than January 6th. That was also caused by the man, myth, the failure, Donald J. Trump. So we're going to continue to talk about this. I'm going to continue to keep you guys updated. Just know that there's no such thing as transparency when it comes to Trump. They are making a mockery of our government. They are dancing in the faces of all Americans. They're making their cover-up as clear as daylight. And, apparently, if you're a rapist, if you're a PDF, it doesn't matter if you have money, connections, and power, because then the president and the federal Department of Justice that operates at the president's whim is going to be obedient to you. Make sure that your name is kept private. Make sure that your face is redacted. And if they forget that redaction like they did with Trump, well, shit, they'll just take it down, break the law. You know how many felonies have been committed by Pam Bondi, Donald Trump's serving attorney general, in the last 48 hours? Too many to count. Too many to count. And they don't even care. And this is being reported on by AP News. This is being reported on by Reuters. This is being reported on, you're going to find this one crazy, by Fox News. This isn't some small-time conspiracy theory or us just speculating of what could be true. This is being reported on by major media outlets on the right, left, and center. But there's still somehow so many Americans that support Trump serving as our president from the Oval Office. In fact, we have one of them connected to the live stream. Their name is Zach. Zach, at this point in time, I'm going to go ahead and redirect my attention towards yourself. Take that mic from me, brother. Tell us how the hell you still support Trump as president, especially considering the fact that he's dancing in your face. He's giving you the middle finger. He's saying, I know that I have an obligation to release the Epstein files, literally a legal one, and I'm not going to do it. And I'm going to make sure to redact myself from the files every chance I get. Go ahead, Zach. The mic is yours. The floor is too.
Yo, am I muted? Oh shit.
Not anymore. We could hear you. Go ahead.
All right. Three reasons, main reasons why I voted Trump. His stance on immigration, him trying to push out this wokeness that's essentially like being allowed in a sense, and I'll explain that. And the third one is I just couldn't support Biden and Harris because Biden's health was declining. He couldn't like form a sentence, and he didn't make sense most of the time. And it was the same thing when Kamala was running. She would do like these interviews, and like every interview was just about her being this middle class woman, like she grew up, blah blah blah. And I couldn't vote for them.
Why not? Why couldn't you vote for Kamala Harris? I just want to hear you here.
Well, it just didn't. Every interview, it's like, well, I grew up middle class, and then when she would get like asked questions, like she would just resort to like this middle class like BS. Like I grew up, so I know what you guys are
I heard
going
her
through.
say that like 3 or 4 times. Okay, but
No, like
if she was
30
to say
or
that
40 times. Every interview was like every speech, everything was about that.
So name 10 of them. Name 10 interviews or speeches where she said that.
Oh man, I can't specifically give you all the interviews
Right.
because
Right. Precisely my point. So we're just gonna go point by point here. You said that you voted for Trump because and you still support him today because he's eradicating the woke. Okay, what's woke? Define woke.
okay, well look, I don't have an issue if you're gay, trans, blah blah blah, any of that. Like do what you want to do. It's America. It's your choice, and you have the right. So, but in the sense of like trans women going into women's locker rooms, sports, getting scholarships
I'll cut you
or
off
awards.
there. I'll cut you off there so you
why?
don't accidentally
Why?
get a TikTok guidelines
Okay.
violation. So I just want to clarify. Basically, what you're telling us, right, is even though Donald Trump has no material policy or change of action to prevent trans, like T women from using the women's restroom, you're still going to support him over Kamala Harris because at least he says that he doesn't think they should be able to. Even though, right, he is actively engaging in one of the largest political scandals of your lifetime by fighting for rapists, by fighting for predators, by fighting for P3DOs, by fighting for their protection, defying every member of our Congress, right, left, independent, and center, and breaking federal law by refusing to release all of the Epstein files, then deleting the Epstein files that have already been made public.
One
moment,
Epstein.
let me finish talking here. Then deleting the Epstein files that have already been made public on the Epstein library when they incriminate himself. I think your issue is having a small brain. Okay? You are a single issue voter. That issue is what you are scared of. What you don't understand. You don't understand trans people. You're scared of them, even though they account for less than a percentage of our population. They're less likely to engage in mass violence. You have no reason to be scared of them. You have no reason to believe that it's wrong to be T, or to believe, right, that there's any type of material change that Donald Trump has implemented through policy to impact the trans community, and as it would relate to them being able to use the bathrooms of their preference in alignment with their gender identity. But you still support him, even though he's materially harming this country in so many damning ways, from suppressing evidence to incriminate P3DOs, rapists, and predators, towards not giving the spotlight and protection to the survivors of these heinous violent crimes by rather giving us one of the largest political scandals of our lifetimes with the release of the Epstein files in defiance of federal law, on top of about 1 billion other things. You just don't care. He could do whatever he wants. He could grape, he could cheat, he could steal, he could lie. You'll still support him as president if you guys ideologically align on what bathrooms T people should be using.
Okay, you want me to say T people, correct? Just so we don't get banned. Okay, look, I'm not afraid of T people. I'm not scared of them or anything. I just believe, and these are my values. If you're born a man, even if you want to transition to a woman, right, you still need to go in the men's restroom.
So I just want to clarify. Like what I said at the end there was right.
Yeah.
Donald Trump could he could steal, he could cheat, he could rape, he could break the law. Okay, he could destroy this country. He could erode the civil electoral processes of our government, fight the Constitution, defy 4 amendments in 10 months, and destroy the working class and fuck over the low class. As long as he agrees, right, that T women shouldn't be able to use a women's restroom, you're still going to support him as president.
Well, I'm telling you a reason why I voted for him, and in a sense, that is one of the reasons why I believe that T people should. If you're transitioning to a woman and you're a man, you don't belong in their sports locker rooms, getting awards, scholarships, any of that.
Do you acknowledge that Donald Trump has passed no policy to prevent T women from using the women's restroom?
I don't think he's passed a policy, but he did. He had to come out.
Your answer is no,
I just did. I literally just said.
Okay. So then once again, it is true that Donald Trump could lie, grape, steal, cheat, break the law, destroy our country, erode our democracy, destroy our Constitution, fuck over the working class, and hurt the low class. You'll still support him, regardless of any positive material change that you may think he might or has implemented, because you ideologically align with him on agreeing that T people shouldn't be able to use the restrooms of their gender preference. See, this is why there's a blue wave sweeping across this country through special elections held in Tennessee, Georgia, up north in Virginia, New York City, and even the mayoral race in Miami, Florida. It's because Americans are starting to get fed up with this shit. Okay, there's so many people that fell for this con, treating trans people like the new Reds, like the new McCarthyism, the new Red Scare. Dipping our toe back in the 60s and 70s, right? Give us a second, because I need to thank Kat for this. Kat! Oh my goodness! Thank you for the lion! Yo, listen, while we're cooking this fraud, I'm gonna need everybody watching to please show some love to Kat down below in that chat, as always. It is so good to see you, Kat. Queen Kat is in the building, making herself known over on TikTok. Show some love to Kat down below in that chat, everybody. And now I'm amped. I'm fucking pumped to get back into these debates. Kat, that was basically synonymous to a 300 milligram shot of pre-workout that you just gave me, so I appreciate the hell out of ya. Show some love to Kat in those live chats, everybody. Now back to you. As I was saying, people are just getting fed up with this new age McCarthyism, Red Scare, trying to paint trans people as the demons, telling everybody to close their eyes, telling everybody to close their eyes and close their ears. Okay, ignore the corruption. Okay, ignore the violent crimes. Ignore the lies. Ignore the cheating. Ignore the stealing. Ignore the destruction to our country. Low-income Americans, middle-class Americans, working Americans, our democracy, and our Constitution. Because guess what? At the end of the day, Donald Trump doesn't think that T women should be able to use a women's restroom, so nothing else in the world matters. Okay, it doesn't matter to you if we even have an election in another 10 years. It doesn't matter to you, right, if we have a functioning Department of Justice that's willing to prosecute crime in 10 years, because right now they're the ones committing them. It doesn't matter to you, okay, if the office of the presidency means anything in 10 years, because it might be occupied by a tyrannical, tried and true dictator that was finally able to circumvent the Constitution, such as he suggested he wanted to in December of 2022 by calling for its Constitution, as long as he doesn't think that T women should be able to use a women's restroom. You're still going to stand by his side.
I like the fact how he had to come on the stage to America and announce that there's only 2 genders, because there are, right? There's men and women. Yeah. And that's something you don't like to hear, but look at the animal kingdom, right? When you look at the, animals, right? A dog, right? It's male or female. It's not like, this dog later on might want to be a woman or a man, right? So it's like, it's only humans that have this ideology that they think that.
You're just not getting it? You're not getting any.
Getting what?
So you're not even responding to anything that I'm saying. You're just affirming that what I'm saying is
Well, you're kind of just like going on and on. You don't even like, I'll say something and then you'll just spout out like 20 different things. And it's like, well, fuck, what do you want me to answer to?
Well, basically, just a point that I'm trying to make here is you're like, I think I like Trump because he agrees ideologically with me on this one very small thing. But then when I'm like, oh, well, like, dude, he's like trying to nuke the world. I'm like, man, well, he agrees with me really ideologically on
But
this
so
one really small
this
thing.
is one
Right? Do you
aspect
see
of
what
Trump that
I'm
I agree
like? Do
with
you see what
is
I'm saying here? Like, can you
is
respond? Can you
pushing
respond
out
to
the
him like
wokeism,
nuking the
essentially,
world?
you know?
Can you respond to him nuking the world?
In what aspect? Like with the literal nuke?
Oh no, that's not literal. Metaphorically, nuking the world, hurting us badly. I want you to respond to all the points I brought up. Just one of them, man.
Well, I
Just
guess
one of
that's
them.
and essentially nuking the world. I guess that's your standpoint on it. If I really believed he was bad and nuking the world, I wouldn't have voted for him. He's a better fit.
Can you respond
He
to
would,
any of the points that I? How
you
about
know,
this? I'll
it's
respond.
hard to it's
Listen,
hold on. It's
I'll
hard to
respond to the
respond
2
to your
points.
point when you're fucking giving me 30 points, bro. Like give me a point and let me respond to it. Don't
Yeah.
regurgitate fucking 30 different things, you know, and
Okay.
then say, "Oh, respond to it." Like, bro, like
Mm-hmm.
so
Yeah.
look,
Listen,
the T stuff is one of the
I'm gonna try to be nice to you here because I think I made a cogent argument. Okay, you said he ideologically agrees with me, but he hasn't even implemented any material policy to push this ideology through our legislation. Then I was like, okay, so we'll look at all these ways that he's very harmful, very harmful and damaging this country in these incredibly material ways, right? That should prelude to nobody ever supporting him. And then you just didn't respond to any of like the material ways that he's damaging this country through the policy that he's actually implementing. You just went back to you ideologically agreeing with him. You're dodging every point that I bring it up. So let me just try to make this one a little clear here. I'll actually just respond to the ideological agreements that you have with Trump instead of bringing up the ways
Okay.
in which he's materially damaging this country because you
Sounds
you
good.
can't get it. You have no brain. You don't care about this country nor anybody in it. You
I
care
have a
more about
brain and I do care about the country.
you care more about trans people you've never met, right, than your wife, daughters, girlfriend, mom, grandma, cousins, nieces, etc., so on and so forth. All right, I just want to make that one clear. But about T people, trans women, they should be able to use a women's restroom. It's safer for them and for cis women because when you segregate restrooms on the basis of biological sex, okay, what that tells trans men, biological females, is that they should be using the women's restroom. But trans men are just as masculine presenting as cis men, if not even more masculine presenting than cis men in many scenarios because of the effect that testosterone has on any body, male or female.
I don't know what cis means. What is that? Cis men? What is that?
Non-trans men.
Oh, so just no. Well, I don't want to say that because people get mad. But all right.
Like I'm a
so
cis man, you're a cis man.
Well, I'm just a man. I don't really do the pronoun stuff. Like,
That's
what's
not
your
a-
pronouns?
That's
Oh,
not
mine.
a fucking pronoun. Cis isn't a
Cis,
pronoun.
like cis is just. I don't really do that. I'm just a man. I don't really do all that. You know, I'm a cis non-binary guy.
So-
like, no, I'm just a guy.
So I
bro.
just want to
Like, I don't-
clarify. I just want to clarify. You don't do pronouns?
Oh, I look. I watch a lot of your debates
Okay.
when I drive.
I is
'Cause
a
I'm a truck driver.
pronoun.
Wait.
I is
no,
a pronoun. You do
exactly. I
pronouns.
know where you're going with this. You don't use pronouns, and then it's like you,
Use a
I,
pronoun.
you, and shit like that.
I
I
is
know
a
exactly. I
pronoun.
know.
I is a
I know what you're
pronoun.
saying. I know what you're saying. I get it. I understand. I'm talking about pronouns in the sense of the trans community.
Well, it makes sense that you don't use trans pronouns because you're cis.
Cis, it's like the whole. I don't like being called cis. I'm just a man, bro. Like I don't like the whole cis. Like I'm a straight man. I don't cis. I don't do that. Like I'm just a man. Like that's how it is.
So being cis doesn't make you less of a man.
I just don't like the word cis, man. Like that just sounds woke right there. That just sounds woke. And I don't like that. I'm just a man, bro.
Yeah.
You're just a man. I'm not gonna call you a cis man. That's fuck. I don't like that. You're just a man.
So you don't have to call me a cis man, but I am a cis man. Okay.
Well,
right?
you're
like,
a man.
I'll give you an example. Right.
Give me an example.
So my girlfriend has brown hair. So she's a woman, right? But would calling her a brown-haired woman make her any less of a woman? No. That's just simply a description of what she is.
Yeah, but brown-haired woman isn't the same aspect of a cis man because cis man sounds like the ideology of wokeism, essentially.
Yeah. So are you telling us that you're not cis?
I'm a man. I don't do the whole cis fucking.
So are you
I'm non-binary,
or are you not
like all that
cis?
shit. I don't do none of that. It's either you're a man, you're a
wait.
woman. That's all I see.
It's either true.
All
or,
I see.
Listen, it's either true or false that you're cis. It has to be one of the two. That's logically necessary.
Okay, can I answer?
So is it true that you're cis or is it false that you're cis?
I'm a man.
That's not an answer to my question. Is
And
it
it,
true that you're
that's my
cis,
answer.
or
End
is
of
it false that
discussion.
you're cis?
Nope, I'm a man. Move on. I agree.
Oh, so you
My
just said
second,
nope. You just said nope. So it's false that you're cis. Therefore, you're trans.
I said no. Let's move on. So
So
don't.
you're
It's on me,
refusing.
bro. I
So
won't
just for
interrupt
the
you. You don't
record,
interrupt me.
just for the record, you were refusing to answer the question.
No, I answered it. I'm a man.
I have a question. Would you ever make a trans
Yeah.
woman president?
No,
Okay. Would you ever make a grapist president?
I don't think Trump graped anyone. If that's the correct way to say it, so
All
you
right.
don't get banned.
Thank
Grape.
you. But would you ever make a grapist president?
I don't think Trump ever graped a woman.
Okay, but Trump isn't a trans woman, and I asked you, would you ever make a trans woman president? And
No.
your response wasn't, I don't think Trump's a trans woman. Okay, so just answer the question. You said that you never make a trans woman president. Answer why was it
Correct.
easier for you to answer that question than this one? Would you ever
Because-
make a grapist president?
Can I answer yes or no?
Yeah, answer.
Okay, because I've seen your debates, and we will get into the whole Howard Stern interviews and all that shit. But let's touch upon the second reason why I voted for Trump, and that's illegal immigration.
I want you to answer my question. Would you ever make a grapist president?
I don't think Trump ever raped a woman.
Okay, let me rephrase the question.
No, I know where you're going
Let
with
me
this, bro.
let me rephrase the question. I understand that you do not think Trump is a grapist. Would you ever make a grapist president?
A grapist president. If it was like set in stone, he's guilty and he's been to prison and all this stuff, no, I wouldn't.
So it wouldn't hinge on them actually graping someone. It'd hinge on them graping somebody, then going into jail for it. Why?
Well, essentially, because they've been convicted and they're proven it's proven guilty. So
as long
that's
as it's
their
proven.
consequence.
So as long as it's proven that they've graped somebody, then you never
Look,
support
if
them in the
there's
presidency.
substantial evidence that Trump graped a woman, like legit evidence, not just hearsay, then I would never have voted for Trump.
Perfect. Well, I mean, there is.
How?
Sure. So a unanimous jury of 9 ruled 2 years ago that Donald Trump raped a woman by the name of E. Jean Carroll based upon a preponderance of very explicit...
That case is still ongoing.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
Then why do we have a jury verdict if it's still ongoing?
Because what's the word? Him and his legal team are appealing it. So essentially, it's still an ongoing trial or investigation, or however you want to phrase it.
What are they appealing?
The conviction of him raping that woman, whatever her name was. I forgot it already.
But you just argued that if somebody's a convicted rapist, then it would be proven. But now you're arguing that even though Donald Trump's a convicted rapist, you still think the case is ongoing and it's not proven?
Yeah, because they're appealing it, so the case isn't over yet.
You understand that people can appeal their sentences, legitimately, almost as much
Yeah,
as
but
they
what
want.
was his sentence?
One moment.
Was he sentenced to 30?
They could appeal their sentences almost as much as they want for as long as they want.
What is his sentence, though?
I'm trying to educate you, little bro. Can you pipe down? Just be quiet. Just shut the hell up, Zach. I'm trying to educate you here, man. I'm trying to help you become a better version
Hey,
of
let's be
yourself.
respectful, bro.
Okay, then that starts with us not interrupting
no
one another
need
when
to
we're
do
trying to
all that.
respond to what we're saying. I'm just trying to be honest, dude. I didn't tell you to shut the hell up the first time you interrupted me. I just said, let me finish speaking, and I put you back on mute. But then the second time you unmuted yourself, okay, then of course I'm going to tell you to shut the hell up. And now you're like, oh, Dean, you interrupt me too. I'll try to not interrupt you. Well, I'll try to be fair about it, okay? But two-way street. I get it.
Deal.
Now you said that the case was still ongoing because they're still going through the appeals process. Well, they've actually already lost 2 appeals. Now, I think that they are trying to appeal it for a 3rd time. They're going to lose again. But that's pretty irrelevant. And the reason why that's irrelevant is once you're found guilty for something in a court of law, you could almost kind of appeal it as much as you want. All right? Unless it's bumped up all the way to the Supreme Court, then the Supreme Court gives a final verdict, which only happens in 0.0001% of all cases ever appealed, right? You could just continue to go again and again and again and again and again and again, right? For as long as you want. That's why we see people that have been in prison for 45 years that are still trying to actively appeal the outcome of the court case that concluded, half a century ago. So no, just because someone is trying to appeal a guilty verdict that they received from a jury inside of a court in the American criminal justice system doesn't mean that their case is still ongoing. The case was closed the moment the jury made their ruling. In fact, that closure was only reaffirmed by the 2 appeals courts in which agreed with their ruling. So, go ahead.
Okay, what was your question? I'm sorry.
I didn't ask a question. I responded to your argument
sorry.
that the case is still ongoing.
Okay, case is still ongoing. Okay. The other reason I voted for Trump
No,
was,
can you respond to what I said, please? Don't move on.
Oh my God. What did you say?
Yo, you're lost?
No, okay, we won't move on. I was talking to my girlfriend.
I don't want to move on.
What was your point?
Yeah, my point was that the case
I was talking, my girlfriend just walked in the door, so I'm not saying moving on.
Yeah, so my point was that the case is not still ongoing, even though he's trying to appeal it again.
Okay, so your point was the case is not ongoing because he's trying to appeal, correct?
Regardless of the fact that he's trying to appeal it. That doesn't mean that the case surrounding did he or did he not grape Eugene Carroll is ongoing.
Okay. Question, because I don't know. Why hasn't he been like a sentence or a conviction or jail prison time or anything like that? How did he become president if these so-called allegations to where he raped women is actually true? Why? Because the average person, will rape a woman and then they'll go to prison, right? So what's so different with Trump? How did he like do a mass pardon of himself? Like where he's like, with all these cases, I'm pardoning myself. I didn't rape this woman, or I did rape this woman, but I'm gonna pardon myself. Like what? So my question is how is he not in jail then if he really did these atrocious things to women?
Yeah. So I'm going to answer that question. I'm also just going to respond to a couple of other things that you said there. One thing that you said there was the average person that grapes a woman goes to jail. Actually, no. The average person that grapes a woman roams free, just like Trump. So according to RAIN.org, only 2% of grapists are inevitably held fully legally accountable for their violent crime. Vast majority of men that grape women get away with it scot-fucking-free. Vast majority. So I want to correct you there. Now, second of all, why is Trump not in jail? Because he was found guilty in a civil court, not a criminal court, just like O.J. Simpson, by the way. So his sentence was giving the woman he raped a shit ton of money, not to go to jail. We all wish that he could have been prosecuted in a criminal court, but because of what is called a statute of limitations, it was impossible for criminal charges to be pursued.
Oh, okay. So this grape case happened, for example, I don't know, maybe it was in 2016, right? About 10 years ago, right?
So he raped her in 1995.
Okay, so why all of a sudden when he's running for president now they bring it up? Isn't that, it sounds like political attacking in the aspect of, well, if we can't beat him in the polls, let's just try to tack up all these charges on him. Let's from his past. That's an allegation, right?
Okay. All right. Well, so first and foremost, the explicit reasons gave from Eugene Carroll why she was bringing this forward after 23 years is because Donald Trump defamed her. Donald Trump called her crazy when she called him a rapist in a book that she released, detailing her life that she dropped after her parents died because she didn't want her parents to read it. She felt she'd be too embarrassed. Now, I don't mind assuming, all right, just for the debate, that Eugene Carroll only brought this claim forward because he was running for president. And in fact, I would commend her for that. I'd call her a patriot because that's very patriotic for a woman to come forward and call the next president her rapist, then prove it in a court to ensure that every single American either knows exactly who they're supporting or voting for, knowing that that will lead to an insurmountable amount of pushback against herself, knowing that would lead to her losing her job, knowing that would lead to her being villainized, dehumanized, and being turned into a monolith of the left and called crazy day in and day out by incels like you. As patriotic as fuck. She was doing her duty. She was holding a person in a position of power accountable. She was bringing more transparency to the American government. And I actually think that accountability for one's wrongdoings becomes significantly more important and vital the more power that they hold. So even if she did only bring this instance forward because he was running for president, that wouldn't make her a liar. It would make her a goddamn American patriot.
It's just, it doesn't make sense that if he truly raped her in 1996, I think it was, that she wouldn't try to go to the police and try to, file like a report, because it would be more, how do I say it? They would believe her more if like he raped her one day and then that same day she went to, and filed a police report and tried to get it investigated. But it just doesn't make sense. 20 years later,
Then I
she's
think
like,
that you
"Oh
need
yeah,
to talk to
in
more. Then I think that you
in
need to talk to more
1996 he tried to
survivors.
rape me."
Then I think that you need to talk to more survivors. Okay? Because this isn't like an isolated incident. It's not that every other survivor, every other victim of rape reports it the day after case closed makes sense, then she's the odd one out. 60% of women that are raped in their lifetimes never report it to the cops. Okay? Because of rape culture. There's a lot of negative consequences, right, that one can receive for reporting rape, for being publicly outspoken about it, for telling those around them. Because there's a proclivity of American men to not believe women that report rape and to rather side with the rapist. That's just a fact. It's rape culture. That's what Donald Trump calls quote unquote locker room talk. I mean, our president isn't only an adjudicated rapist, he's also boasted about sexually exploiting women and girls and was best friends with Epstein while he was child trafficking victims. Like, come on. We got here somehow. We somehow got to a place
He never
living
trafficked
inside of a
children. What are you
democracy.
talking
Yes, Jeffrey Epstein did. You're crazy if you don't know that. Maybe you misheard me. We somehow got to a place inside of our representative democracy where we're platforming
Jeffrey
tools
did,
like
but
this.
Trump didn't.
And I said that Jeffrey did. You just weren't listening. We somehow got to a point within our representative democracy where we're platforming tools like this guy to be president. That means that rape culture exists. So because it's very typical for women to wait, because it's very typical for survivors to never report or to wait years before they do. Okay. The fact that E. Jean Carroll waited 23 years is not a matter of questioning the validity of the claim that she made, especially considering the fact that it wasn't just a mere allegation, but it was one that was proven in court. And Donald Trump just has the character of somebody that would do it. I think when we consider Donald Trump's character, it doesn't just become wrong, but it becomes crazy to reject that he raped E. Jean Carroll. Okay? Like he boasted about sexually exploiting women and girls. That's something a rapist would do. He sexualized a 10-year-old girl in the 90s. That's something a rapist would do. He hit on his own daughter and called her a piece of ass, said that he'd be dating her if she wasn't his daughter. That's something a rapist would do. He was best friends with Jeffrey Epstein and sent him a letter in 2003 depicting the body of a naked girl with a statement, "May every new day be another wonderful secret." That's something a rapist would do. Okay, he knew what Jeffrey Epstein was doing with those young girls too, by the way, and has been lying to us about it for the last 20 years, per a new email that we got that Jeffrey Epstein sent Ghislaine Maxwell in 2011 saying, of course Trump knew what I was doing with those girls all along. That's something a rapist would do. And now he's refusing to release the unredacted Epstein files, okay, to hold the perpetrators of these violent crimes accountable, right, to get justice for the survivors, okay, and deleting images of himself, right, that were within Jeffrey Epstein's possession from the public Epstein library, breaking federal law. That is certainly something a rapist would do. And I could go on and on and on and on, all right? The last thing I'll mention here is that he said he likes to do what the jury determined he did to E. Jean Carroll. 2005 Access Hollywood tapes, he said he could just grab a woman by the P word and he doesn't even need to ask first. The jury found him guilty of grabbing E. Jean Carroll by her female member without asking first. Hello? It's obvious. It's as clear as day that he did this to her.
Do you want me to talk now, or
Yeah,
are
I want
still
you to
going on?
respond. I'm done. I want you to respond.
Okay. So look. It keeps muting me. My girlfriend keeps calling. Look,
Yeah.
if Donald Trump actually raped this woman in the 90s, right, she would have had a better case in the sense of a criminal court to get it investigated during that time, because then when they investigated, they could pull up cameras or times, see if they have alibis in that aspect, to where she could have like a fair investigation and to pursue like these charges against him. But to me, in my eyes, when you want to say, oh yeah, he raped me 20 years ago, that just sounds like a political attacking, because the opposition is losing in the polls. So it's like, okay, well, let's see what, let's try to get him on this and that and the third, that's what it really seemed to me.
When she brought this claim forward, the opposition was winning in the polls. She brought this claim forward in 2019. In the 2020 election, Biden won by a margin of over 10 million votes. And we've already responded to this point about her waiting to come out about this. This is incredibly typical of survivors. 60% of women never report it to the cops in their lifetimes. And according to RAIN.org, only 2% of rapists ever go to jail for what they did. So this is just not good reason to question E. Jean Carroll on the basis of the validity of her accusation. And it becomes even more trivial when you consider the fact that the jury agreed he was guilty. Now, please respond to all the other points that I brought up to corroborate that he did this to her by pointing out other actions that he's engaged in, other things that he's said, other things that he's done that would be things a rapist would do to corroborate that he has the character of a man that would do these bad things. And then the cherry on top, what I deem to be the most convincing and compelling reason, would be the fact that he said he likes to do what the jury determined he did to E. Jean Carroll. Access Hollywood tapes. I'm going to repeat it for the second time. I'm sorry for being repetitive for everybody watching from home. Access Hollywood tapes. He said he likes to grab women by the P word without asking first. The jury determined that he raped E. Jean Carroll by grabbing her by her P word without asking first.
So do you want me to talk again? Because you regurgitate a lot, so I don't know if you want me to talk, you're going to keep talking. So.
Well, the reason why I regurgitated a lot there, the reason why I repeated myself, is because you didn't respond to what I said. Maybe I thought that you didn't hear me, but now you're telling me that you did hear me because you're smart enough to know that I did repeat my points, meaning that
Yes,
you heard my
I heard
points and you just
Yes, I
willingly
heard you.
chose to not respond to them.
Well, I don't know when to respond because, like I said, you regurgitate, and then when I try to talk, you'll just mute me. So I just let you ramble on until you're done. So that's why you'll hear that like little moment of quietness, because I don't know if you're rambling still or if you're done with your point.
Well, I'm done. I'd like you to respond to the 2 points I gave surrounding the fact that Donald Trump has a character of a man that would do this, considering the other things that he said, the other things that he's done, and the second fact that Donald Trump literally said he likes to do what the jury determined he did to E. Jean Carroll. Please respond.
So the jury said he likes to grape women.
The jury
That's what
determined
Trump
that he
said?
raped E. Jean Carroll, and Donald Trump says that he likes to grab women by the P word without asking first, which is the specific action that the jury determined he did to her.
Okay, look. So, look, I truly don't believe he did it based off the points I already mentioned.
Can you respond to the 2 points that I made, please?
About him grabbing women by the P word. When did he say that? Because I remember that was on the news. Trump likes to grab women by the P word.
So
when was
he
that?
said that he likes to grab women by the P word without asking first in 2005.
Oh, so if you could give me the exact quote, did he say, "I like to grab women by the P part without their permission"? That's exactly what he said. Without their permission.
Exactly what he said is that you don't even need to ask first. They just let you do it to him, especially when you're a star like me.
Some women like to be fucking touched in that aspect if that woman's attracted to you. I don't know. You probably never played sports or been in a locker room. I don't know if you know what locker room talk is and how guys talk when they're around, some of their peers in a locker room. But I know Trump wasn't in a locker room in that aspect, but like, that's just how some guys talk.
Okay, so some guys...
Men call women bitches and stuff like that. It's just some guys, I don't know, like talk like that.
Just to be clear on what your argument is. Basically, what you're saying is, yeah, Donald Trump did say that he likes to unconsensually grab women by their vaginas, but you're okay with it because a lot of men like to unconsensually grab women by their vaginas.
So he specifically said without their permission.
Yeah,
I like to touch
without
them.
asking first, yes.
And that's the start quote, end quote. He said that.
Yeah, you don't even need to ask.
if they're attracted to you, right?
So, I mean, the
I'm
assumption
just trying to
here
get the
is
exact
so
quote,
for sure.
essentially.
The assumption here that
Yeah.
Trump is making is that every woman is attracted to him. But yeah, even when a woman is attracted to you, you have to ask if you want to touch her private parts. I hope that's clear.
No, I agree. Yeah, I agree with that.
So, are you gonna respond? To what?
Uh,
To what? Respond to
yeah.
the fact that Donald. Yeah, exactly. Respond to the
What
fact
was
that
the
Donald Trump
question?
said he likes to do what
So yeah,
he did to Eugene Carroll.
if that's hey,
Donald
let
Trump says, right, that he likes to grab women by the P word without asking first. Jury determines he grabbed this woman by her P word without asking first. The jury's probably right.
so in the aspect of Eugene Carroll, I don't think he did that. But in the aspect of him saying I like to grab women by the P word without their permission is wrong. That's how
Why
I
is it
see it.
unbelievable that he did it to Carroll? I mean, he
Because
said that he
because
likes to do what the court determined he
because
did.
because I with my point I already made, it happened 20 years ago, and now it's being brought
I've
up,
already
and
responded to that.
he's
I've
running. I
already
know, and that's
responded to
what we're
that.
going in
Okay,
circles. Then, D.
I want you to address my direct response to your claim that you don't believe it because it happened because this came out 23 years after it occurred. That is not
Yes, I
a
don't
needle
believe.
in a
Yes.
haystack for victims. That is not right a once in a blue moon occurrence for survivors. That is a story that you will hear from survivor after survivor after survivor after survivor because of men like you. You uphold the system that blames them for speaking out. So it makes sense that they would never speak out or might wait.
I don't blame them. I want them to speak
You
out.
perpetuate the system, right?
I don't perpetuate the system.
In which stigmatizes them and doesn't believe them when they do speak out. Or else
If you've been
you want to
raped, you
be
should speak
speaking.
up and try.
Shut up, Zach. Your interruptions are not only a nuisance, but incredibly annoying. We understand that you have the brain of a middle schooler. We understand that you're a shitty man yourself that likes to talk about calling women B words, demeaning them, and how you just want to grab them without asking. You called that locker room talk. I mean, the only way you know is if you've engaged in it, right? I've never talked about demeaning women inside of a locker room. But just hold it off, okay? I'll give you your time. I'll give you your place, okay, to annoy us all right? To be a real nuisance, to be a real tick on my arm. Okay? But this is my time to have the mic. This is my time to speak. So to get back to what I was saying, okay, you perpetuate the system that causes women to wait so long. I'm explaining how you do. In order for me to explain, I can't have you talking over me.
Okay, I understand, but I'm not. Like you're making it out to seem like I'm against.
You are perpetuating the system that causes women to wait years before coming out about SA, because the reason they wait years to come out about SA is as they're scared that no one would believe them, and they are scared that people would demonize them. You're perpetuating that system because you don't believe Eugene Carroll, even though the man that raped her was proven guilty in a court, and as a character of a man that would do that, because he's also been confirmed to have sexually exploited naked women and girls in their beauty pageant backstage dressing rooms, sexualized his own daughters, and was best friends with Jeffrey Epstein, sending him letters depicting the naked body of a little girl. And you still don't believe that he raped her. And then you were the one demonizing her, all right, by attempting to accuse her of conjuring a political scandal to try to tear down the sitting president that just wants to save America and do good by us all by baselessly accusing him of a crime. So when you sit here and you tell me that you don't uphold that system, you are denying reality. And maybe you're denying reality because you don't want to think you're the bad man you are. No one likes to think that they're the bad man they are.
Can I talk, or do you stop the mic?
Mike's yours.
Okay, look. So number one, you're making it out to seem that I punish women for wanting to speak out. No. If you've been raped, right, please, speak out.
I'm muting you because you changed my words. I said that you don't believe women when they
See,
speak
you're
out.
interrupting me.
Yes, I am interrupting you with good reason.
Bro,
I
that's
said that
not.
you don't believe women when they speak out,
Let me
and you
talk.
demonize women when they speak out.
Let me talk.
I will let you talk if you
Come
correctly.
on.
I will let you speak if you, at the bare minimum, at least give an attempt to represent my position in good faith. If you could give an attempt to represent my positions in good faith, then I'll let you talk. I use the words, you don't believe her, even though you've all this reason to, and you're demonizing her, and I give an explanation for that by attempting to accuse her of a political scandal, of an attempt to tear down the sitting president, okay, by basically accusing them of a crime. And then you responded by saying, you're making it seem like I want to punish her. I said that you don't believe her. That's you perpetuating grape culture, and you're demonizing her, given the reasons I granted. That's you perpetuating grape culture. Correctly represent my positions in good faith, please. Go ahead.
Okay. Please stop muting me. Let me get my point across how you get your point across, because you do that with everybody.
I
And
will
it's not
not
a
mute
fair
you.
debate.
I will
It's
not
not a
mute
fair
you.
debate.
I
Okay?
will not mute you if you give a good faith attempt to represent my positions.
Look, first of all, you're making it seem like if a woman gets raped, then oh, no one believe her, this, that, and the third. No, like if a woman got raped, get the resources, talk to the police, do what you need to do, right? That's not an issue. Like, and you're making it seem out like that like if a woman gets raped, then like, oh, like no one believe her, blah blah blah. I'm accepting rape culture and shit like that. It's crazy. Like that's how you're perceiving me, and that's not like the type of guy I am. I'm talking about in the aspect of Eugene Carroll in that case. It's just I just find it a little weird that 20 years later now she speaks up about it when Trump is running for president, and that's like my barrier with the case.
We're talking to a child that doesn't have the critical thinking skills of the rock on your front porch. Zach, if you're here to like further your own internal dialogue surrounding your beliefs, then you want to be repeating the same point over and over and over again. I've already responded to this point about you not believing her because she waited. I gave you data from rain.org to demonstrate that only 2% of rapists are ever in jail. And I gave you data to represent that 60% of women that are raped never report it to the authorities in their life. And I even gave you, I gave you sculptory reasons insofar as why women may wait, surrounding the fact that they're scared of not being believed and they're scared of being demonized, right? Which perfectly explained why she would have waited 23 years. And I give you this great response to your claim, I don't believe her because she waited so long, and then you don't address it and you just repeat your original claim. Why will you not address my counter response to your position, which is you shouldn't believe Eugene Carroll because she waited 23 years? Why will you not address my response? Why?
Okay, look, I'll respond. Right? It's. I think people would believe her more if she at least reported it maybe a year or two later.
You're not addressing my response. You're not addressing my response. Address my response.
I'm trying to make the point. I just think it's.
You're not addressing my response. My response consists of maybe 2 or 3 reasons, right, why you should believe her even though she waited 23 years. Those 2 or 3 reasons consist of why women wait so long. Okay, that was reason number 1. Reason number 2 was a lot of women wait this long. Okay, and then reason number 3 was only 2% of rapists ever end up going to jail for the crimes. I want you to respond to those 3 reasons.
Well, look, I don't believe women should wait so long if they've been raped.
That's not you responding to the reasons that I gave you insofar as why they do.
I can't tell you why they do because I'm not in their shoes.
No. I gave you the typical reasons why women will wait, why victims will wait.
Yeah, because
Please respond to them. Please respond to the reasons that I gave you to demonstrate why people will wait.
Give you reasons on why they will wait.
No, I gave you the reasons why they will wait.
Yeah.
And I want you to explain to me, right, why those reasons, right, don't make sense to you. Why those reasons don't explain why women would
No, they
wait.
make sense. They make sense, but
okay. So then all of a sudden, if we've now yielded the conclusion that women wait and it actually makes sense that they wait that long, okay, well then you can't argue that Eugene Carroll was lying because she waited that long because you just conceded it makes sense that she did.
So yeah, they're afraid that they're gonna get like verbally attacked or like the 3 points that you made on why they wait.
I'm afraid that they could get hurt more. They could get demonized. They could get silenced. They won't be believed. They'll be ostracized. so on and so forth. They also don't like being victimized again, being interrogated, right, by the police, testifying before a grand jury, being in court, having to relive that experience, hearing about their own rape on the news, reading it in the paper, having to deal with this now changing dynamic of this fact being known by your families and friends. Many victims will feel embarrassed to share this with families and friends. They'll feel as if their family and friends will think lesser of them because this happened to them, and like so many reasons. This makes perfect sense.
Yes, and I understand those reasons, right? I'm not saying all that's false, right? I understand those reasons and why someone would wait, but in the aspect of it being someone with in a political power stance like Trump, it just, to me, it's like now it came out when he's trying to run, and that's where I'm having trouble like
It
believing
didn't.
it.
He
right?
already ran in 2015 and won in 2016, and it didn't come out. It came out in 2019.
It came out in 2019 when everybody knew he was going to run again, correct?
Oh, okay. So you're basically saying that if this came out from 2015 when he ran for the first time to 2019 when he ran for the second time, all the way through 2020 when he lost to 2022 when he announced a run for the presidency in the 2024 election to 2024, now to the end of his second term in 2028, you won't believe it. Thereby, basically what you're telling us is that Donald Trump has full and complete immunity from all accusations of violent crimes, even if they're proven inside of a court of law, given that that accusation was made in between 2015 and 2028.
So look, if the accusations came out before he was becoming president, I feel
Exactly.
like it'd
So,
be
so
more
just
believable.
affirm. So just affirm. You think that Donald Trump has immunity from all violent crimes from 2015 until 2028?
No, I believe
Yeah.
if
Yeah.
there's like actual
What if he admitted to it? If he admitted to it, then would you believe it?
if he admitted to saying, you know what, you're right, I raped Eugene Carroll, then that's fucking crazy.
And would
then
you?
yeah, I
Then
would.
then you'd believe it?
If he admitted to raping Eugene Carroll, yes. If he specifically said, yes, I raped Eugene Carroll, but since I'm president now, nothing will be done.
Got
If he
it. Got it.
specifically
So,
says
so
it.
you're saying that if he gives a specific admission of guilt, then you will believe that he's guilty. So he actually did give a
If he
specific.
specifically said that he raped Eugene
Shut the
Carroll,
fuck up. We heard you the first two times. Her name's Eugene, by the way.
you shut the fuck up.
You heard me, little bro. Pipe down. You're not big shit. Okay. Not only is your brain
Little
tiny,
bro.
but your arms are too. Pipe down. Get off your high horse. You're more emotional than my 9-year-old nephew.
I'm not on a high.
Okay, you're just a snowflake. I told you to shut the fuck up and you lost your shit. You hit your breaking
That's
point.
racist.
You're embarrassing
Snowflake's
yourself. Yeah, snowflake
You're
is
racist.
racist. Okay, so what race is snowflake?
Oh, white on white crime. That's not cool.
Yours white as a snowflake? Go get some sun.
I'm pretty white.
Go
You can
get
see my
some
profile
sun.
picture. I just get burnt. I don't get tan, my guy, just like you.
Anyways, the point that you made is that you would believe Donald Trump if he admitted to doing it. So just to
If he
clarify,
specifically
we heard you the first time.
great
We'll
Carol.
just let him say it.
Then-
Whatever.
Okay.
Say
thank
it
you.
one, even though you've already said it 3 times, and we all heard you every 3 times. If for whatever
Okay.
reason you just need to say it for a 4th time, just say it.
No. If you heard me, I just want to
If you
make sure my
specifically
point
said
was
that
across.
he raped Eugene Carroll, you'd believe him.
Yes.
Yeah, we heard you.
Okay, thank you. All right, bring up your,
Okay,
your
we
whatever
heard you.
searched.
Okay, is it clear to you that we heard you?
It's very clear to me.
Good. So now that we know you'd believe Donald Trump if he confessed to a crime, this means that you definitely. What do you
No,
want
I
to
was gonna
say,
say it
Zach?
again. I know. Just
What do
go
you-
on. What are you?
what do you-
I'm
Zach,
not gonna interrupt you.
You are
Go,
actively
go.
interrupting me as you speak. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So now that it's clear that you'd believe Trump if he confessed to a crime, this certainly means that you believe Donald Trump sexually exploited naked beauty pageant contestants in the 90s and early 2000s by barging into their dressing rooms and looking at them while they had no clothes on, due to the fact that something that he admitted to Howard Stern on his radio show in 2005, right?
I'm sorry. Do you want me to talk now?
Yeah, I want you to respond.
Okay, to the Eugene. The Howard Stern. The beauty pageant shit.
I just want you to respond to the point I made.
Yeah, so if he's the owner, right? Did he barge in there without their consent? Because
Yeah.
I don't understand. I don't know the case. I don't.
Well, let's go and catch you up. I'm sure that there's a lot of people who've been tuned in here that have heard this clip many times. Let's just go ahead and play it to the guests. Once again, you said if Donald Trump admitted to a violent crime, you'd believe that he committed that violent crime. So here's Donald Trump admitting to sexual exploitation.
I'll say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
like
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no sweat. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
Don't even talk yet, because I want to clarify, okay? If you deny that he sexually exploited them, you're a hypocrite. Because guess what? He just admitted to abusing his position of power as the owner of the pageant to allow himself to unconsensually barge into their backstage dressing rooms where there's only women, no men, a private woman's only space, to then look at them, inspect them. He even added on that they had no clothes on, meaning that they were naked, meaning that he was unconsensually looking at their naked bodies. Now, I want you to think about your response to this. I feel like so far in this conversation, you haven't been thinking before you've been speaking. So I'm now going to give you a minute to think about your response. Consider.
You said they're naked, right?
No. Stop talking, Zach. Consider the fact that you told us you'd believe that Donald Trump committed a crime if he admitted to it. Consider the fact that I just played you a clip of Donald Trump admitting to sexual exploitation because of all the reasons that I just gave you. Right, which then would then lead you to the considerable conclusion that you believe Donald Trump sexually exploited these women and girls. And then also consider that if you argue anything else, right, that you are self-identifying as a spineless hypocrite because you're either walking back on your word that you'd believe Donald Trump if he were to admit to a violent crime, or you're baselessly denying that that is exactly what Donald Trump did in this clip, even though he's the one that said that they're naked. He's the one that said he allowed himself to go into the space. He's the one that said that there was a private space with no men. And he's the one that said he'd look at them. And the one that said he'd get away with it. Now, while you think about that, I'm going to quickly thank a couple donors. I don't want you to speak. I just want you to think for a minute while I thank some donors. Nusi, thank you so much for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you for the love, Nusi. That is NEWSIE. Show some love to Nusi down below that chat, everyone. Thank you for the $20. Nusi says, as a victim, I know why most victims wait, and people who can't understand the fear trauma and sometimes the guilt that the victims feel from the event should at least try to have some empathy. And it's sick that people don't. Nusi, I fucking agree with you. It is sick. I'm also sick and tired of listening to men like Zach day in and day out. Thank you for the $20. Let's get 200 Nusi W's. Also, show some love to Full Brand for the $20, who says, stop saying Eugene. Yes, her name's not Eugene. It is Eugene. Thank you for the $20, Full Brand. And then Becky, thank you so, and of course he laughs. Becky, thank you for the $20 over on Super Chat, who says, guest doesn't understand that victims can be in marriages/relationships where they feel unsafe to report. Imagine being violated in your most vulnerable state than being threatened with your life or having your kids taken away. Yup. Thank you for the $20, Becky. Show some love to Becky. Then another $20 donation. Thank you, Mary, who says, victims don't like being victimized again and being interrogated by the police, testifying before the grand jury, testifying in court, etc., so on and so forth. Absolutely true. Thank you for the $20, Mary. And Erica, thank you for the Leon the Can. Once again, that is Nusi with the 20. That is Full Brand with the 20. That is Becky with a 20 and Mary with a 20. Thank you, guys. And then, Disgusted Veteran. Thank you for the $100 over on YouTube Super Chat. Oh my God. I would see 1,000 Veteran W's. That is so incredibly, insanely kind of you. I do not deserve a single penny of that. You were so fucking generous. That is nuts. Like, seriously, thank you, Veteran. Veteran with $100 says, happy holidays, brother. This boomer is truly concerned that so many of your callers have no basis for feeling the way they do about Trump. But here you are fighting to protect your generation. Mad respect. As always, Veteran, I fucking love you, man. Show some love to Veteran in that chat for the $100. Longtime viewer. Massive member of the Dean Team Dream Team and the community that we built here. All the love to you. As well as Aaron, thank you for the $20 Super Chat as well, who says, I can't believe the stupidity that some of the MAGA on here. Super Chat X2, because this is just insane. Yeah, Aaron, get ready for a day of this. And then Nusi, thank you for the $50 on Super Chat. And Paul, thank you for the $50 on Super Chat. Oh my God. Yeah. Nusi with the $50 says, all I want for Christmas is for Trump to be out of the office. I'd be over the moon. Then Paul with the $50 says, all these people who don't believe E. Jean Carroll because it was 20 years ago, remember the hashtag Me Too thing? Do they not believe all those women because their incidents happened years prior by men in power? Apparently not, Paul. They don't believe women and victims when it's convenient to them, insofar as the acceptance and adoptance of a rapist as their champion, such as this guy. But seriously, let's get 500 Paul W's, 500 Nusi W's, 1,000 veteran W's, and then a bunch of W's for all of the other super chatters. We're all caught up on YouTube. Thank you for the love, you guys. I'm going to go let the guests respond at this point, but after we hear a response, I'm also going to get caught up on Venmo and PayPal. Just know that I appreciate you all so fucking much. Go ahead and take it away. Please respond to the clip that I played of Donald Trump admitting to sexually exploiting these naked beauty pageant contestants, and how you're a goddamn hypocrite if you don't believe him, because you said that you would believe that he did something if he admitted to it. Go ahead. You're so excited to talk earlier, Zach. What the hell happened, my friend? I literally had to spam mute you so I could get a word out. Oh, you're real quiet.
I was busy right now. But what was your question right now?
Well, I mean, I've already clarified on it 4 times, but I'll repeat it for a 5th. I want you to respond to the fact. We know. I want you to respond to the fact that you said you'd believe Trump if he admitted to a crime, admitted to doing something bad. You just heard Donald Trump admit to sexually exploiting naked beauty pageant contestants by consensually looking at their naked bodies, meaning that you either have to accept that he sexually exploited women and girls, or you have to reject your own principles, past statements, and rational faculties and become a spineless, mindless MAGA hypocrite.
Okay, so you're talking about the aspect of the Howard Stern where he said he barged in while they're naked and he sexually exploited them, correct?
Yes, sir.
So is that what he said? He barged in while they're naked and he was sexually harassing them, essentially, correct?
What he said is that he would walk into their dressing rooms by allowing himself in under the guise of a quote-unquote inspection. And then he'd look at them and they'd have no clothes on. That's unconsensual sexual conduct being furthered by his position of power, as it's the fact that he is the owner that allowed himself to go into that space in the first place. That's sexual exploitation.
So did he... So I never... That was the first time hearing that. Did he get charged for that?
No.
Like, was he taken to court? Did the...
Nope, he was not
I guess
taken
victims...
to court.
No, the victims didn't, like...
The victims did not take him to court.
File a report like this guy sexually harassed me or anything.
Yep, they didn't take him to court.
Why not? Or why didn't they like do a police report on it if it was true like sexual harassment?
I have a better
Is
question.
my question.
What's
your question?
Why is it relevant to the conversation of understanding that this is something Trump did? Since we have all the evidence, more than a police report, to understand that he did do it, that evidence being him admitting to doing it?
Because I just want to know if he got charged for it. Because I don't know if he did or not. That's what I was asking.
Yes, you do know. You do know that he didn't, because I told you that he didn't. And this makes sense. Once again, only 2% of rapists that rape women ever are charged with that crime, then found guilty and sent to jail. Many instances go unreported in the eyes of the law. But the question, why was this never reported, is separate and decoupled from the question, do we know that Trump did this or not? Because we know that he did it due to the fact that he admitted to it on tape, and you just listened to that admittance.
Yeah, he admitted. I heard it. Yeah, I heard it.
Okay, so you believe that he sexually exploited them, right? Let's just start there. Let's be clear.
So is that sexual exploitation? Would that be?
Yeah, and I could tell you why. The definition of sexual exploitation includes a man abusing his position of power over the position of vulnerability that a woman may be in the furtherance of unconsensual sexual conduct. That's what took place in this instance. He abused his position of power as the owner of the pageant to allow himself backstage into their private dressing rooms, then abused their position of vulnerability. That position of vulnerability was them getting dressed and undressed and changing in those private dressing rooms under the assumption that only other women would be in that space to further the unconsensual sexual conduct of him looking at their naked bodies.
Okay, so this is how I see it. If the pageant ladies were actually naked and he walked in and looked at them to abuse his power because he's the owner, then yes, that's wrong. But if they were dressed and he walked in, I don't know if that would be like sexual exploitation. But if he walked in and they're all naked getting dressed, then yeah, that's sexual exploitation, and that's pretty wrong.
When you have no clothes on, aren't you naked?
Yeah, that's what I just said. If you're naked,
When you have no
if they were
clothes,
naked,
just to clarify, when you have no clothes on, are you naked?
I believe so.
You there? Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? You know, they're standing there with no clothes. And I want to make sure that like everything is good. You there? Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? You know, they're standing there with no clothes. Dress. Is everyone okay? You know, they're standing there with no clothes.
Okay. So he said that they're naked because he said that they have no clothes on. Therefore, he said that he sexually exploited them from your perspective, right?
So is that what he just said? That they have no clothes on?
You just listened to him. You just listened to him say that. I replayed it 4 times.
Well, he didn't really fully say it. You could kind of hear it with no clip, and then he stopped, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I did clock that. I heard that.
Yeah. But that word was close. It couldn't have been any other word.
Play it again so I could hear it. I want to hear it again.
Why do I need to play it again? This is like insane.
How's it insane?
Because I already played it 4 times.
Okay, well, play it a 5th. What the fuck's the difference?
The difference is my level of annoyance because you can't listen the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, or 4th, but okay. Standing there with no clothes. Standing there with no clothes. It's good. You there? Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? You know, they're standing there with no clothes. It's good. You there? Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? You know, they're standing there with no clothes. And I want to make sure that like everything is good. You there? Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? You know, they're standing there with no clothes. Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? You know, they're standing there with no clothes. Is everyone okay? You know, they're standing there with no clothes. Everyone okay? You know, okay? You know, they're standing there with no clothes. 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 Get it now?
So I heard that. No. Yeah, he said basically with no clothes on. So he caught him. So he was trying to catch himself essentially. That's why he didn't finish it.
Okay. So
yeah, that's sexual exploitation for sure.
All right.
If they're for sure naked and he walks in because he has that power, then yeah, that's wrong. I'm not gonna fucking deny that, right?
Okay, so earlier you said that you wouldn't support a trans woman as president. Would you ever support somebody that has sexually exploited naked women or girls as president?
I guess I did because I voted for him.
But I mean, obviously you didn't know that at the time. You said that was the first time you've heard the clip. I'm asking you if you still support him after hearing that clip.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. So you would never support a trans woman as president, but you would support a sexual exploiter as president. So you think that it's worse to be a trans woman than to be a sexual exploiter?
I didn't say that.
Yes, that is what you're saying because you're arguing that one is a red line and one isn't.
Did I specifically say it's worse to be trans than it's worse to sexually exploit women?
That's the specific necessary implication of your statement because you're saying that you hold a red line against somebody being a trans woman and serving as their president, but you don't hold a red line against somebody sexually exploiting and serving as their president. Why would you hold a red line against one but not the other unless you thought that one was worse than the other? That's the only possible explanation. Prove me wrong by giving me another explanation.
I never specifically.
No, answer my question. That's the only possible explanation to explain why you hold a red line directed towards one but not the other. Prove me wrong by giving me another explanation.
It's just you're making it out to seem that.
Give me another explanation. Prove me wrong by giving me another explanation.
Another explanation for what?
For why you hold a red line against having a trans person be president, but you don't hold a red line against having somebody who sexually exploited naked women and girls being president.
Because I think if you're trans, there's something mentally wrong with you in a sense.
Okay, well, I completely reject that. So does every single institution, medicine and science.
You can reject it, but that's my opinion.
But like, is there not something mentally wrong with men that sexually exploit naked little girls?
No, they're probably just piece of shits. I don't think they're mentally ill.
Wait.
Wait.
So why do you think if somebody is T, they have something mentally wrong with them, but if somebody sexually exploits naked little girls, they don't have something mentally wrong with them?
So those weren't girls.
Wait. So I just want to clarify that you think it's more mentally right to sexually exploit naked women and children than it is mentally right to be trans.
It wasn't a children's pageant.
Yeah, so it actually was. Miss Teen USA had contestants as young as 14 and as old as 19. 4 of them came forward, including Mariah Bogado, and said that this happened to them. He did this at all of his pageants. But regardless of this happened to girls or women, you are still saying that it's more mentally right to sexually exploit the naked bodies of women and children than it would be to
No,
be trans.
I didn't specifically say that.
Yes, you did, because you said that
No,
there's
I
something
didn't.
mentally wrong with trans people, but there's nothing mentally wrong with sexual exploiters. That is actually precisely what you said.
No.
I'll replay the clip, you idiot. You fucking droid. You forget I have a VOD. You forget I have a VOD. Like, I'm so sorry. How many brain cells do you have? You forget I have a VOD, dude. Prove me wrong by giving me another explanation.
It's just you're making it out to seem that
Give me
I'm
another
saying
explanation. Prove me wrong by giving me another explanation.
another explanation for what?
For why you hold a red line against having a trans person be president, but you don't hold a red line against having somebody who sexually exploited naked women and girls being president.
Because I think if you're trans, there's something mentally wrong with you in a sense.
Okay, well, I completely reject that. So does every single institution, medicine, and science.
You could reject it, but that's my opinion.
But like, is there not something mentally wrong with men that sexually exploit naked little girls?
No, they're probably just piece of shits. I don't think.
Oh, you did say it. Oh, poor baby. Zach down here must be really upset that I was able to replay him saying what he just denied he said. Oh, Zach. Oh, Mr. Zach, I didn't say that. Yes, you did, and I just played it. You got caught in your own fucking lie. Why are you lying? Why are you such a bold-faced liar? Why are you so disgusting? Why will you lie, right, about not saying that you said that you think there is something mentally wrong with being trans, but there's nothing mentally wrong with sexually exploiting the naked bodies of women and children?
I specifically. Oh, I see what you're saying. Another one? Your whole chat is like messaging my girlfriend right now. She's showing me all the messages.
So respond to my point, please, Zach.
Yeah, just tell your chat to stop messaging my girlfriend. She doesn't want the messages.
Okay, stop messaging his girlfriend. Now please respond to what I said.
Thank you, appreciate it. So in the aspect of pedophilia,
so in the aspect of you fucking lied, address the fact that you fucking lied. Address the fact that you fucking lied, Zach.
Can you stop interrupting me?
The moment you address the fact that you fucking lied, you said that there is a mental problem with being trans, but there's not a mental problem with sexually exploiting the naked bodies of people. Address the fact that you fucking lied. Say, Dean, I fucking lied to you. Okay? I lied to you and your audience because I didn't think that you'd be able to play back the VOD a minute and a half to prove that I lied. Address the fact that you fucking lied.
Okay, do I have the mic or?
Yeah, you have the mic to once again address the fact that you lied.
So I think I misconstrued my point. I think pedophilia is a mental illness too, but so like if a full-grown adult likes little girls like 6, 7, 8, under 18, right? I think that's mentally wrong too.
So when a 65-year-old man sexually exploits a 17-year-old, they're mentally ill. But when a 65-year-old man sexually exploits an 18-year-old, there's nothing wrong with him whatsoever.
No, I think it's the same. It's just that's not like pedophilia. I'm talking in the pedophilia aspect.
Okay. So now there's also mental problems with men that will sexually exploit anybody. So then I want you to specifically.
Yeah, that's pretty wrong.
Then
I agree.
I want you to take this back. With men that sexually exploit naked little girls.
No, they're probably just piece of shits. I don't think they're mentally ill.
Yeah, wait, I don't take that back.
Right? They're piece of shits too. I'm not gonna take that back.
Okay, then take this back.
Okay. Another one?
Then take this back. But when it's
pedophilia.
Okay. So now it's also there's also mental problems with men that will sexually exploit anybody. So then I want you to specifically.
Yeah, that's pretty wrong.
Then take that back. You can't have both at once. You cannot simultaneously argue that there's no mental problems with men that will sexually exploit women, and there is mental problems with men that will sexually exploit women. That's an explicit contradiction. You have to take one of those two statements back, buddy.
Let me see that one.
Take one of them back. Which one will it be, Zach?
You're cheating, right? What does that mean? I'm sorry, what?
Take one of them back. Which one are you going to take back?
Which one again? I'm sorry. I was reading the messages everyone's sending my girlfriend. Take what back again?
Yeah, so I played the clip of you saying that there is something mentally wrong with men that will sexually exploit women. Then I played the clip of you saying there is nothing mentally wrong with men that will sexually exploit women. That is an explicit contradiction. You have to take, at minimum, one of those two statements back.
Yeah, pedophilia is mentally ill.
So which
I
one of those
agree.
two statements do you take back?
Which statement?
I just said them. Are you not fucking listening, Zach? Do you have the brain of a goldfish?
Let me see.
Wait, I have a question. What are you laughing at? I just said them. Which one are you going to take
Oh,
back?
I'm laughing at the chat.
Okay, so you would rather talk to the chat than talk to me. So then why don't you go back to the chat? I'm sorry, am I too much for you? I think I'm putting like too much gas on the pedal and you can't handle it. So you're just directing the 3 brain cells that you have to everybody in the
Not
chat
your
calling you a
chat.
piece of shit compared to like, I don't know, me, right? And the arguments that I'm giving you. So please tell us, you made 2 statements that contradicted one another. They cannot both be true simultaneously. Either it's true that you think it's there's a mental issue with men that sexually exploit women, or you don't think it's true that there's a mental issue with men that sexually exploit women. So which one is it? Is there a mental issue or is there not a mental issue? Because you've affirmed both 2 of those statements, but they can't be true simultaneously. So which one do you take back?
That's a mental
But
issue.
that's not
too.
the question that I'm asking you. You specifically said
What's
that
the
there
question?
is, for the 5th and final time. Why didn't you listen the last time? I said it less than 3 seconds ago. Why didn't you listen?
Because I'm reading the messages your chat sending.
But
my
I just
girlfriend.
told you to stop reading the messages and listen to what I'm saying. And you said, okay, Dean, I'll do that. Then without a hesitation, I then repeated what I said and you didn't listen? So how many times will I have to repeat it until you actually listen? You know what? How about this, Zach? Let me know when you're listening so I could begin speaking. Let me know when you're listening.
Okay, I'm listening.
Okay, good boy. Good boy. You better don't stop listening. Wait, do I have any keys around? One second. Let me see if I have any keys to jingle to keep your attention. Let me see if I have any keys to jingle. No. I guess I don't have any keys to jingle. I guess we're going to have to do it without the jingling keys, okay?
You don't have
just
keys?
focus on me. Focus on me. Not in my immediate proximity, no. So
Okay,
anyways,
that's fine.
you said that it's true that men who sexually exploit women, have something mentally wrong with them. And you said it's not true that men who sexually exploit women have something mentally wrong with them. Those 2 statements, okay, cannot be true simultaneously. Only one of those 2 statements can be true. So which one is true and which one is false?
Wasn't paying attention again. The pedophilia one.
You
is
weren't paying
mentally
attention?
ill.
What do I have to do to get you to pay attention? Like, seriously.
I'm sorry.
All that I'm doing is I'm just speaking. I'm just fucking... Do I need to go downstairs and get the jingling keys? Like, this
No,
is
it's just
fucking
your
crazy. This is legitimately fucking crazy. You have been owned. You have been smoked. You have been destroyed. I have destroyed your mental faculties. I've laid them to rest. R.I.P. Zach's mental faculties. I've literally debated you to the point of having you self-delete your own fucking brain, to the point where you can't even comprehend spoken language, in a language that you speak fluently. All right? Zach, I've destroyed you. The debate's over. You have lost.
That's okay if I lost. It's a debate. It's just
Moving on to the next guest. Completely and utterly destroyed and demolished within all possible senses. Destroyed him so hard to the point that his mental faculties stopped working and he couldn't comprehend spoken language in a language that he's fluent in. Hello.
Hi, buddy.
All right, give me a second here. We need to thank a couple people. First and foremost, what's that?
Oh,
Hello?
none. Hello?
Hi. Are you a Trump supporter?
Mm-hmm.
All right, just give me a second here. Let me thank a
I
couple
got
people.
something in my throat.
Okay, all right. James, thank you for the $10. He says, thank you for educating and entertaining us, Dean with G's. We got to thank these idiots for calling too. Remember that they vote. Dude, it's crazy because your vote matters just as much as that last guest's. Insane. And Elena, thank you
I
for
don't
the
give a shit.
$50. Just calm down, buddy. Elena, thank you for the $50 over on Venmo, who says, here for my monthly donation. Happy holidays and keep kicking ass in 2026, Elena. That is so fucking kind of you. Thank you so much for your kindness. Thank you for your love. Show some love to Elena for the $50 on Venmo. That is so much money. Thank you for your kindness. As well as Josh, thank you for the $2. Who says, truck driver here that loves your streams. Thank you, Josh. Kelly, thank you for the $10. Who says, that last guy sounds like he smelled bad. Certainly does. And then Caitlin, thank you for the $5. Who says, it took me 20 years to stop blaming myself and tell someone what he did. I'm now 30. Tell this pathetic excuse of a man to go to hell. Thank you for what you're doing, Dean. For me and Caitlin and everybody else listening, Zach, if you're still tuned in, go to hell. Thank you for the $5, Caitlin. And I'm sorry to hear that happened to you. Stephanie, thank you for the $3. Jesse with the $2. Marley with the $3.50. Faye with the $5. Thank you. And Soul, yo, thank you for the $100 over on Venmo. Holy fuck, Soul. I want everybody watching right now to show some love to SOL for the $100 down below in that comment section. Thank you so very, very much for the love. Soul, $100 says, finally caught a live stream again. Love you, dude. Love you too, Soul. It's good to see you, and I hope that all is well. It's been a while, and thank you for your kindness and your generosity. $100. That is so much fucking money, dude. Thank you. Thank you, Soul, from the bottom of my heart. I'm going to go ahead and thank 4 more people now, and then we're going to go and hop into this debate. Ariana, thank you for the $5. Show some love to Ariana. Caitlin with the $8.
Jesus, buddy.
Who says, Ryan is in the guest request debate. I'm most insane guy you'll ever talk to. Don't read this out loud. He's watching. Sorry. Thank you for the $8. Okay, I'll look for Ryan. Zachary, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much for the love, Zachary. Then one more here for now. Elise, thank you for the $10. She says, I admire you so much, Dean. Thank you for all that you do. Also, I love your calm demeanor. I don't have the patience, lol. Shout out to Barker and Satana. Well, shout out to you. Thank you for the $10, and thank you for your kind words. Show some love to all of our donors down below in that comment section. Phil, I'm going to pass the mic off to you at this point in time. Why the hell do you support the worst president of your life, Mr. Donald
I
J.
support her
Trump?
for multiple different reasons. Well, let me get in my car, buddy.
Okay, well, just keep in mind you can't drive that car in TikTok Live. But
I'm not driving for shit. I'm sitting in it. Does that mean something to you, or are you gonna cry?
So you can't drive for shit because you're not driving for shit
No,
because
I'm
you
just
can't
gonna
drive for
be
shit?
sitting in it right here.
Do you have a driver's
I'm
license?
just gonna be sitting in it right here.
Okay.
And everyone keeps saying, "Look at his phone list," and what the hell is wrong with who I follow, bud?
I don't know.
What
Let's
the
see.
shit is?
This will be easy to go through because you only follow 31 people. Dude. Holy shit. The Joe Rogan Show, The Older Millennial, Ben Shapiro, Tucker
Something
Carlson,
is wrong with watching
Jesse
Joe Rogan. You know, he
Waters,
has one of the
Fox
biggest
News,
podcasts in the world.
Newsmax, Christian Talk, TikTok with Jesus, Prayers Daily, Jesus Talk, Republican Talk, Team Trump, Republican 2024, Caroline Levitt, Donald Trump Jr. Oh my God, you were following the evil Avengers.
I don't give a hell what you say. I don't normally typically care what you type of people have to say about me. I really don't give a shit.
Okay. All right. Well, it kind of sounds like you're taking a shit. Earlier, you were grunting. You're going, ugh.
It's because I got him.
Because you're taking a shit. That's really gross to do on live.
I'm
You could
I'm
do that in your
outside.
own time.
Turn my camera on. I'll
Wait,
show you.
wait, you're taking a shit outside?
I'm in my car now.
When you said turn your camera on, we do not want We do not want you to show us your shit. We believe you. Good job, Golden Star. If you were my son, good job, Phil. But we just don't need to see it.
You gonna want to debate right now, or are you gonna keep talking out of your ass?
Whoa! Why are you talking about asses? Are you talking out of your ass? That wasn't a grunt? It was something else. Sorry, I'll stop there. Okay, tell us why you support Trump. I'm sorry.
Well, multiple reasons. He, for one, just released the EPSTEIN files just yesterday or today. For two, he's actually bringing in more oil to our country than oil that we've ever had before. For three, he's ended 11 wars. For four, he, in the very beginning when he came into our country in 2016, he had record-breaking economy than we've ever seen. So I could keep going on and on and on and on and on.
Release the EPI files. Ended 11 wars. Getting oil. Good for economy. What else did he name?
Oh, I can't even remember. I just named so many of them. How many have you written down already?
4.
Well, I think I only named 4. I could say.
Okay. All right.
Actually trying to re-tax people, and people say he's untaxing billionaires or whatever, when in reality he give everyone less taxes. So
Okay, we could like
he,
barely understand you. I feel like you're kind of
he
mumbling a little
gave
bit.
everyone less taxes. So
Everyone, less
you
taxes.
talk about,
So
oh, he gave billionaires taxes.
okay,
Motherfucker, he gave everyone taxes.
he gave everyone taxes. Well, he certainly
He
increased.
cut everyone's taxes.
Okay, all right, buddy. All right, I want to catch up on the donors, then I'll give you a response. Catherine, this came in 30 minutes ago, but thank you for the love. Thank you for the $20 over on Venmo, Catherine. Let's get 200 Catherine W's. Thank you so much. Who says, Eugene Carroll was a patriot and wanted the country to understand the person Trump is. She risked her reputation and let the country know who that vile man was. Thank you, Eugene Carroll. Yes, thank you, Eugene Carroll. She's a goddamn patriot. I'd love to meet her and shake her hand one day. Thank you for the $20, Catherine. Show some love to Catherine in that chat. Let's get 200 Catherine W's and 200 Joe W's. Thank you so much for the love, Joe. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And Joe, I just read your message. I hope that you're still with us here. Just know I'm sorry to hear that happened to you, and you're not alone, man. Thank you for the $20. Show some love to Joe down below. And then Karm, that is Karm, with the $10 on Venmo, says, this incel is making me shout out loudly. Holy shit, he's insufferable. Thank you for the $10, Karm.
I'm talking about me, you stupid cunt.
Whoa, dude! Holy shit! No, they were talking about the last
Yeah, I
guest.
don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. I'll say it.
They were talking about the last guest.
Oh, okay. Mm-hmm.
I said that I wanted to catch up on donations. Like, I'm reading donos that came in like during the last guest. Just chill out, dude.
All right. Whatever. Sorry.
Apologize.
I just did it before you said that. Can you not hear it? Open your ears.
Not to me, to Karm. Say,
I
I'm sorry,
said sorry to
Karm.
them. I don't know what their name is. Sorry, donor.
It's Karm. Say, I'm sorry, Karm.
I'm sorry, Carm.
Thank you. That's very kind of you. Jordan, thank you for the $10. She says, happy holidays, Dean. I tune into your lives every day. And the work you're doing is extremely important. It's truly scary how every day you have to debate PDF files and grape supporters. Well, thank you for being here, Jordan. I hope that you enjoy the streams and take something positive away from them. But thank you for the $10. And Eli, thank you for the $10 on Venmo a while ago. I'm sorry that I didn't see that when you sent it through. Avery, thank you for the $10. And Kylan, thank you for the $25. Who says, thank you for all that you do. Thank you, Kylan. That is Lyn. Thank you so much, Kylan. Then Mikhail, thank you for the $10. That is Milakale. He says, hey, Dean, my name is Mila and my dad. And then me and my dad, Martin, are obsessed with watching your streams. We literally watch you every single day. It's his birthday today. Could you please say happy birthday, Martin? I really hope that you guys are still watching. If you are not, I'm really sorry. But thank you so much for the $10. And happy birthday, Martin. I bet that you guys are great. Okay, and I'm actually just looking at my computer screen. We did get a violation warning on TikTok. Oh, God, of course. So we actually have to restart our TikTok live stream. And you already gave us the 4 reasons why you support Trump. I would love to give you a counter argument to them. Do you know how to come back after we end the live? Are you familiar with TikTok, or do I need to walk you through it?
No, I've done it.
You done it before?
No, leave.
What's that? Phil?
Do I leave go right now?
So do you know how to come back after I restart?
Yeah. And just a little wait.
Okay, come back, Phil. I'll see you soon. So, hey, for everybody watching on TikTok, if you've never been here before, let me tell you what we're about to do. We have to restart our stream a couple times every so often because TikTok will flag our live stream because they don't like the nature of the content we discuss on live. Now, let me tell you how to come back after the restart because we have another 3 hours of debates coming your way. One with Phil when we first restart, and the restarts only take 5 seconds. Hit that follow button, top left-hand corner. It'll look like a plus button. Hit that shit so you'll find me in your following list so you can tune back into the live after we restart. That's a sure-proof way to find your way back into the stream. Please, everyone, come back. All of y'all, because we're about to hop right back into the debates. Now, the quicker way to come back into the live stream is once the live stream ends, your screen will say live has ended, and it will show you my profile picture. If you click on that profile picture, you'll be directed to my account page. Once you're on my account page, count to 10, refresh by pulling down, then click into the new live. Once again, the restarts only take 5 seconds. See you all very, very, very soon. Make sure to come back. If you're not going to come back, fuck you. See you guys soon. We're going to go to hit that restart right now, folks. If you're hanging out with us over on YouTube, of course, you know that you don't need to go anywhere. YouTube is objectively the superior platform. 110%. Objectively. Because we don't have to hit all of these unnecessary restarts over there. All right. We already hit that restart. Let's go and thank a couple people on PayPal. Lori, thank you so much for the $25 over on PayPal. Who says Maria Farmer made a report to the FBI about Epstein in 1996 and they didn't do anything. No one believed her. Her report came out yesterday. So much for reporting when the abuse happens. You know what? Good fucking point, Lori. And I'm really happy that now finally people believe Maria. Thank you for the $25. Let's get 250 Lori W's. Seriously, I appreciate you for your contribution to what we do here. Then Janelle, thank you for the $5 over on PayPal. Hannah, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal. And I'm sorry to hear that. And then Ellen, thank you for the $40 on PayPal. Let's get 400 Ellen W's. That is ELLEN, who says, thank you for always speaking out for women, especially for those of us who've been assaulted. You and Parker give me hope for the future. Happy holidays. Happy holidays to yourself, Ellen. You are always hanging out with us and here with us during these streams, and you're always supporting me too. Just know that I support you. Know that I love you, Ellen. Please show some love to Ellen in that chat, as well as Denise. Denise is also always supporting. Thank you for the $20, Denise. Thank you so much for the love. And Denise, I just read your message there. That's actually a great point, and I think I'm going to go ahead and start, using that myself. Thank you for the $20 on PayPal. Denise, show some love to Denise. Then Perry, thank you for the $10, who says, I do not go crazy when debating these people. I love your content. It's because I'm used to it. I know what I expect when I, go live every day. Thank you for the $10, Perry. That is P-R-I, P-E-R-I. And we're all cut up over on PayPal. Thank you guys for the love. We're going to go to get Phil up in the box, guys. And Phil's not in the queue yet. Where did he go? Phil, get in the guest requests. I gave you a walkthrough on how to come back. We don't see him anywhere. Where the fuck is Phil, dude? Phil is hiding. Phil is hiding, everyone. Phil is hiding. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and thank like 3 people on Super Chat. Let's see if he's back by the time I thank a couple people here. This just came in. Mark, thank you for the $50 on Super Chat. Oh my goodness, that is MARC. Mark just dropped the 50, didn't leave a message. Only the love. Thank you for your support, brother. Seriously, to all the donors, just know that I really appreciate y'all. You guys enabled me to do this for 4 hours, 7 days a week, 4 weeks a month, 12 months a year. I really appreciate you. Let's get 500 Mark W's. And then Mermaid, thank you for the $10, who says, thank you for debating the uneducated idea at Steen. Well, thank you for your support. And then Angelina, thank you for the 14 Canadian dollars. She says, hey, Dean, hope you're well. Your streams have really been helping me keep sane recently. That's awesome, Angelina. Thank you for being here. And thank you for the $14. Awesome, awesome, awesome. All right, guys. Welcome back from everybody tuning in after that restart. Make sure that you're hopping in that queue if you're an American adult that supports Trump. And yeah, Phil is actually back. There he is. I'm happy that we took a moment there to thank a couple donors. So, we gave a little bit extra time to Phil to load back into the live. Hello, Phil.
I was already in the guest box, and you're lying.
I certainly wasn't lying.
I was in there. You didn't see me because you had weak eyesight.
Weak eyesight. I'm going to refrain from comment. So the first reason that you gave us in so far.
Any of my talking points, or you want me to give you some more talking points?
No, I'll rebuke them.
You're going to talk about any of them?
Yeah, I'll rebuke them, little bro. Just calm down.
Okay, go.
Quite frankly. Go. Okay, I'm going. Your first point was that you support Donald J. Trump as president because yesterday he released the Epstein files. In fact, he didn't. So the Epstein Files Transparency Act that was passed almost unanimously by every single member of the House of Representatives and genuinely every single member of the Senate forced the Trump administration and their DOJ to release all Epstein files yesterday. That's not what they did. They only released a small batch. And inside of that small batch, over 90% of the contents were redacted, including every line of every page of every paper, of Epstein's grand jury testimony, redacted it all, which is very interesting because Donald Trump himself said that he would release Epstein's grand jury testimony, and not only had the Epstein Files Transparency Act force him to, right, but also a federal judge, and he still didn't. He still broke the law. He still released them, but redacted them. And then for the files that weren't redacted, that he missed, like a picture of him with a bunch of young women in bikinis in Epstein's desk, right? He then later had his Department of Justice just deleted off of the website.
You can't prove exactly what you just said, so I can't believe none of it to be true or not.
I can prove that they didn't release all the Epstein
But I
files
don't think
yesterday
that he will.
because that's what
Well,
they
yeah,
said.
they released them.
They released a
Do
small
you see all the
batch.
pictures and everything, or no? You
So
see your buddy
they
Bill
didn't
Clinton in there a whole
they
bunch?
they
What do you
didn't
think about
release
that?
they didn't release all the files, and they were forced by the law to release all the files.
Okay.
They broke the law.
No, I didn't.
Yes, because they didn't release all the files. The
That's
Epstein
not what
Files
that means.
Transparency Act forced them to release all the files.
Yeah, but they didn't have to sign it or pass it. It was something that people wrote up against him.
What?
People wrote that up against him to get him out of there.
Then why did he sign the bill into law? And why was it passed bipartisan? Not only was it drafted by a Democrat and a Republican, Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie, but it was also passed bipartisan with every Democrat and Republican in the Senate and every Democrat and Republican in the House of Representatives except one fucking Republican. Check his hard drive.
Okay, well, I don't even know what none of that even means, so I don't know. You can't really believe you're on nothing.
Are you drunk?
No.
You are acting drunk.
I don't know what to tell you. You're an idiot.
Don't call me an idiot. You're the idiot.
Say something smart right now.
Soliloquy.
It doesn't even mean nothing.
That's why it was smart.
Rebuke
You don't know what
my,
you don't know.
my statement.
You don't know what it
Rebuke
means.
my statement.
You don't know what it
Rebuke my
means.
statement.
Therefore, it's smart because you're not smart.
Rebuke my statement.
I will rebuke your statement
No.
if you promise to put the beer down.
I don't got no beer.
You don't have any beer, so it's whiskey.
I don't have any alcohol. I don't have anything. I'm sober to the bone,
You don't have
buddy.
any. You don't have any whiskey, so it's gin.
Just my brain wavelengths are on another pattern compared to yours. You can't quite comprehend with what I'm saying.
Oh, I can't comprehend you because your brain
You
wavelengths
can't
are
comprehend
on another
shit.
level.
You can only comprehend. You're one of them little kids in school who thinks he's all smart and stuff because he's a little book smart, a little teacher's pet, little kid.
So you're
You
saying that I'm
memorize
book
everything.
smart.
You're a little book smart. That doesn't mean nothing compared to what real life and vibrations are.
So you're calling me book smart. You're telling me that I've memorized all the facts and statistics.
No, you just memorize a whole bunch of little school shit they teach you and don't mean nothing in real life.
So facts don't mean anything in real life. I think that perfectly explains why you are the way you are. You're trying to criticize me for being educated.
Say it again. I don't know what you said.
You're trying to criticize me for being educated.
I'm trying to criticize you for not knowing shit about the actual real world when you just think there's a little book smart kid and then there's street smart, real life smart, buddy.
Let me ask you a question about that real world intelligence. Are you ready?
Go ahead.
How do you change a car's oil?
You gotta take out the oil pump and the oil tank and refresh it and put it in with the cap through the hood of the tire. Depends on where it's at, but you gotta unleak it out from the bottom of it and go through the underneath and unscrew your oil thing and change out the oil. You gotta change out the oil, put the thing back in there and put in new oil.
You're actually wrong. You missed a step.
What is it? You gotta take out the little combustulator.
It's like a fucking low. You also have to replace the filter. You have to replace the oil filter. So, you
have to do all that.
You said that you have to replace the oil pump. No, you don't replace the oil pump. Fuck no. When you're just doing it like a standard oil change, no. So you drain out the old oil, then you replace the oil filter with a new one, okay, and then you put new oil in. All right. So you were wrong. So how are you going to sit here? How are you going to sit here and tell me, no, Phil, let me finish speaking, Phil. Don't interrupt the real man. Don't interrupt the real man while he's speaking. Pipe down, beta soy boy. So you're telling me that I'm book smart, but not street smart, because I don't have any intelligence that would practically apply in real life. So then I ask you about the practical intelligence, like how to change a vehicle's oil. And you didn't know how to change a vehicle's oil, but I did. So it seems like I'm not only more educated than you are in the books, but I'm also more educated than you are on the streets. Because if you were on the streets trying to change your car's oil,
Hey,
you'd fail and I'd be successful. Thank you.
how do you fix a battery in a Prius? How do you change a battery in a Prius, huh? How do you change a battery in an electric car, huh? Do you know how to do that? What happens when you have to do that? You just know. How do you
you
change a tire?
yeah, of
How do you
course.
change a tire?
How do you change a tire?
Tell me how you change all tires.
So you jack your car until the tire's off the ground. You take your lug nut untwister thingamabile, and then you take the lug nuts off, and then you take the old tire off, and then if you have like a spare or temporary in the back, you then put
You
that
put
one
it back
on,
on and then put the bolts back
and then
in.
the lug nuts back in, and then
Yeah.
you drive 45 or under to the
So
nearest,
yeah, you have to put the
to
wheel
the
back
nearest.
on and then put the bolts back on over. So
Yeah, good job, Phil.
you don't know that one. There's so many things. Do you know anything about even quantum physics?
Spell quantum physics.
QUANTPHISICS.
No,
Yeah, I just spelled it right.
no,
You
you
literally just
misspelled.
did.
You misspelled quantum.
Oh, huh.
You said QUATUM. It's QUANTUM.
Because I said, because quantum. You can hear it. I just said it.
You
You
lose.
just like to lie for no reason
You
because
lose,
you're
Phil.
stupid.
You lose,
You just
Phil.
like to lie for no reason because
You
you're stupid.
you
Now
lose.
tell me what quantum
Wait,
physics
I have a question.
even
I have a
is.
question, Phil. Did you lose or did I lose?
You lost.
Oh fuck! I was hoping that you'd fall for the trap and you'd say lose.
No, buddy. I'm way too smart compared to you. You know, you can't even figure out how to figure out new stuff. You're just learning what they've already taught you. You haven't even learned anything new.
When was the last time that you learned something new?
I'm always constantly discovering new things no one's ever discovered before you.
We're kicking him. We're gonna move on to the next guest, dude. Who the fuck are we talking to, man? We got some. Oh my god. Moving on to the next guest, guys. Only up inside of the cube. You happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, please. Oh my goodness gracious, guys. Only up inside of the cube. You happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, please, 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 please make sure that you're following our rules. And Nusi, thank you for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. He says, I've had a bad day, and this live is helping me get through what I'm already going through today. I know that I've already sent a few donos, and but I've had some very bad thoughts, and this has been a whole welcome distraction to it all. Oh, I'm really happy that we've been able to help you out during your rough day. Trust me, I know what that's like. You know, I actually, I've had some really bad days, obviously, because we all do over the course of the last couple of years while doing these lives. And doing these lives really helps me too. They're a great distraction when you need one. So thank you for the $20, Nusi. Let's get 200 Nusi W's. And I'm really sorry that you're having a bad day. What's up? Do you support Trump? I'm going to give you around 5 seconds, Hunter. 5, 4, banned. Gonna go to ban him before the 5 seconds are up. Moving on to Nick. Here we go, everyone. The Nicholas. Thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal. He says Phil's definitely hitting that bottle. 100 P, Nick. Appreciate you for the $10. Then Rebecca with a 5. Thank you so much for the love. I'm sorry, Rebecca. I'm gonna go to keep your message to myself because I didn't read it first before I thanked you. Thank you for the love, Rebecca. And then Zara. Thank you for the $2. All right, what is up? Do you support Trump? Nope, Nick's not here. Moving on to the next guest. Guys, if you're in the queue, make sure that you're following our rules. They're actually quite simple, quite frankly. You just got to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. If you break our rules, you will be very quickly banned. Don't get banned. So don't break our rules. Like, what are we doing? Ensure that you're following them. Moving on to the next guest. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yes, I support Trump.
How old are you?
29.
Okay, what year are you born in?
96.
Okay, and why do you happen to support the very worst president of your life? Actually, before you answer that question, Deporter supporter, do you support Trump?
I love you! You're so cute!
Okay, Mike is yours. Go ahead.
Wow, it's like that.
Mike is yours. Go ahead. Hello?
What?
Mike is yours. Tell us why you're MAGA. You support the least transparent president of your life that's breaking the law as we speak to hide the Epstein files from us.
Yeah, so I don't agree with that part, but I think he's done pretty good for the American economy.
How so?
I think the 1776 going to our service members. I think that's really good.
Oh, that was actually a scam. You got lied to.
I got lied to? What do you mean?
Yeah, he said that he's taking revenue generated by the tariffs to send this check to our military service members. In our reality, turns out that had nothing to do with tariff revenue whatsoever, and he just dipped his finger into an already appropriated allocation of expenditure towards the housing subsidies for members of our military, and just defunded the housing subsidy to then fund this check.
So he was lying?
Yes. Yeah, he was lying. Isn't that
So where's the money coming from then?
I just told you, from an allocation of expenditure delegated by Congress to a housing subsidy to lower the cost of rent and housing for our service members. So he's taking from them because he's defunding their housing subsidy just to give back to them by giving them that check.
I don't believe that. I think the tariffs did do us some benefit.
Okay, I'm going to give you a source for that claim then.
All right.
Here we go. All right, so this is from ABC News. Just go and Google, type in ABC, Trump teased Warrior dividend checks. The money had been allotted by Congress for housing costs. You could also find this from Defense One, Federal News Network, the news journalists. This is also being reported on by The Guardian, The News Journal, USA Today, CNN, and Politico. And Bloomberg Government News, The Hill, The Washington Post, The New York Times, Yahoo, Lead Beyond, CBS 8, Press and Sun Bulletin, Washington Examiner, Army. Army?
Army has a news source now?
Yeah, Army.mil. Army. Todd Lopez from Pentagon News reported
he need to
on
get
this.
out then. He need to get out. If he lying to the American public and hiding Epstein files, yeah, he needs to go.
You know what? Thanks for coming up here. I hope you have a great
Yeah,
rest
no
of your
problem.
day.
He needs to go.
Okay. Well, there you go. There. Okay, I'll take it. You know what? Fuck. I'll take it. W. I'll fucking take it. Thank you. You have a great rest of your day. God is good. All right, God is great.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm great. Wow, how are you doing?
Age, please. Age, please.
Age?
Yep, age. Banned. Moving on to the next guest, guys. Only opposite of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump. Those are the rules. Y'all already know them, though. We're going to go get that next guest connected. Right now, quite frankly, if you're a crazy mega droid, up in that queue. We got Dave loading up. While Dave's loading up, yo! Thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Sean, he says, hey, Dean, here's another $10 for cooking these clouds. Thank you for the love, Sean. Show some love to Sean in that chat. And then Logan, thank you for the $30 over on Venmo. Holy shit, Logan. While we're looking for that next guest, show some big ol' fucking love to Logan down below in that chat. Logan says, in regard to the Howard Stern interview, Trump said, and I quote, I kind of get away with things like that in regard to walking into the dressing room with teenage girls. He gets away with it, admitted to it. Oh, yeah, Logan, we talk about that on a daily basis. Well, I mean, listen, actually, if you're watching this live stream, let me know how many times you have listened to that clip on my live. Let me know. But thank you for the $30, Logan. I really appreciate you so much for the love. Maze with a $5 shitting on Phil. Thank you, Maze. Amafriel, thank you for the $20 and the 25 cents. Who says happy holidays? Happy holidays, Amafriel. I really hope that I'm pronouncing your name right. That is Amrafel. Thank you for the $20 and the 25 cents. Show some love to Amafriel down below in that chat. Thank you so much. And Peyton, thank you so much for the $50 over on Venmo. Y'all are going crazy today. Peyton with the big 50. Brother, that is so much fucking love. Thank you, Peyton. Says, mocking him for shitting while on live was diabolical. I watch you and Parker every day, and I love your quick-witted comments and facts that you spit at these people. Oh, thank you, man. Thank you for being here, and thank you for the love. Show some fucking love to Peyton, guys. While we get that next guest loaded up. Hello, Sammy. Do you support Trump? Seriously, thank you, man. Sammy is not here, meaning Sammy is banned. Moving on to the next guest right now. Hello, Ethan. Do you support Trump?
Hello? Dean, why are you such a faggot?
Well, Jordan, why do you have such a tiny brain? Ethan, why do you support Trump? Oh, never mind, it was you. Have a good rest of your day. I guess you both have a tiny brain. We're going to get that next guest, Karma Cooks, loaded up in the box right now. In the meantime, Shannon, appreciate you so much for the $20 over on Venmo, who says, my daughter's birthday is today and her friends saw you on live in my kitchen. They told me that they've learned so much from you and love you. Can you say happy birthday, Shiloh, and hi to Millie, Jill, and Avery? Shiloh, happy birthday. I hope that you have a great birthday, and I'm sure that you are, because you have an amazing mother. Shout out to Shannon. And hello to Millie, Jill, and Avery. Show some love to Shiloh for her birthday. Millie, Jill, and Avery, her friends, and Shannon, the MVP mother of the hour. Thank you for the $20. And then Tass, thank you for the $15, who says, for your girlfriend for Christmas. This guy hit the bottle harder than anyone I've ever seen in a while. Hilarious. Thank you for the $15, Tass. Oh yeah. I'm going out on the girlfriend for Christmas. That is a very kind thought of you, Tass. That will definitely be going to the GF for Christmas. I'm gonna make sure she has a good day. Thank you for the $15. You're awesome, Tass. And by the way, we're all caught up. Guys, let me know down below in that comment section if you are an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president that'd like to come up here to have a conversation with me about why. I will say, though, y'all, it is increasingly hard to get those debates a-rolling. So if you are a Trump supporter, I would highly suggest that you hop in that queue. Hello, Nesh, do you support Trump? No, he's just not here, bro. This is unbearable. You.
Sorry, I just woke up.
You just woke up at 6 p.m. Oh, wait! I forgot that you're a passport bro.
Yeah. It's your boy!
I forgot that you're a passport bro. Yeah, you're on the other side of the world.
No, I'm the centrist. Do you remember?
You're the passport bro. Oh, wait. Didn't you call
You can't say passport bro.
Yeah, that's a slur, right?
Passport bro is quite
slur,
derogative.
Right? Yeah.
Because you and Dean have this preconceived notion. Or excuse me, I meant you and Parker. I just woke up. My apologies. You and Parker have this preconceived notion that, passport bros come to other countries because they can't get a woman in their own country. But don't you find that the least bit derogative towards the women of other countries and a little bit disrespectful, calling them lesser than the women of the West in a way?
I don't think that this
because
is
you're assuming.
So this isn't assuming that women outside of America are lesser than women inside of America. But basically what it's demonstrating is that you can go to a country with a lower average socioeconomic standing than this country, and thereby, without any material change in your level of wealth, have a higher level of wealth to try to make yourself seem more appealing to try to find a woman. Or, right, you go to a country in which holds like even more patriarchal norms than our own country has to specifically try to find a woman that will be more in the interests of like an obedient servant because you think that women are lesser than.
So again, you have that preconceived notion that because the fact they have a less socioeconomic condition, right, or the economy is worse off or poorer, and because my U.S. dollar goes further, therefore the women are more desperate. So you're essentially inferring that women are more desperate and more poor and will go after Western men. And so therefore, again, you're talking down towards women in developing or third world countries. That's essentially what you're inferring.
How am I talking down?
Because you just inferred that because I'm from a Western country, I make more money.
Wait, no. It is a fact that the average socioeconomic standing in America is higher than the average socioeconomic standing in Indonesia.
Well, and that's correct.
Right? And like $1,000 in America will go significantly further in Indonesia than it would in LA.
Yes, that's correct.
So you're saying that I'm somehow being derogatory by being correct?
That's correct.
By spewing facts?
Because you're calling me a passport bro because the fact that you think I'm coming to another country with more money, right? Having higher U.S. dollar income, right?
Right.
Having a stronger dollar
to try
than
to go
the people
find
of this
individuals.
country.
Then to go find individuals
you're inferring
that are more victimized than women in America to higher levels of patriarchal norms.
You're
more likely to find a woman that is more likely to be quote unquote subservient to yourself.
Yes, you have this preconceived notion that the women are just more desperate just because of the fact that they're poorer. So you're inferring that women are desperate and that they're less than the women of the West. That's what you're inferring.
Where in either of my two arguments did I even use the word desperate?
You didn't have to use the word desperate. You're inferring.
So then how did I infer it?
By stating the fact that because of the fact they have a lower socioeconomic
how did I
atmosphere,
infer?
Right? In developing or third world countries, that therefore their women are just going to be more desperate for Western men just because we make U.S. dollars. So therefore, I find that quite sexist. I find that quite disrespectful, and I don't find any equality with that statement because of the fact you believe that just because I make US dollars that I have to be superior. You know, that in my eyes, Dean, makes you have a superiority complex. Just like Parker, both of you have superiority complexes.
Okay.
And I don't appreciate that.
So what specifically?
So
did
therefore,
say?
I respectfully ask that you respect the women of developing third world countries.
What specifically did I say to disrespect the women in developing countries?
You essentially call me a passport bro, and because of the fact that they're poorer, right, than people of the West, that therefore they're less than.
How so?
They're less than equal.
How so?
Because you call me a passport bro.
Well, I'm not calling.
And you said that
listen,
because I can't get a woman in the West, that I can only get women
I'm
here.
not calling them less than. I'm saying that you think that they're less than. Right? And then also, why don't you address the second argument I gave around other countries in the world holding patriarchal norms to a higher standard than America? And the fact that many men, such as yourself, will go to other countries that hold patriarchal norms to a higher standard to find a populace of women that would be more eager to like serve as a servant, be more eager to like act in accordance with submissive roles, given the power dynamic, right, in which you would also hold over them for the secondary fact, which is that immigration to America is appealing to a lot of individuals around this world and other countries outside of America. So you're introducing this power dynamic in countries with point number one, right? Ones that would hold patriarchal norms to a higher extent, to point number two, then attempt to entice them into being in a relationship with you, right? Due to the fact that your dollar would go farther in Indonesia compared to LA. And two, due to the fact that, well, maybe they want to move to America and would see that as a path of lower resistance compared to the alternatives in an attempt to softly coerce them into being A, in a relationship with you, and B, right, hold patriarchal norms to a higher standard than you, thereby be more likely to be more submissive. So in all reality, I would argue, right, the only people who are truly disrespectful to women inside of this conversation would be the passport bros, similar to yourself, that engage in these actions for these reasons.
You know, it's interesting, Dean, because again, as I just mentioned earlier, you have this preconceived notion that, again, I'm a passport bro. I'm in the Philippines because I'm a passport bro. Didn't it ever kind of, you know, maybe make you think a second or two that maybe I'm also in the Philippines for other bigger, more important things like humanitarian efforts, right? If you actually do a little bit of research and you look and see what's happening around the world, maybe you'll see that there's actually a lot of big problems happening in other countries. And it's good to step in and help out the folks that are dealing with real issues in these other countries,
I've
right?
never considered that for a moment. I've never considered you doing that for a moment because you support Trump as president.
Interesting.
Right?
Okay.
If you cared about humanitarian efforts, then you wouldn't support somebody as president that is actively destroying and eroding those humanitarian efforts. Okay, so why are your supposed humanitarian efforts incredibly selective, right? Like, why don't you care about supporting humanitarian efforts to ensure that we're not having college students black bagged off the streets of this country, illegally detained in ICE detention centers 1,000 miles outside of the radius approved by a judge to hold them, then illegally deported with no due process to a center for terrorists in El Salvador, where they're then beaten, tortured, and starved. Oh wait, maybe the reason why you don't care about that is because that's the plan that Donald Trump struck with Nayib Bukele with El Salvador and enacted with the Department of Homeland Security and ICE agents in this country, then emboldened by giving them more money and then dismissed as not being enough when asked about those ICE agents, black bagging naked children out of their beds and then shoving them in the backs of U-Haul vans. So just in short, to be very clear, the reason why I don't think that you'd be in the Philippines for humanitarian efforts is because not only of your support for Trump, but your dismissal of all the bad things that Donald Trump is doing, right, in a fight against those same humanitarian efforts that you're now trying to virtue signal and act as if you stand behind.
Right. So because I'm not in the United States caring about our own domestic issues, that therefore I can't have any thought or any effort to act in humanitarian efforts here in the Philippines or other developing countries when I travel. Hey, for the record, Dean, again, making baseless assumptions.
You do care about domestic issues. You do
I've
make
been here
you
2
do
years.
you do care about domestic issues because you support Trump as
Who sh-
president. In fact, you
who-
care about
who
those
should-
domestic issues so
everyone
much
should
that you
care.
requested
Everyone
us to
should
join
care,
this
of
live
course.
to debate me on why he's a good president. Like, listen,
Dean,
let's
I'm a
set the record
centrist.
straight.
You remember?
Let's set the
I'm a
record.
centrist.
Let's set the record straight. Let's set the record straight. Since you want to act like you care about humanitarian issues, okay, I could be wrong. I could be wrong, and
do.
you know what? I will concede.
And you are.
I will concede if I am wrong. I will apologize to you to your face. So correct me.
You should fly here to the Philippines, kiss
correct
my
me.
feet, and apologize.
Yeah, well, I mean, I bet you'd be willing to pay for my ticket if, I was an 18-year-old woman.
You make thousands of dollars.
But anyways, that aside, let me go ahead and get back to what I was saying. Please correct me if I'm wrong here. Why do you support Trump as president, given the fact that you very obviously care about these humanitarian issues, and Donald Trump is causing many, including all of the humanitarian issues that we see onset by his mass deportation, all of the humanitarian issues that we see onset with his intentional cover-up of the Epstein files, and all of the humanitarian issues that we see onset by defunding of USAID, all of the humanitarian issues that we see onset by him overturning Roe v. Wade, all of the humanitarian issues that we see onset by him taking healthcare away from 10 million low-income Americans, all of the humanitarian issues that we see onset by him taking food stamps away from 3 million low-income Americans through the Big Beautiful Bill, all the humanitarian issues that we did see onset by him refusing to abide by a court order and funding food stamps during the last 12 days of the government shutdown, starving 42 million Americans, 20 million disabled Americans, and 16 million American children, and all of the humanitarian issues onset by reducing the average socioeconomic standard of Americans, because according to the Center of Budget and Policy Priorities, the Big Beautiful Bill reduces the purchasing power of over half of this country, impacting you if you make $51,000 per less or year. So please answer that question.
Yeah, I don't agree with everything Trump does or says. I'm a centrist for a reason, right? I'm in the middle between Republican and Democrats, right? And I think that's a great place to be, folks, right? We don't have to agree with everything President Trump's done. I would love to see JD Vance actually step up in the future. I really do believe he'll be our next president of the United States. So I could support I could support the Trump administration without supporting Trump himself, right? And I know you made this point before that. How can you support the Trump administration if you don't support Trump, right? Again, we have other folks in power right now that I think will do great as future leaders. JD Vance, for example.
Wait, but JD Vance,
I think he's going to be a great future president.
But JD Vance is currently complicit with one of the largest political scandals in modern American history, that being the illegal and intentional cover-up of the Epstein files. Why would he make a good president?
Yeah, and I don't agree with that.
But doesn't that demonstrate that he wouldn't make a good leader? Because when he has even just an ounce of that leadership, he uses it to engage in one of the worst political scandals in modern American history?
Yeah, absolutely. I think they need to take care of that in the future. I think that's something they need to unredact a lot of those files.
Why wouldn't you rather advocate for some other Republican that wasn't personally involved in the largest political scandal of your lifetime?
Hey, and by the way, and also Bill Clinton, he's cooked. His ass is cooked.
Yeah,
his goose is cooked.
Yeah, he's fucking cooked. We don't give a shit about Bill Clinton. Yeah. Lock him up if he's guilty.
No, see, I know. It's like
how we
finding
feel.
where's
but answer my
Waldo.
question. I want you to answer
Waldo?
my question. I want you to answer my question. You said that you support the administration because you think that JD Vance would make a great leader in the future. I brought up the fact that JD Vance is personally involved and complicit in the largest political scandal of your lifetime, the intentional concealment of the Epstein files, violating federal law, refusing to release them, saying that they would release the grand jury testimony, giving a virtue signal to deflect away from the fact that he's concealing and covering his ass and Trump's ass. Okay, and then when a batch of the files were released,
is he?
He's covering his ass because he's the vice president of somebody that is. Now,
well, he's got to do what
now, right? Then botching the first release of a batch of the Epstein files, by the way, which is illegal, by redacting all documents pertaining to the grand jury testimony of Epstein's criminal proceedings, and then having the Department of Justice take down specific photos from the public record because they forgot to redact Trump's face from them, depicting him standing with young women in bikinis. So my question to you, once again, that I'd like you to answer is very simple. Okay, if you're a centrist, if you think that there could be some great Republicans that would make good leaders in the future, okay, well, how about you choose Republicans that aren't everything that I just described and not personally involved in this large-scale political scandal?
Well, I guess we'll have to take a look in the future, buddy. We'll have to see who's coming up, see who might have a little bit better morality. Obviously, morality's got to play a role into their presidency. Not every president's made perfect. No president's ever been perfect.
Okay, but
There's
not
been
every
cover-ups,
president.
I think, in most presidencies.
What was a larger cover-up under the Biden-Harris administration than J6 and now the Epstein files?
I don't know. I have to look into it.
Yeah.
I got to look into it.
Yeah,
I don't have that information off the top of my head. Like I said, being out of the States for about a couple of years, a lot of stuff happens. But Dean, really, at the end of the day, I just want to drive this point home, and to all the folks listening, don't disrespect the people in developing third world countries like Dean does.
Then don't be passport bro. Don't be
respectful,
exploitive.
Right? Don't call people passport bros.
You're the one that's
assumptions
disrespecting.
about people.
You're the one that's disrespecting individuals abroad. Okay, because I think
Just
that it's
absolutely not.
I think that it's exploitive to just kind of hang the U.S. Citizenship and the higher worth of the U.S. dollar over women in more developing countries. I think that it's soft coercion.
Yeah,
I
it's
think
quite
that's
disrespectful of you, Dean.
It's disrespectful for you to engage in soft coercion.
It is not right. So I just
Yeah,
wanted
you're
to come
right. It's
up
not right
here,
at all.
make that point. Dean, I encourage you and Parker and all the rest of the soy boys, travel abroad, see the world, right? See places and actually get to know the people before making assumptions about people traveling. Again, I travel. I like to engage in humanitarian efforts right abroad. Right. It's not that I don't care about domestic issues.
Wait, what's one humanitarian
American.
effort that you've engaged in abroad? Be specific.
Here in the Philippines?
Yeah.
Well, if you actually look at the news recently, we just had a massive typhoon, right? Many typhoons come through here, massive floods here in the city that I'm in right now, damage of the floods right now. So I've actually been outside helping with debris cleanup. Lots of trash and debris just washed everywhere. People have lost their homes. Literal homes have been washed away, blown away by the typhoon and floods. Horrible situation here in the Philippines. People
Really?
here make very
the
little
video,
money, so it's very hard for them.
Because the video that you have posted on your TikTok here says just woke up with a typhoon with a smiley face, and then you're just kind of looking at it.
And you know what's interesting, Dean? I don't have to post good efforts to show that I'm a good person. I just do it.
Okay.
It's like people who give homeless people money
just did it, then you
just
wouldn't
to
be
show
talking
that they're a
about it on
good
live.
person.
If you just did it, then you wouldn't be talking about it on live, would you?
Exactly. I do things. I don't talk about doing it. I just do it.
You're
I don't
talking
have to
about it
show that I'm
right
a
now,
good person.
Silly. You're literally talking about it
Because
right
you're
now.
asking me about it.
And I asked
doofus.
because you brought it up, doofus.
So again, I don't
Fucking
have
hell.
to prove that I'm a good
Boxed.
person, Dean. I don't have to prove that I'm a good person. I just go out and do good things, right? If you're doing good things for people, you don't got to prove it to anybody.
Okay, well, it's not a good thing to support a rapist as president. Do you disagree?
I already told you I don't agree with the personal allegations against Trump.
But what
That's
are
the
your
nice thing
lines?
about being a centrist.
What's something Trump could do that would make you stop supporting
He's
him
trying
as
to, now
president?
he's trying to turn the page. He's trying to ignore everything I brought up earlier about the disrespect against people in developing third world countries. But
No, I didn't ignore
he
that.
won't admit
I literally responded to it. I said that I feel as if it's soft coercion and inherently exploitative.
Again, don't call someone a passport bro
One
and
second.
say that they're out to
If
other
you're gonna
countries.
if you're gonna say that I'm ignoring it and then overspeak me when I'm not ignoring it and directly giving the same response to you that I've already given 5 times, right? It just tells me that you don't really care about what my response is. I haven't ignored it. I've directly responded to it many times. I don't think that I'm disrespecting women in developing countries. I think that you are. I think that it's soft coercion and inherently exploitive to waive U.S. citizenship over the heads of women in other countries. Waive the fact that the U.S. dollar goes a little bit further in developing countries over the heads of these women. All right, I think that it's soft coercion. I think that it's disrespectful. I don't think that I'm disrespecting these women by calling you out for engaging in soft coercion. Now, of course, or obviously,
That's
the topic of the live
disrespectful.
says, why do you still support Trump as president? I'm bringing up points why you shouldn't support Trump as president. I've been able to weave these points into the ones that you've made about your time down there in the Philippines, like caring about humanitarian issues abroad. And now I'm asking a very fair question that I ask to you and every guest that comes up on this live, which would be, what is something Trump could do that would make you stop supporting him as president? But it seems like you don't want to legitimately engage with the prompt that's being discussed because you rather want to choose a different topic because you know that you got your ass whipped on this one. And
Because you were
everything else go.
disrespectful last time, Dean. I had to come up here and let everybody know that.
Yeah,
you were quite
honestly,
disrespectful
you're just a
saying that.
snowflake because you don't
I think
like
you
me
need to
calling you
learn a few
password
more
because I know
life
it's true.
skills. You need to learn more street skills, right? You have a lot of education and knowledge about, one thing, but when it comes to other things, you make baseless assumptions about or preconceived notions about. I find that to be very disrespectful, and I would appreciate it.
You know what I think?
Apologize to the
You know what I
people of
think
these
that
countries.
you know what I think you need to learn.
I think you need to learn respect.
I asked you-
R-E-S-P-E-C-T.
No, I asked you. Do you know what I think you need to learn?
Nothing. I think
Oh,
everything's been
tell-
great.
I'll tell you
My life
one-
is going very well.
I'll tell you one thing that I think you need to learn. Are you ready?
Yeah.
How to use a razor. That beard looks like shit. Pack it up.
No, it's not. I just trimmed it up.
Yeah, you need to
Right
learn
now.
how to trim your beard better.
Right now it looks pretty decent. I did cut my head right here, so and I am bald. So
yeah, not a fan. Maybe you'll get some beard dye, make it a little darker.
Here, at the end of the day, though, guys, like I said, don't listen to people like Dean making baseless assumptions about people. Be respectful to the people of these countries. It's a beautiful country to be in. Look, this is my place. It's beautiful out here. Very beautiful.
Well, I mean, you're right.
Beautiful place.
So when your camera's facing this way, it is very beautiful. But when your camera's facing the other way, it's the opposite. Oh no! Put it away. Don't turn the camera back around. No, let's see the beautiful. Let's see the beautiful Philippines again. Not.
So I haven't attacked you on your physical appearance, and believe me, there's a lot of subject matter there to describe. So.
Okay, and then feel free. I mean, I opened the gate. I started attacking.
I'm not going to because I don't stoop that low like you do.
Well, I mean, I think that you stoop that low.
You seem to attack the physical.
I think that you stoop that low the moment that you try to posit that I'm disrespecting women in other countries because I hurt your feelings by calling you passport bro when we spoke a month ago. You stoop that low
very disrespectful
within a different context, right?
So, just want to let everybody know that not all Democrats are equal, and Dean is a pretty good example of.
You cut out. I didn't mute him, by the way. Lost connection. Try again. Well, you just left. Okay, moving on to the next guest. Only op inside of the queue. If you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, I don't know if it's just me. I feel like I'm on my A game today. I feel like I'm sharp. I feel like I'm locked in. You know what I mean? I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but we're gonna move on to the next.
Support Trump, but I love you.
Well, we're gonna go to Kiki. I appreciate you for that love. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, please. All right, everybody, give us a moment. We have a couple people to thank here. Amber, appreciate you so much for the $14 over on PayPal. Thank you so much for your kindness, Amber. Let's get 100 Amber W's down below in that comment section for the $15. Who says, I lived in Southeast Asia for a while, and American men can get girlfriends easily there because the language barrier makes it hard for the women to tell that they're losers. Fucking
you have a question?
What's up? How old are you, Sydney?
I'm 24. How old are you?
I'm 21. Do you support Trump?
I wouldn't say support.
You wouldn't say support. Then you're in the wrong place. And I hope you have a good rest of your day. Thank you for the $15. Once again, that is Amber. Show some love to Amber down below in that chat. Thank you. Slice of bread. What's up, man? I sent you an invite to unmute. I'd love to speak. Do you support Trump?
Hell yeah.
How old are you? Yeah, you're of age.
44.
Yeah, can you go into a place that's a little bit more quiet? Turn that TV off. It's just a little bit loud. All right, well, I was trying to reduce that volume over on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you for the $10. Carter, who says, hey, Dean, just want to say thank you. I'm happy that the live streams have been able to help you out, man. Shout out to Carter down below in that chat for the 10. And shout out to Blakey for the $20 over on PayPal. And Blakey, I am going to keep your message to myself for reasons that you listed inside of your message. Just know that I'm happy to have you here with us today. Thank you for tuning into the stream. And I love you. Show some love to Blakey down below in that chat, everyone. Let's get 200 Blakey W's. That is Blakely. And that guest left just like the last one. Thank you so very, very much, Blakey. All right, moving on to the next guest right now. Still looking for that next Trump supporter to come up here and have a conversation with us about why they're MAGA. Everybody just do be patient. Everyone just do be patient. And yo, Benjamin, thank you for the $15 over on Venmo, my friend. Benjamin with the $15 says, I hope the Epstein files are the last major event for the administration. Well, I mean, let's see here. I don't know. There's a new political scandal every other week. Thank you for the $15, Benjamin. Show some love to Benjamin down below in that chat. Thank you. Hey, Liam, I didn't bring you up here to debate. I brought you up here to see if you have introspected over the course of the last week or two and came to the conclusion that you owe Santana an apology.
That's a conversation I need to have. I don't think that's a yes or no. Can I explain why? I think I've been respectful enough to you, dude, that you could at least let me have a conversation with you.
I just want to know if, like, you have the ability to reflect on the comments that you made to Santana last
I
time
absolutely,
you were on
yes.
Okay, and how's that reflection going?
I don't have a problem with apologizing when I'm wrong. Okay, I have to be that way, especially as being a father. I hope you can understand that.
Yeah.
So my thing here is when you have a creator like Santana who has blocked someone like me from all of his accounts.
With good reason.
Sure. Great reason, whatever. We don't know what the reasons are, but you're just saying, yeah, for good reason, whatever.
You don't need a reason to block someone. You can
Even
block
though
someone
I
for any
haven't
reason.
been, even though I haven't been disrespectful to you or never tried to bring your live or anything, but you're saying for good reason. I don't know where that comes from, but sure. I guess that's a good.
You could block someone for any reason.
Okay, great. Would you block me?
I mean, I can, and if I did so, I'd be
But why?
justified
Yeah,
in
but
doing
dude,
so.
dude. So listen, every time I try to like lift you up, where like I respect you because of this, a lot of people do, and I think that's why your platform has elevated so much, is because unless they're outright racist in the comments or throwing slurs, you let people have their way in your chat. Okay, people come up here as opposition. You mute. I don't like that, but not as much as everyone else. So you've set yourself apart a little bit. You'll even talk to me. I know that I'm hard oppositional with you. Okay. Now with Santana,
I'm not interested in any kind words that you have to say
okay,
about
I
me.
understand. That's why
I'm interested. I'm interested in kind and fair words that you have to say about Santana.
Yeah, great. Okay, so this is my point. When someone says, "I don't want to speak to you," to the point where I'm going to do a permanent ban to make $3,000 off of Liam from never having him on my page again. He did that with me. Okay.
Well, that honestly sounds that sounds significantly more respectful than just banning you in accordance with his own wishes. Okay, because what happened there was an instance of democracy. An instance of democracy doing what democracy does best.
Like when Trump won the last election, right?
Well, I mean, that was democracy, but I'd argue
Yeah,
that
it was, Mr.
I'd argue that democracy was faltered by the Achilles tendon, of democracies, which would be a misinformed electorate base. But that aside, do you understand why it was bad to try to fat shame Santana?
No, let me explain why. Because he has mocked my physical appearance many, many, many times.
Are you talking about your bald head?
No, it has nothing to do with that, okay? It has to do with the push-up experience, my bald head. Sure, dude, I'm an older man that's lost some hair, okay? Sure.
Okay.
Do we need to go down the path of men losing hair on their head?
So you're saying that because he called you bald, you get to call him
No,
fat?
he's never called me that because he's bald himself.
Oh, okay.
He's never called me that.
So he hasn't shamed you for your glistening bald head, your mirror, the mirror.
I don't have a glistening bald head, and no, that's never been a topic of conversation.
The front reflector, he's never shamed you for the front reflector. So then, what do you think he said to you that justifies fat shaming him, even though he's not fat, which is also something else? But tell us, what has he said to you that justifies being such a POS?
So this is the thing. You're white knighting Santana because you've said the N-word, okay? And that's what this is about. And I respect you for it because it's going to get you out from underneath, this rock that's almost covering you. You're close. So platforming people like Santana, essentially grifting off of them because of the tone of the pigment in their skin, is a good strategy on your part. And I know that you can use me as you can get yourself no, I'm still talking. I'm almost there. Bro. Okay.
I don't get it now. He's racist.
Oh my God. Now you're cutting me off. So you have a good strategy here. You don't need him to build your platform, but you do need him to build your credibility.
That's crazy.
Right? It is, right?
I'm actually understanding this I'm understanding this very clearly. You, sir, are racist. Why might you ask?
That's what you get from that.
Yes, it is what I get from that.
God.
That is precisely what I get from that. I'll tell you why. I'll tell you precisely why that's what I get from that. Well, I mean, if you shut that up, I won't need to. So the precise reason why that's what I took away from the last thing that you said is because you couldn't imagine a white man genuinely being friends with and caring about a black man. So you had to look for other reasons than genuine friendship and mutual expression of care for one another to explain why I'm currently asking you to own up and take accountability for the fuck shit that you said to Santana.
My turn?
I don't even know if I want to give you a turn.
I know, because this is triggering, huh? But you know what? Let me go a little deeper, because I know you want to stay surface level, but I don't. Okay. Now, within Google search for me, what race is the largest? Okay. What race deals with excessive weight on their bodies at a larger level here? Okay.
I'm actually going to have you Google search something.
Hang on a second. Hang on. Wait a second.
I'm actually going to have you Google search something for me first.
Here's the mute.
Typical curriculum of third grade classrooms. Make sure you read up. And then once you're done with third, go to fourth. And then fourth, fifth, sixth, 7th, 8th, 9th. 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th. Work your way up, because you need it, my friend. Do you support Trump, Lucy's? No, Lucy's is gone. Only op inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, please. I'd really appreciate that from you guys. Moving on to the next guest. Only op inside of the queue if you're MAGA. I'd really appreciate it. And if you're watching and you want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok. Then message on that YouTube stream and top of the screen. Moving on right now. Over on YT Super Chat. Let's see. Horton, thank you for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. Saying it's so refreshing to see what you're doing, Dean. First timer here. Well, welcome into the live stream, Horton. Appreciate you for the big 20. Show some love to Horton down below in those two comment sections. By the way, I get 100% of the proceeds on the V and the P, the Venmo and the PayPal, compared to around 30% on the YT and TT. So if you want to support me in a way, or I'll get 100%, and you could attach a message for me to read off to the class. Link in bio. Link in bio. What's up? Do you support Trump?
No, I just wanted to say hi because I'm a fan.
Okay. Well, I think I already know in there, so we're just going to kick you and move on to the next guest, Corbin. Let's see here. Thina, appreciate you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. Who says, I was just waiting for the racist part to come up. These colors are so easily readable. What he said there was just like, so racist. Like, he just couldn't imagine a white person being friends with a black person. He just literally couldn't imagine. He couldn't fathom of genuinely caring about someone that's not the same race as yourself. What's up? Do you support Trump?
6'7", 6'7".
You gotta be at
6'7".
You gotta be at least 18 to be on TikTok live, so I'm gonna have to go and remove you for being a fetus. Moving on to the next guest, guys. Only off inside of the queue of your MAGA. I'd really appreciate that, please. Serena, thank you so much for the 20 cents over on Venmo. Amanda, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. And Diego, appreciate you for the $2. As well as Kamoni, Kamani, thank you so much for the $25 over at Venmo. That is KYMONI, who says, I listen to you every day, and my kids have listened to you too on a daily basis. My 6, 4, and 2-year-old are telling people to get pushed. We all love you here. Shout out to you, Kamani. Thank you so much for the $25, and it's good to see you again. Show some love to Kamani down below in that comment section. All the love in the world. The Vanessa, thank you for the $1 over on Venmo. Ashley, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Says, I don't know how you stay so calm. Happy holidays. Happy holidays to yourself as well, Ashley. And Peyton, thank you for the $5. Sorry, Peyton. Maggie with the $5. Laura with the $10. Who says the way that you stand up for victims of SA makes me feel seen as a victim who's had to go through all forms of denial and ignorance you consistently fight against. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you've had to go through that. And thank you for the $10. Welcome into Sport Trump.
Freddy Fazbear 2028.
All right, guys, we are running out of Trump supporters. Do they just not exist anymore, or do they just not want to debate me? I don't know. It's a toss-up. Keely, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. And Clara, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Clara, sorry, says thank you for educating everyone. And then Keely says, Dean, don't ever leave us for that long again. Appreciate both of you for the love. Show some up to Keely and Clara down below in the comment section. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Hey, so I'm going to be honest with you.
You're like 14, so I got to kick you and move on to the next guest, Maximus. And yo, Aubrey, thank you for the $10 for the girlfriend's gift fund. Dude, thank you. Ooh, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Yeah, well, we might just have to, I might just have to do more than I was already planning. Now shit, dude. Now I got to like revisit my plans for what I'm going to do for the GF on Christmas. because if you send money for that reason, I'm not going to use it for anything else. So now you're making me do more. Making me do more. That's fun. I like that. Thank you.
Oh.
What's up, Dean? Do you support Trump?
No.
All right, banned. Moving on to the next guest. Everyone, just give us a minute to get that next guest, Jaden, loading up in the box. Here we go, everyone. All right. Yo, Gene, appreciate you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. Says Mean Dean, my man. Gene, what's going on? Hope you're enjoying the stream today, brother. That is Gene. Show some love to Gene down below in that comment section. Thank you so much. Thank you. What's going on, Jaden? Do you support Trump?
My grandfather wants to debate you.
Okay, put him on.
Be nice, you two.
Hi, Dean. How are you?
I am doing fantastic. How are you doing today, sir?
Well, I'm watching a cowboy romance movie. How's that?
Like two cowboys or like a cowboy and a cowboy?
No. This is a cowboy Christmas romance.
Okay, when I heard like cowboy romance, I was thinking like...
No, this is not Brokeback Mountain. But that's all right. You can dream it any way you want.
Okay. All right. So tell us, why do you support Trump?
Pardon me?
I just looked up Brokeback Mountain.
Well, you got to learn something sometime, right?
Yeah. So why do you support Trump?
So what are we going to talk about?
Well, we'll talk about any argument that you have that you believe is convincing of why Donald Trump is a good president. Because I disagree. I think that Donald Trump is a really bad president. I think that right now we're witnessing in real time the largest political scandal of modern American history, an illegal attempt to conceal the Epstein files, even when forced to do so by Congress. And he's consistently lying to the American people. He lied about where the money that he's giving these servicemen and women is coming from. He's lied about his associations with Jeffrey Epstein. He lied, right, about what the big, beautiful bill is doing for the American people. And there's another new lie every day. So I guess the question would be, why do you support this idiot?
Well, I guess you'd have to ask the question, why wouldn't I not support him? What you call lies, but I guess look at the presidents before him. Come on.
Biden, Obama, Clinton, Bush.
Yeah, we can go back. We can go back further back to Eisenhower. We can go to Teddy Roosevelt.
I'd prefer not to. I'm only 21.
I understand that.
You got some years on me here, so.
No, just a couple. But it's a pleasure to talk to you.
So you asked me.
I got to be honest with you. I have not listened to you at all. So this is all new to me. So I appreciate you taking your time to listen to me also.
Well, thank you for coming up here. So let's start with your question. You said, well, why would I not support Trump? I have about 1,000,000,001 reasons. Would you like to hear them?
You can give me one, the best one you got.
I don't think, I've been asked this before. I don't think I could do just one. I think I might be able to do 3 minimum. I could do 3 minimum. I can't go any lower than 3.
3. Well, let's start with the first of the 3.
The first of the 3 would be his attempt to conceal the Epstein files. So, before running for president, we're talking 2024, he ran on the full release of the Epstein files to expose the ruling elite, to expose the deep state enemies, and to expose the rapists, the predators, and the PDFs. Now, after he won the presidency, gained access to the DOJ, and had his right-hand man, or in this case, his right-hand woman, Pam Bondi, access those files to read their contents, he switched up. And he said, we need to stop talking about Jeffrey Epstein. These files are a Democratic hoax made by Obama, and we just need to pay them no mind. The people didn't listen. The people still cared. The people still talked about the files, which then led to Congress 31 days ago passing the Epstein Files Transparency Act to force the release of the Epstein files.
My question is this.
I'm almost done, sir. I'm almost done. And then the Epstein Files Transparency Act gave the Trump administration 30 days to release the Epstein files in full, every document, only allowing special exceptions for redactions surrounding the identity of any victim or minor. Now, The 30-day deadline ran out yesterday. Yesterday, the Trump administration legally was forced to release all the Epstein files. And did they? They did not. They broke that law. Donald Trump thwarted Congress, gave them and us the middle finger, and only released one small batch. And inside of this small batch, did they follow the rules for redacting? Did they only redact to conceal the identities of victims and minors? No! They redacted 90% of everything, including every word of every sentence, of every line, of every page, and every paper of Epstein's grand jury testimony, which is something else. A couple months ago, Donald Trump said he would release, and he lied. 90% of the files were redacted, and these redactions were to conceal the identities of the rapists, to conceal the identities of the associates, to conceal the identities of the predators and the PDFs. And they missed a couple images. One image released by Congress yesterday, not by Congress, released by the DOJ yesterday, was an image of Donald Trump standing with his hand over the shoulders of multiple young women wearing bikinis that was found in Epstein's desk. They missed it. They forgot to redact him. So then what was the DOJ's response? To quietly remove that image from the public archive of these Epstein files. This, sir, is a larger political scandal than what got Nixon impeached. This, sir, is a larger political scandal than what got Bill Clinton impeached by the House. This, sir, is the largest political scandal of modern American history, with the maybe one exception that exists, just simply being something else that Trump has done. Of course, in this case, I'd be referencing Donald Trump's violent insurrection on January 6th. That's one really compelling reason why you should not support Donald J. Trump as president. I've been talking for a while. The floor is yours. Take it away.
Well, my question to you is, what does it matter to me or you or to the American public? To be honest, will it make my day a better day to find out anything that happened with Epstein or whatever? That's my question.
It matters for accountability for the survivors by locking up their abusers. It matters for transparency between our government and the lies that they have been feeding the public, while simultaneously protecting some of the worst, including rapists, P3DOs, pedophiles, predators, so on and so forth. It matters because we, the people, have a right to know. Okay?
I understand.
If our president, an associate of Epstein, his very best friend for a long time, was involved in Epstein, knew of his crimes, and was engaging in them himself, not only do we have that right for this sense of transparency and connection between them and us, but also we have that right legally, because that's what the law says, and that's what the Epstein transparency files force. And if you don't think it matters, then why was the Epstein files transparency bill passed by every member of Congress with one exception? If you don't think it matters, okay, well then why did it make Donald Trump crash out so much, calling them fake, saying that they were faked by Obama, calling them a hoax, so on and so forth? And if you don't think that they should matter to the people, well, you're just certainly wrong, because they do matter for the people, and the people prove that by demanding their representatives, right, vote for their release in Congress.
Well, I appreciate your comment to me, but that wasn't what I said to you, actually. I said, what does it do for us as people?
Okay, one example. I don't think that predators should have power over prey.
Now, did I say that I agreed with predators or situations where they abuse people? No, that's absolutely not what I said. I totally agree with you on this fact that I don't like to see anyone abused for any reason, especially children. So I'm 100% with you. But the question is, what does it do to prove that to happen? I wish every one of those people would spend their time in jail that abused anyone. I wholly agree with you.
I don't think you do.
I do, 100%. You don't know me.
2 years ago, Donald Trump was proven by a court to have raped a woman, and you still voted for him to be president. So obviously, I'm going to struggle when you tell me that you think people like him should be in jail when instead you put them in the Oval.
Well, let's backtrack a little bit. How do we feel about any president that has caused any difficulty in our world? Are you perfect? Is anyone perfect? Now, I disagree with whatever he does that's illegal. I'm 100% with you. Sometimes I wish I could put a sock in his mouth. Okay, but
listen.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm not perfect. You're not perfect.
I agree.
I'm not a grapist. Are you a grapist?
I agree. I'm not.
Okay, so seemingly this dichotomy that you're suggesting of either you're perfect, which no one is, or you're a grapist like Trump is incredibly, incredibly disingenuous.
Well, as to any facts that you have, I have to be honest with you. I cannot honestly say that he is or isn't. Okay. The Stormy Daniels situation has always been forefront of everything that people talk about. Am I
Actually,
correct?
you're incorrect. No,
Oh, I'm
him
not.
cheating on Melania with Stormy Daniels, a P star, prior to the 2016 election, is not at the forefront of the conversations that I have on live every day. In reference to sexual misconduct, what's rather at the forefront of these conversations is him raping E. Jean Carroll in 1995, then having a court prove it in 2023, or him boasting to Howard Stern about sexually exploiting the naked bodies of women at Miss USA or teens at Miss Teen USA in the beauty pageants that he owned in the 90s and 2000s, is him hitting on a 10-year-old girl in the 90s, saying that he'd be dating her in 10 years, or, right, him hitting on his own daughter, saying that the one thing they have in common is sex, which doesn't make any fucking sense, saying that he'd be dating her if he wasn't his daughter, or agreeing with Howard Stern when Howard Stern calls her voluptuous.
Well, I don't necessarily agree with everything that everyone says.
Okay.
And
but we should agree that we
I
should hold red
personally-
lines against men that have engaged in the actions such as rape and sexual exploitation, and keep them very far away from positions of power such as the presidency.
I
I
speak?
apologize for interrupting you, and the mic is yours.
No. My point is this. If you or I were to punish every male who has done something wrong to his family, which I totally disagree with, we'd have half of the males in jail for one reason or another.
Then let's get them in jail. Excuse me? Yeah, if half of men were like guilty for sexual misconduct, that would only be more reason to throw more of them in jail, not more reason to be more accepting of those actions.
I don't accept it. You're putting words that I am not saying. I totally do not accept it. I don't want to see any child. I don't want to see any family destroyed because of some situation of a man going out and with another woman. I totally disagree with that.
Well, guess what? I think that the sexual abuse has already destroyed the family, or is at a high likelihood to destroy it in the future, because if he's willing to do this to someone else, he might be willing to do it to his family too. We under no scenarios should have a set imperative of ensuring that men who have abused, men who have raped, or men who have exploited should be anywhere near a wife and child.
I agree. But again, what does that have to do with running a country? And that's my personal opinion.
Oh, I'll tell you exactly what that has to do with running a country.
Okay.
Because if you rape a woman, sexually exploit a child, you don't have empathy for others. You lack the necessary and central moral values required to care about others. The role of the presidency is not a position of self-service, rather one of public service. You have to care about others. You have to care about your constituents. But if you lack the necessary moral virtues to be empathetic, to give a shit about what other people want, to give a shit about what's good for them, right? Then you lack the necessary virtues required to be the president, because that's exactly what the president is supposed to do. The president is supposed to care about what you want, what will fulfill your needs, what will make you better off, what will make you more happy, live a more prosperous and longer life. Me too, all of us. And if Donald Trump isn't willing or able to fulfill the baseline needs of a child or woman, which would be a need for bodily autonomy, ownership over one's sexual organs, right? Then how could he possibly care for the needs of 340 million Americans living coast to coast in this country?
So you believe that stopping the people coming into our country illegally is not a very good thing. We should let everyone walk across the border and take over our country.
According to your logic, yeah. If I was to adopt your logic, you would be a hypocrite to argue anything else. Because if it's okay for the
No, wait a
president,
second.
if it's
That's a
okay,
big word. That's a
if it's
big
okay
word
for
to
the
call
president
me.
to break the law, why
You know, I've
why would it
given
not
you-
be
I've
okay
given you-
for undocumented immigrants to break the law?
No, wait. Where do laws start and stop? At what point do you and I have to understand that we have to have for the good of the people?
Well,
Finding your logic and dwelling on it all the time, where do you find good or anyone?
I'm
That's
confused on
my
your question.
question.
Do you want to ask it again? Find another way to ask.
You're dwelling on something. I mean, where do we ever look for good?
We look for good in people who haven't raped women. What about that?
No. I'm not saying I agree with anyone that rapes a woman. I'm saying that at what point do you take a look and see if there's anything good in a person?
Well, I mean, we could take that look now. With Trump, you're not going to find any, right? Like, I don't think that
I don't
there's
understand.
anything good about his administration. I think that his administration is net detriment to this country, very much so.
Okay, let's talk about that. Where do you feel that he's failing the American people?
He's failing the American people with the social attitudes. By
No,
dis-
wait, the social attitude is one thing that you're talking about. Please explain your statement, social attitude.
Yeah, like promotion of like social beliefs in which are anti-woman, anti-minority, and anti-immigrant, anti-trans people, anti-gay people, anti-anyone other than rich white men. You know, this is why he overturned Roe v. Wade and why we now have 60
No,
victims
wait,
of rape
he
that are
did.
denied access to abortion in 10 of our 50 states on a daily basis.
All right,
This is why he says that
I'll
immigrants.
take one of your points, okay? Just one. He did not overrule Roe versus Wade.
He's
The Supreme Court did.
and
The Supreme Court did.
And why did the Supreme Court overturn Roe v. Wade through the Dobbs decision?
Well, the point I'm trying to say is that you have a number of justices that make that decision. Do you disagree with their decision?
And the point that I'm trying to make here, right, is that
I'm
if
just taking one
listen,
point. That's all.
let me respond to your point. The point that I'm trying to make here is if a 15-year-old boy comes up to me and he says, "Dean, if you give me a loaded gun, I'm going to use it to shoot at my school." Then I turn around and I say, "Hell yeah, here's my 9mm," and he takes it to school and kills 10 people. I share responsibility for the deaths of those 10 children. Very similarly, okay, when Miss Barrett comes to Trump and she says, "If you make me a SCOTUS nominee and I am affirmed by Congress, the moment I am in office, I will overturn Roe v. Wade." Then Donald Trump makes her that nominee alongside two other individuals, boasts about this great accomplishment, arguing that he is the reason why Roe v. Wade will be overturned. Then he shares culpability for that action.
Now, how do you know that conversation took place?
Because he's public about it. He boasts
Well,
about
he's
it.
public.
It's
His
his
mouth.
accomplishment. He boasts about it like an accomplishment. He is proud for overturning Roe v. Wade. He is proud for making those specific nominations for that reason. He told us.
So, would you please explain to me what your feelings are about Roe versus Wade? Why it should be in a government policy?
Because I think the federal government should protect human rights, because I don't think that state government should have the right to legislate on human rights. And I think that it is a human rights violation to infringe on one person's bodily autonomy unless you have any good reason to infringe on their bodily autonomy. A good example of infringing on somebody's bodily autonomy with no good reason would be kidnapping. That's why that's a human rights violation. And a good example of infringing on somebody's bodily autonomy with good reason would be to throw a murderer in jail. That's an example of infringing on somebody's bodily autonomy with a good enough reason, meaning it's not a human rights violation. Now, banning women and girls' access to abortion is infringing on their bodily autonomy, and it's doing so without any good reason, because there's no good reason why that access should be restricted, thereby in accordance with this logic amounting to a human rights violation.
Well, you're good with the words, and I appreciate your long sentences. But everyone has a choice. I am not a federalist, okay? I don't believe the federal government should rule over everyone's lives.
Okay, and then you think that they should protect basic human rights.
Wait. I have a right to disagree with abortion. Is that correct?
Well, I mean, I think that you have the ability to disagree with abortion, but in disagreeing with abortion, you're
No,
definitely
I have a
you're
right.
definitely you
I
have
have
a
a right
right.
to disagree with you. We have a agreement that we can disagree. I agree. I listen to you.
Well, you definitely don't have any type of moral right to hold that opinion. What moral right do you have to be wrong?
Well, what moral right do you have to be right?
So you admit that you're wrong?
No, I didn't say I was wrong. I totally disagree with abortion, except for some certain reasons. I can understand why rape or incest, situations of that caliber, that the lady should have a decision to make. I really agree with that. But I don't
wait. If
agree
everybody
with,
has a moral right to their own opinions, then women who
That's
want to
right.
access abortion have a right to that opinion. Thereby, you would argue that they should be able to access that abortion against your wishes.
Well, who
Oh.
should pay for it?
Oh,
Now, my question is,
shit. So
Yes.
if there was no publicly funded healthcare systems to support women's access to abortion, which by the way there's not, that's illegal, has been for a long time. I could give you the specific law that
No,
made it
help me-
illegal
help
too.
me with that.
You would argue that they
I
should be able to
could-
access abortion. Like, don't pivot. Like, I want to stay specifically on topic of access to abortion. If a woman's going
Well,
to pay for
stay
the
on it.
abortion, should she be able to access it?
If a woman is willing to pay for it, she can have access to it.
All right, then you're pro-choice. Here, let me thank a couple donors real quick. I know that you said you've never been here before. People will watch the stream, then they'll donate on the Venmo and PayPal links are in the bio. And I just like to thank them
You're
every so
talking,
often.
Dean. I enjoy your conversation fast, but I speak a little slower, so I hear a little slower.
Okay.
I'm a little bit older.
So what I was
So
just saying is that while I'm streaming, people will support me over like the Venmo and the PayPal and the link tree.
God bless them.
And I just want to thank them real quick, if that's all right. First and
No,
foremost,
you can thank them.
Ben, thank you for the $20 over on Venmo. Thank you for the love, Ben. Ben says, whether one supports a border policy is irrelevant to whether someone who abuses a woman is fit for power. The two are not interchangeable moral currencies. Yeah, Ben's just pointing out that earlier you kind of did shift the topic of conversation. Thank you for the $20, Ben. Show some love to Ben down below in that comment section. And Danny, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much for the love, Danny, who says, if you haven't seen this yet, please look at this link for the DOJ. No one's talking about it. I'll open it up right now and I'll take a look. Thank you so much for sending that to me with the $25. Show some love to Danny down below in that comment section. Shane, thank you for the $5. Thoughts on the Senate Democrats caving and voting for the new billionaire NASA director? They continue to cave and vote. They're fucking spineless. There's a handful of them that are. Then, Yo, S, thank you for the $20 over on Venmo, who says, long-time watcher, first-time donor. Go do something
It's a
extra.
fun thing listening to you, Dean, but your commercial that you're pushing out right now is just fine. But I don't really want to hear that. I mean, what does that have to do with our conversation about you getting money for donations? I think it's wonderful that you're a capitalist to get money.
Actually, point number one, my business model is completely compatible with socialism.
Oh, it is. You want to share with everybody. Could you send me about $500 because I'm a little short this week?
Yeah, why would I do that? I just think that you need to pick yourself up by your bootstraps.
Well, no. If you just made a statement about you're a socialist.
Why are you asking for handouts?
Because I can use it. I have to pay bills just like you do.
So you just want free handouts from other people?
That's what socialism is basically.
Wait, is that
sharing
wait,
with all.
wait,
No,
so
wait.
do you want that? Is that something you support?
No, I don't support socialism, but you do from what your statement was.
No, you just said that like I'm a big capitalist. Well, technically, right, me getting donations isn't inherently capitalist since it is no, it's not. It's not, because all that capitalism is having
Well,
like
can I ask a
private ownership
question?
over the means of production, right? Then socialism
Don't-
is like
you're
democracy in the
talking-
workforce. And
Dean, you're
okay.
talking very fast, and you're not letting me answer any of your questions.
I just have a couple other people
Question
thank.
one.
As thank you for the $20 once again, who says long-time watcher, first-time donor.
Thank you. I want everyone. I want 340 million people to send me 10 cents.
Me too.
That's all I need.
Yo, can everybody
Yeah.
watching, like send 10 cents? How about that?
Yeah, 340 million people at 10 cents. I'll never have to worry about working again. I'll be happy to send you donations.
Actually, please don't do that, guys. Please don't do that. I think my
I'm
phone
being
would,
honest with you.
explode. Jen, thank you so
Well,
much. I
yeah.
appreciate you for the love. And then I did just want to finish thanking the donors. S with a $20 said, go do something extra for your girlfriend this Christmas. Thank you for all that you do. Happy holidays. Thank you for the $20. S, let's get 200 SWs in that chat.
Are you having fun?
Yeah, I'm having a lot of fun. I'm
fun?
very thankful for the people that donate to me, especially people like S who
Well,
said,
I would be too. I don't have a talk show like you, and I appreciate you. I think you said you were 21. Am I correct?
yeah.
Yeah, and it's a pleasure that you're out there and you're working hard to do this. I'm sure that you don't spend 5 minutes a day figuring out what you're going to talk about. So you spend plenty of time, and I appreciate that. I mean, like I said, this is the first time that you and I have had a conversation, and I enjoy it. I truly enjoy listening to you.
Well, thank you. I'm almost done with what you refer to as a quote-unquote commercial. I just have just a couple more people to thank. I know that you said that you don't want to hear it. I'm sorry, dude. I want to thank the people that show love to me. I want to show them love too, So thank you, S, for the $20. Specifically sending $20 towards the girlfriend for the Christmas. Okay, that's like the third one of the day. All right, I'm gonna have to spend it on her. So I'm reevaluating my plans now. Vanessa, thank you so much for the $10 saying I'm back with a girlfriend gift donation fund. Dude, thank you for the $10. Another $10 going towards the GF. Oh my goodness, dude. Thank you, Vanessa. Then Aaron with the $20 who says Merry Christmas to you and your girlfriend. Merry Christmas to you as well. Thank you for the $10. Then another Vanessa with the $10 towards the girlfriend fund. Dude, oh my God.
Are we gonna just all talk about your donations for the time that you allowed me on your show?
I just have like three more people. I just have three more people.
Problem with it.
Okay, I just have three more people.
I really don't care about all the money you're getting. Okay. And now my question is,
but it's his show, so you got to let him finish, right?
I just have three more people, okay? Jason, thank you for the $10. Show some up to Jason and Eliza. Thank you for the $30. I have two more people.
Are you a child that you have to keep pushing that on me?
I'm not pushing.
I don't need to. Oh yes, you are, because you keep continually thanking all these people.
I mean, you decided to stay on the live. He's just saying thank you to people who sent him donations. Let him say thank you.
I'm happy for you too. I would thank all those people for sending me donations. My question to you is, you're getting all this dollars donated to you.
Venmo, PayPal, link in bio.
Where are you going to use it for the needs of the people that you're trying to serve?
Let me tell you. One place that I spend my money on is rent. Another place that I spend my money on is gas. A third place I spend my money on is groceries. A fourth place I spend my money on is the occasional $27 of wine. That's a big one though, so that's very occasional. Fourth place I spend my money on would be car insurance. I actually got to go spend a pretty penny on car insurance as soon as I get off live because my last 6 months ended today, so that's going to be a big one.
Can I ask you a question?
Fifth place I spend money on, a big bit right now would be Christmas gifts.
Stop. You said you just made one statement. You say you pay a lot for car insurance.
Yeah, because I'm 21.
Okay. Yeah, I know you're 21. I was 21 once. I paid for car insurance my whole life. What kind of a car do you drive every day?
Well, I don't share the specifics about the type of vehicle that I drive on TikTok Live, so people can't identify me by my vehicle in public. But if it wasn't for those security concerns, I wouldn't mind sharing. But we do have to be mindful to those security concerns.
Well, let's put it this way. Would I consider a luxury car, or would I consider it an electric car, or would I consider it what kind of a broad vehicle?
So it's a coupe, but it's you probably wouldn't consider it a luxury car.
Coupe. Okay. Yeah. So a coupe at 21 shouldn't cost a lot of money.
Well, I mean,
$2,500.
Why are you so
dollars a year?
Why are you so interested in how much my car costs?
Oh no, I'm not. I have no care about it. But when you're talking about sharing, socialism, money coming to you.
Yo, Professor Dog Trainer, thank you for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. I appreciate you so much for those because I gotta thank them. And then Stephanie with the $5, Eliza with the $30 who says thank you for being you. Thank you so much for the love, Eliza. Dre, thank you for the $20 over on Venmo who says my wife donated to the girlfriend fund. So here's some more. Spoil her rotten on. Keep fighting the good fight. Oh my God, I'm gonna spoil her so much. Thank you for the 20. But dude, they don't know how to stop donating. Tell them to stop, not me. Thank you for the $20 on Venmo, Dre. Sarah with the $20. Thank you so much for the love. Says happy holidays. 10 for you, 10 for the girlfriend. Oh my God, she's fucking. I'm so fucking grateful for you guys. Show some love to Sarah down below in the chat.
Dean. All I've been hearing, I bet you I've heard more about your donations than I have anything.
Libby, thank you for the $15 over on Venmo for the girlfriend fund. Thank you for the love, Libby. Kirsten, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. Says that he sounds jealous. Halo, thank you for the $5. Bunny, thank you for the $5. Jaylene with the $2. Talio with the 10 cents. Laura with the 10 cents. Katie with the 10 cents. Vanessa with the 10 cents. I really appreciate you guys so much for the love over on PayPal. Thank you so much, Denise, for the $25. Saying I love knowing that Santana's a brother and a friend in you. I fucking love that guy, bro. Thank you for the $25, Denise. Show some love to Denise down below in that chat. Alexander with a 5. James with a 5. Appreciate you guys so much for the love.
I should call in more often.
Dean with the $10 who says because Momo deserves Christmas presents too. Happy holidays. Happy holidays, Christine.
How do you have a conversation with somebody when you're constantly talking about money coming in?
Just one more person.
Thank you, Dennis. That's my name.
Morse, thank you for the $10. Marcy said, let's make this hater cry a little bit more because he supports the party, not give handouts. Thank you for the $10, Marcy. Okay, we're done.
Well, God bless you. Now, can you say thank you?
Lloyd, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much, Lloyd.
Dean, can you say thank you, Dennis? Because Dennis is causing all these people to send you money. So I'd like to get a thank you from the group. Is it possible?
Hell no.
Wait.
Why not?
Wait.
Because
why don't you give me credit for something rather than always being negative to me?
Wait. So are you saying that like what you're doing is causing him to make more money? You identify that and then you keep doing it purposefully?
Wait, Dennis. Come on. I feel like I've actually been like relatively kind to you.
God bless you. And I think I've been very cautious to you and very nice to you also as a 21-year-old. I appreciate you.
Well, you just said that I was being rude to you. I don't think I'm being too rude to you. But Eliza, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. Buddy, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Susan, thank you for the $20 over on Venmo. Says, I think that everyone is forgetting Momo and the Christmas donuts.
Your mouth is going in your brain is not stopped.
Susan, the $20.
It's going. I don't hear anything out of it.
Kylie, thank you for the $10. Who says tell Grandpa to shut up? That's not nice, Kylie. Much love to you. Much love to you. Kylie, thank you for the $10. I'm sorry, I'm done.
That was quick. Your mouth is still moving, I think.
I'm trying. I'm sorry. I will only thank them as they come in. I want to give you your time to debate specifically on politics, so I'm not trying to take too long. But they just keep on coming, dude.
I understand, and I think it's wonderful that you're getting some money. That's why you're doing this.
Well,
you're not. What is the real reason that you do this?
Well, that's
because he's just a grifter, and he has to get paid $4 trillion every year by the DNC. So the DNC forces him to come up here to spread propaganda and misinformation to everyone. Because
who are
you talking to?
Yeah,
you're talking to Parker.
Oh yeah, so this is Dennis.
I'm his DNC operator and handler.
So Dennis.
Oh, you're a handler. Okay.
Yeah, I'm his DNC operator and handler.
Oh, God bless you. You're doing a great job.
Thank you very much.
But
Dennis,
again,
you're gonna hate me.
I didn't know I was going to be talking to a handler.
You're gonna freaking. I'm trying to censor myself. Be kind. You're gonna freaking hate me, Dennis. You're gonna hate me, buddy. Thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. Saying love you, Dean. Love you too. Hannah, thank you for the $25 over on Venmo. Who says Merry Christmas? I want your life daily. Merry Christmas to yourself. I told you you're gonna hate me. I can't stop them. Thank you for the $25, Hannah. Show some love to Hannah in that chat. Carrie with the $20 who says thank you, Dennis. I'm sorry, Carrie. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, Dennis. Thank you for the $20, Carrie. I'm sorry, Dennis. Show some love to Carrie down below in that chat.
This is offending you. You're offending me.
I'm sorry for offending you, Dennis. Thank you for the $5.
You were acting.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No.
Do we have to worry about somebody stealing your little dolly or your little car or something like that? The way you're acting to me.
I'm trying to apologize.
I don't
to you.
appreciate your attitude.
I'm sorry.
Now,
I'll be
better. I'd be happy to talk with you to discuss your needs if that's what you wish. But I don't want to hear you constantly boasting about all your nipples that you're getting.
The nipples.
No, you don't listen. I just said to you, I've said it about 6 times, and you still are impolite to me.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying to you.
Sir, I'm going to call you sir.
Yeah,
I think that's respectful.
Yeah, Dean, the DNC is telling me right now that you need to be more respectful on the live, man.
Okay.
I didn't say anything. I
I'm-
just said
I'm gonna
that
refer.
I would
No,
never treat anyone.
Dennis,
the way
I got that from
you
the
do.
DNC. They
Are
were
you
telling us
talking
right
to
now.
me again? I don't know the handler at all.
Okay.
What is your discussion with me?
Okay.
What's my discussion with you? I was just trying to tell Dean that the DNC needed him to act differently.
Parker, there. Oh, Raven, thank
Well,
you for
that's-
shining your brother. Dennis.
Yes.
I'm gonna call you
Yes, Dean,
sir.
Dean.
I'm gonna call you sir because I want to be more respectful. I'm sorry if you felt disrespected by me in any sense in engaging in this conversation. I'm here for a good conversation. We're here for constructive political dialogue. But the thing is, we just got more nipples. Tima. Tima, thank you for the 50 nipples over on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. Just loved it, Tima. That is tight. Let me just get through them, Dennis, then we'll get back to the debate. If you just, it's like ripping off a Band-Aid. Dennis, it's like ripping off a Band-Aid, sir. Sir, let me just rip off the Band-Aid. Tima, thank you for the $50. Let's get
nice if you
Let
would
me-
let people to have that.
Okay.
You do a great job.
Just-
You do a
let
great
me-
job
let
of
me-
using your mouth, but I don't hear anything that I want to hear.
Okay.
I don't know. I guess your people love to hear you criticize people and to be negative to people.
How am I being
I
negative?
think that
I'm being
I
thankful.
No, you're not letting me speak. Your mouth is going and you're not letting me. I think that two people can sit into a room and find some good in each. Okay? I don't have to agree with you.
Can you say some good things about Dean then?
Yeah, I think he's a wonderful young man. I think that he's doing a great job. I think that he should think about where he's going and what he wants. He's a negative person to Mr.
Wait,
Trump.
Could you
Now,
be
wait a
any
second.
can you be specific with what you think he's doing good?
I think that anytime you can reach people and give a conversation to someone to let them make decisions for themselves is good.
Okay, so Dean, you're great for inspiring dialogue. Thank you so much, Dean.
Okay, so what I'm going to do, Dennis, is
Yes,
because
sir.
I want to have a good conversation with you, can I propose a plan?
Sure.
We have a political conversation, okay? But I intermittently, at like specifically designated points, not just in the middle of the conversation, thank those who have supported me. Can we agree on that plan?
Well, you can thank them, but do you have to do every single one of them? How many people do you have? 10,000, 40,000, 100,000? I don't know.
The numbers in your top right.
Okay. So
right.
So
I'm looking for it. I'm old, so you got to give me time.
The top right of your screen, it has like a number.
Listen, can we agree on that plan?
I can't see it. So why don't you just tell me something so I can figure it out?
It's 12,000.
Okay, how about this? How about this?
I think 12,000 is a great deal.
Oh, how about this? So here's what we're gonna do.
Okay.
I'm gonna ask. How about this? I'm gonna make an argument. You take a moment to think about it. While you take a moment to think about it, I'm just gonna rip that Band-Aid off. I'm gonna catch up, and we're gonna go back into your response. Then we're gonna debate your response. How does that sound?
Let's keep it to 10 words or less, so that we don't ramble on about a whole bunch of things.
That was more than 10 words.
Well, I didn't say that. I'm just trying to set some rules.
Yeah, you just said 10 words maximum, and then you did over 10 words.
Are you involved with this conversation? Am I going to talk with you too?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you not want to talk to me?
No, I'll talk to you. What do you want to talk about?
That's great. Why do you support Trump?
I think that he's doing a fair job for the American people.
And why do you think he's doing a fair job?
Why do you say he's not?
Well, because he's literally been violating the law. He's been undermining people's constitutionally protected rights.
Tell me which president that you know that has done better.
I would say Biden did better.
You say Biden did better.
Yeah, Obama.
Obama did better too. Okay.
Yes.
And you say Biden did better?
Yes.
How many times did he speak to the American people in 1 year?
How many times did he speak to the American people?
Yeah, I mean, on a daily basis, did he let you know how what he was doing?
He wasn't on social media or in front of people as much as Trump, but that doesn't mean he doesn't do as a good job.
Well, tell me what was so great about his job.
The bipartisan infrastructure bill, the Chips and Science Act, the PACT Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, the American Rescue Plan. Those are all great policies. Can you name one policy of the Biden-Harris administration you disagree with?
First off, let's get back to that. What was the question?
Do you know a single policy of the Biden-Harris administration that you disagree with?
They're gonna hate me. They're gonna hate me so much. They're just.
The point I'm trying to say is that you guys have a lot of book learning. Okay.
What? I just asked you, can you name a single policy of Biden's that you disagree with?
They're just still coming in.
And you're saying that I need to learn?
They're just still coming in.
Oh, I like you. Anytime you want to have a dinner arrangement, I'll be happy to meet you, and we will talk across the table. I'd be happy to do it with you.
So then why don't you tell me right now what policy you like?
With who?
What policy you dislike of Biden's?
Well, the biggest policy was the border. Okay.
So like what border policy?
Yeah, the border policy totally destroyed the country.
Okay, what border policy did he pass that you disagree with?
Not what he did pass, what he didn't do to stop it.
Okay, so he kept the same policy as Trump, and that was ineffective?
No, wait a second.
Is that what you're saying?
How many people have come across the border in the last 6 months? Legally, I agree with having people come here to the United States. Since we'll talk about border.
Okay, so are you saying that there were no restrictions under the Biden-Harris administration, that we weren't deporting people? Is that your argument?
Are you telling me that we had restrictions for letting people coming in?
Yes. Did you know at the end of the Biden-Harris administration, we had lower daily border crossings than the end of Trump's first administration? So if you claim it was open at the end of Biden's administration, well, then it must have been open under Trump's first administration as well.
You're going to have to tell me the numbers because as of right now, how many people are coming in?
Well, as of right now, I would have to look at the particular number, but obviously it's lower now. I'm not disputing that. But the point I'm saying is that if you considered it open under the Biden-Harris administration near the end of the term, well, then you have to say that about Trump's first term.
It's nice to talk with you, but I'm sorry, we're talking to your handler, okay? So I thought I was talking to Dean, but I got the handler.
But you like the handler.
All right.
You don't. I thought you said you liked the handler.
You wanted to
I
take him on a
like you.
dinner
I
date.
think you're a great guy. I mean, if that's what you want to talk about, the border.
Okay.
I'm just asking you how many people came across.
Breaking.
No. Your handler is talking to me, so I want to talk to him.
Well, the DNC says that he needs to read off the donations right now. Like he can't keep this one in. Like he needs to read it off right now.
Why does he have to do that?
Dennis.
Because the DNC has told him to do it.
Dennis.
I'm his handler, so he has to listen to me.
Dennis.
I guess who from the DNC is telling him that?
That's classified.
Dennis.
Oh, it's classified.
Yeah, that's classified.
Dennis.
So the DNC tells you exactly what you have to do.
Yeah, no, seriously. Like I get direct inputs from the DNC. I have a Neuralink chip in my brain that every single time they want to send me information, they just directly load it into my brain.
Dennis.
You want me to believe this horse crap? That's all right.
No, that's horse crap, Dennis. Sir, it's time to rip the Band-Aid off. Like I said, I'm only going to do this every once in a while. This is just we need to rip it off. Tima, thank you for the $50 over on Venmo. Seriously, Tima, I really appreciate you so much for your love, for your car insurance. Thank you for the love, Tima. Let's show some love to Tima down below in that comment section. That is TIMA. Then Sakura, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo, saying here's an extra $5 just because. Lucas with the $2. Julia with the $5 to defend Dennis. Carlisle with a $5 saying here's your DNC Christmas bonus. Then Sheila, thank you for the $25 over on Venmo for more nipples. Thank you for the love, Sheila. Show some love to Sheila down below. Lizzie, thank you so much for the $5. Kirsten with the $5. Sam with the $5 for the girlfriend fund. Danny with the $15 for the DNC fund. Thank you, Danny. Show some love to Danny. Abby with the $1. Emily with the $5 saying sorry, Dennis. Then Jennifer with a $10 saying here's 10 more nipples. Please send. I need to send you and Parker some hoodies for my business. Oh, I'd love to check that out. Thank you for the $10, Jennifer. Then Amy with a $5. Thank you. Then Michelle with a $5 saying keep adding to the girlfriend's Christmas fund. This to himself. Thank you for the love. Seriously, that is so kind of you. And then Lauren, thank you for the $10 on PayPal, who says, Dean, you're doing amazing work. Thank you, Lauren. Brooks with the $5 over on PayPal says, I don't appreciate Dennis's attitude. Thank you for the $5, Brooks. Blake with a $5 saying thanks for fighting the good fight. Anna with a $10 saying 10 nipples because very professional. Thank you for the 10 nipples, Anna. Show some love to Anna. Then Jason with a 20 Canadian dollars, who says Merry Christmas from Canada. Merry Christmas to you and to Canada. Thank you for your love, Jason. Serena with the $4 to make him mad. Adrian with the $3. And then Melissa, thank you for the $27 on PayPal. Saying for the $27 bottle of wine for Yule and the holidays. And straight up 0 thanks to Dennis for voting for Trump. Melissa, if you're curious on what that wine is, it's Jacob 2022. Try it out. Great cab, best cab ever. Thank you for the $27. You are actually fantastic. Then Alexander, thank you for the $20. And keep going. Thank you for the love, Alexander. And then Amanda, thank you for the $20 as well over on PayPal on Super Chat. Emily, thank you for the $10 on Super Chat. Who says, did he just ask Parker on a dinner date? He sure did. And then Emily, thank you for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. Who says, I've got a trans lesbian girlfriend. Take that, MAGA. Ooh, Dennis is scolding as we speak. Thank you for the $20. I appreciate that, Emily. And then TJ, thank you for the $20 as well, who says, here's my donation to the Hurricane Dino Socialism Resistance Fund. Let's go, TJ. Thank you for the $20. And then Kylie with the $10 on Super Chat, who says to add to the girlfriend and Momo Christmas funds. Oh, you guys are awesome. Thank you. And then Corey, thank you so much for the $10 as well on Venmo. Thank you guys so much for your kindness. If you're watching and you want to support, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok, pin message over on that YouTube stream, top of the phone screen as well. We appreciate you guys so much for all of the love. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's get some big, massive W's for all of the donors down below in that chat. And yes, Dennis, we are caught up and we could continue the debate. Go ahead.
Yeah, you spent, it averaged about 1 thank you per second, and I clocked you to well over a minute, so that's 60 thank yous. That did a pretty good job. What is nipples?
You said the people were sending me their nipples.
You say it in your conversation, and I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
Thank you for the nipples.
So I actually got that one from you. So earlier you said you're thanking them for their nipples.
I didn't say nipples.
Did you mean
Where
to
the
say?
heck did you get that?
Did you say nibbles?
No, not nibbles. I didn't say either or that I know of. I apologize if I did.
I thought that you said nipples.
No, I didn't
Did you
say
say you said nickels?
Nickels is a better. That's fine. I can take nickels. All right,
That is what he said.
Let's get back to the handler because he wanted to talk to me.
Well, now we can both talk to you. The handler and the handled.
The handle and the handler. That's 2-on-1. I'll take it. It doesn't bother me.
Okay.
So we're back to the border. You started it. We talked about it. What is good about letting 400,000 people come into our country?
Well, it's good for our GDP. It's good for our productivity. It's
I
good for
understand that.
employment rates. It's also good for like the growth of our population as well in the long term, especially because we're going to have a greater percentage of our population that is older.
Why do you talk so fast? Why can't you talk a little slower?
Because I feel like you're going to cut me off.
No, I'm not going to cut you off.
Okay. All right. So our population is going to start declining over time. Around by 2050, we're going to see a stagnating population because.
Okay, let's stop. Can we discuss that?
You are cutting him off, but yeah.
Well, but I can't. If you keep talking, I can't talk back to him.
Sure.
Now,
That's
if you
fine.
want to, we can do a minute and a minute, or 30 seconds and 30 seconds.
No,
or
it's
10
okay.
seconds.
Say what you'd like. Respond to what you'd like.
Well, you're saying to me that we need to have all these people come into the country. Would you explain to me why our countries overseas who have been very good about migrants coming in are starting to now change their mind?
Which countries are you referencing?
Which country you want to start with? Germany, or do you want to go to Sweden, or do you want to go to Denmark, or do you want to go to Poland? I don't know. Which one do you want to talk about?
You can bring up any particular case you'd like to. I think that the immigration in the United States that we've seen over the past 20 years has led to an increase in GDP, an increase in productivity. We've, again, seen increases in wages for natural-born U.S. citizens. So, like, if you want to talk about any of those things, I'd love to have a conversation about that.
Well, I guess my point is that I have nothing against people coming into the country if they apply correctly, not freely walking across the line.
So then do you have an issue with Donald Trump violating the law and deporting people? Because he's literally undermining their constitutionally protected rights, such as due process, to a greater extent?
It depends on which one we're talking about. You have to take every case individually. You can't just paint everything with a broad brush like you're doing.
Okay, do you want me to give you a specific individual circumstance of someone who was trying to go to work and their car was surrounded after they tried to ask the agents where they should go or how they should get to work, and then they literally arrested the person and they held them without power of attorney, without any medical care for over 3 days, and they missed their kid's birthday, and they're legally in the country. They're here legally.
I understand what you're saying. I guess I'd have to ask you a very simple question. How did this happen? And I need to have all the specifics of why they were at that point at the time that they were taken into custody.
There's no justifiable explanation for why they held them without due process for 3 days.
My question goes back to the same thing. Why did they pick them up?
Again, they were trying to go to work.
Were they trying
They
to go
were
to work?
blocking. They were blocking off the road, and the person was driving, trying to go to work. And they got out to ask how they should get there, and they literally were trying to go after them, and they surrounded their vehicle, and they couldn't leave.
I understand that. I know nothing about that. So could you tell me what state this happened in, what state it happened into?
I don't remember what state it happened in.
So we're just talking broadly.
I've seen the video.
I haven't seen it. So you could, if you want, you could send it to me a link. I'd be happy to look at it and agree or disagree with you.
Yeah, we can pull it up. I literally even saw this when I was on Jubilee. Like, it was one of the videos that we saw explicitly.
Yeah, I'd like to hop into this conversation. Hey, I actually have a question for you, Guy. Is that all right?
For me or for
you.
your handler?
Not for the handler. For you, Dennis. Dennis, what is one thing Trump could do that would make you stop supporting him?
You hear me thinking, can't you?
While you're thinking, let's go ahead and thank a couple people for their nipples.
Yeah.
Alyssa, thank you so much for the $20.
Yeah.
Yep. Thank you for the 20 nipples, Alyssa, over on Venmo. That is ALISA. Please show some love to Alyssa down below in that comment section. Seriously, thank you so much. Who says, can you say hi to my dog Suki? Oh, that's a really cute name. Hope Suki's doing well. Thank you for the $25. Thank you for the $20, Alyssa. Then Emily, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Who says, joining the other Emily's, I'd give you infinite nipples if I could. Appreciate you so much for that. I don't know. That one kind of sounded a little bit weird, but thank you for the $25, Emily. I appreciate you so much for your kindness. And then MAGA, thank you for the $10. Not MAGA. Nick, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo saying MAGA sucks. Thank you for the love, Nick. Show some love to Nick down below in that comment section. Thank you so much, folks. Over on PayPal, thank you so much for the $5. Michaela for the Band-Aids. Mary with a $5 saying keep up the good work. And then Gracie with a 3 cents. And I'm happy I could change your mind, Gracie. And then Maylene, thank you for the $10 for the girlfriend fund. Bro, okay, listen, I was saying this earlier. I've already planned out the Christmas for the girlfriend, but if you guys send donations designated for a specific function or purpose, I will use them inside of that specific function and purpose. And because of a lot of you guys today, I'm now going to have to replan what I'm doing for the girlfriend for Christmas to do something bigger and greater. So you guys are awesome. But then Alexander, thank you for the $11 over on PayPal, who says, "In nipples we trust." Yes, thank you for the $11, Alexander. Show some love to Alexander down below in that chat. Thank you guys so much. Now back to you, Dennis. Were you able to think of anything?
Well, I'm not dissatisfied with finding a real bad thing. I mean, I don't know what we would want to impeach him for. I know you have a ton of reasons to impeach, but
it was a hypothetical question.
Do you ever find good in anything that he does?
Well, you're not answering my question, Dennis. My question was there anything that Trump could do that would make you stop supporting him? What are your red lines? For instance, hypothetically, if he were to call for the execution baselessly of his political opponents, would you still support him as president?
No one in their right mind would support someone to want to take someone's life without due process. Okay?
So Donald Trump called for the execution of his political opponents 4 weeks ago. On Truth Social, he said that 7 Democrats in Congress were guilty of sedition because they told the military that they didn't have to follow any unlawful orders if they were made. And then he said that this is punishable by death, and then posted a message that read, "Hang them, George Washington would."
Well, you were saying that if they did do any statements like that, that is considered treason. Am I correct or discorrect?
You are incorrect. It is not treasonous to suggest that our military doesn't have to follow unlawful orders.
Tell me what treasonous is. What's your description?
Don't know the definition of treason. Like an attack against the state. But, yeah, the crime of betraying one's own country.
So, if someone does that...
Wait, so what do they do in betrayal of the country if they said to not follow unlawful orders? What do they do in betrayal of the country?
Well, when you're given, if you're in the military and you're given an order and you disobey it, what happens?
Well, if you disobey an unlawful order, that's totally within your constitution and your oath.
Yeah, if you
within your oath to
disobey
the
an unlawful
Constitution.
order, you're given a pat on the back. If you follow an unlawful order, you're liable for prosecution.
Yeah, like for example, do you think that like military officers should follow an order to like murder U.S. civilians if they're given that order?
No. Where do you? Where?
No, I'm asking you the question. If they
No,
were given that order,
I would
would you?
disagree with that. Yes.
Okay. So they shouldn't follow that. So they wouldn't.
Where
So
do you
listen.
have
So let me
that?
make my point. Let me make a point. They wouldn't be treasonous to not follow that order, correct? Because
Well,
that's an
it's-
unlawful order.
You know, what I'm trying to say to you is that treason is described in the laws that we have. And if somebody does do it and they are prosecuted,
Okay.
I don't make the laws.
Okay, let me just clear this up for you. So every single member that joins the military takes an oath under the UCMJ to follow any orders that are lawful, but specifically to not follow any orders that are unlawful. Now, like, why? Why is this such a standardized practice, right, that every single member of our military agrees to? It's because of the supremacy clause of the second article of the U.S. Constitution that says all federal withholdings, laws, state laws, orders from the executive branch of our government, president, so on and so forth, must be in adherence to the Constitution. Thereby, right, if the president were to give the military an unlawful order that infringed on the Constitution, and then that member of the military were to execute said order, that member of the military would be attacking the Constitution themselves. But obviously, the goal of the military is to defend the Constitution, to not abridge the rights it offers, but to rather defend them. And that's particularly why not only they don't have to follow unlawful orders, as it is contradictory to their mission, but they're explicitly told not to by the UCMJ.
I hear every word you're saying. I agree with everything that you say. If it's unlawful, they should not follow it.
Right, that's
But
all.
who
That's
does-
all. So was that treasonous for you to say?
Dean,
Was that treasonous for you to say, Dennis?
and you can say what you want if you feel it's
But do you
treasonous.
think it's treasonous?
Prosecute me.
Do you think it's
No,
treasonous?
no. Do you think that? Yeah.
No, I think that if somebody gives you an order, if a police officer stopped you on the street and he ordered you to get out of your car, what do you do?
Well,
Do
what
you
I would,
argue
so
with him?
I can
I'm
tell you,
just asking you a question.
so I can tell you, I would get out of my car if a police officer ordered me to do so, regardless if I think that they had like reasonable. Well, I mean, well, how about this? Let me rephrase myself here. If a cop is giving me a lawful order that I do not think that they have good reason to give me, right? If I think it's maybe a toss-up, what I would do is I'd follow that order, right? And then protest it later in court with a lawsuit. If I inevitably consult an attorney and that attorney tells me that it was unlawful, or if it's like clearly unlawful, right? Somebody detains me with no articulable and reasonable suspicion of a crime committed, right? I would not follow that order. And then I'd probably get chased down, maced in the face, then win $250,000 in a lawsuit after the fact. But regardless of how I would react or respond in that scenario, still yet legally, you do not have to follow an unlawful order that a police officer gives you, right? You don't. Like, for instance, I could give you an example. Cops are not within their jurisdiction, right, to search or seize your property unless they have a warrant or probable cause or reasonable suspicion of a crime, right? Maybe there's a couple other parameters. I'm not a lawyer. I'm just summarizing. Therefore, if a cop just randomly asks to come inside your house with no warrant or exigent circumstances, you do not have to let them in.
I agree. I have not disagreed with anything you said.
Right. So therefore, if the president were to give an order to members of our military that was unconstitutional or unlawful, they do not have to follow that order. And just simply reminding members of our military of that fact is not treasonous in an attack on the United States of America, but rather a patriotic duty that we all have to ensure that our society maintains cohesion and adherence to the law and Constitution. That's about as anti-treasonous as one could get. So obviously, when Donald Trump is calling these patriots that just want social cohesion and act in accordance with our laws and Constitution traitors, he's wrong. And then when he calls for their execution, he's doing so baselessly.
Well, I think if you listen to the congressmen and your senators while they're on their pulpit, you'd be surprised, I guess, at all the things that they say. So their mouths go and their brains stop 90% of the time.
Okay,
well, am I wrong? Right.
No, you're definitely right. But I mean, I think that what the senators said to, then have Donald Trump call for their execution was definitely part of that 10% where they're spot on and they sound great. Because all that they said is that you don't have to follow any unlawful order that Trump gives you. And then Trump was like, well, I want you to be hung. I want you dead. Right. So earlier you said that nobody in their right mind would ever support a president that's calling for the execution of their political opponents. I've now demonstrated to you that that is something Trump has done. So the question remains, are you still a Trump supporter, or by your own argument, are you not in your right mind?
Well, most people think I'm out of my mind, but that's not nothing.
No, what do you think?
I think that I'm fairly stable.
Okay, so then you're not a Trump supporter.
Okay. No, I am a Trump supporter.
Wait, but he called for the execution of his political opponents, and he said that anyone who'd still support him after that would be out of their mind.
Well, but the point is that does he really mean that? And I'm being serious.
Yes.
Yeah. Do you think he's gonna?
And by the way, even you cannot joke about that as president of the United States. Do you think it's okay or acceptable for a president to quote unquote joke about making like death threats towards Americans?
Oh my God! Also,
towards their political opponents.
Oh, just by the way, earlier you said people that would still support Trump after he did that would be out of their mind. You were right, okay? But those people that are out of their mind and still support Trump after he calls for the execution of his political opponents are you, okay? And then they justify it very similarly by suggesting that it's maybe a joke, he maybe wasn't serious. I think that you seriously need to reconsider your principles because you're crazy.
Well, that's your opinion of me. I guess that's a good opinion. I would like you to do me a favor. I want you to get a piece of paper and write down all the answers that you have for what needs to be done over the next 10 years. And every time that a situation comes up, I want you to go to that paper and I want you to say to yourself, I have the answer. Because I think both of you and your handler, feel that you have all the answers in the world.
Dude,
to solve all the problems.
All that I'm just simply saying is that you shouldn't support a president if they try to coup our country and rig the outcome of a federal election like Trump did. You shouldn't support a president, right, if they break the law to intentionally conceal the Epstein files to protect rapists and pedophiles like Trump did. And you shouldn't support a president if they rape a woman like Trump did. You shouldn't support a president if they sexually exploit women and girls like Trump did. And you shouldn't support a president if they call for the execution of their political opponents like Trump did. Like, come on, bro. I'm just like giving common sense here, okay? I'm not claiming to be Einstein 2.0. I'm not claiming to be some crazy intellect that knows the answers to all the questions. All that I'm claiming is to know an answer to this one specific common sense question, which is it reasonable to stop supporting the president if they only fight for themselves and fight against the people during the presidency, after the presidency, and before the presidency, by raping women before it, coupping our government during it, and then calling for the termination after it, like he did in 2022 following the end of his first term?
You're saying that he didn't have a right to have ballots recounted?
What he didn't have a right to do was to send fake slates of electorates to 7 different key swing states with ballots that said he won when in all reality he lost, to then attempt to pressure Mike Pence into certifying those fake votes as real votes to install himself for a second term against the will and the voice and the vote of the people. You're right. He does not have that right.
Well, what about Vice President Gore when he opposed the election tallies?
If Donald Trump did the same thing that Al Gore did, this would not be a point that I'd use against Donald Trump, because then Donald Trump would have pursued the proper legal channels to contest the outcome of the election. But Donald Trump, unlike Al Gore, did not say, hey, Supreme Court, I think that there may have been something fishy here. Can you investigate? Instead, he said, hey, I know there's something fishy here. I know they stole the election from me, so I'm going to try to rectify this wrong by rigging it back. No, he didn't have a right to do that, and much different than what Al Gore or Hillary Clinton did.
Yeah, they all find their own way of using words like you're doing. I mean, they have a right to ask for a recount
But he
or to
didn't
look
ask for a
into
recount.
it.
He just installed fake votes that said he won. Do you see the difference, man?
Yeah, even when the courts have determined that he's lost, he still to this day says that he won. So he's not basing it on evidence. He's basing it on literally just the fact that he can't accept that he lost.
Well, sometimes I guess you're telling me that there is no problem with debating why we have election fraud.
It's just not
Now
even
you're
a
telling
debate.
me
It's just
you're
not
telling
a
me there's
debate.
no fraud.
There was proportionally less fraud in that election comparative to the prior election.
Oh, you're gonna make me lose my mind, Dennis.
That's good.
So I could be more like you?
I don't know. Would you like to be more like me?
No.
No.
Oh, good. I don't want to be like you.
You don't want to be smart? You called me smart earlier. You don't want to be smart?
I said that I appreciate your knowledge.
Wow. Yeah, look at that. You should want to be more like me, Dennis. Ben, thank you for the $25 over on Venmo. Who says if calling for executions is... Here we go again, Dennis.
Yeah, here we go
again. Here we go again, Dennis. Ben with the $25.
Hey, Dennis, the DNC is telling you to be quiet real quick and let him thank his donors.
Ben with a $25 says if calling for executions
I'm not listening to you either.
is excusable so long after one later insists that it was unserious, then the language itself has lost all moral content. Deadass Ben, thank you for the $25. Honestly, Dennis, can you thank Ben for sending me $25? That was really kind of him.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you, Charlie. Thank you, Mary. I think it's wonderful.
Yeah, then Louisa, thank you so much for the
$40
over on PayPal.
You
Louisa,
didn't thank me.
let's get 400 Louisa W's in the chat for the $45. He says, happy holidays from myself and my fiance, Michael. Here's $27 for some wine and the rest for the girlfriend fund. Oh my goodness, Louisa. Thank you. God, I love my Jacob wine too, so you are really buttering me up. Thank you for the $40, Louisa.
Can I ask you a question?
After I thank Nick for the
Thank Nick and
$15
thank Mary
over on
and thank
PayPal.
Susie.
Yes, Nick,
But
thank you
can
for the
I ask you a
$15.
question?
After I thank Nick for the $15, Louisa for the $40, Ben for the $25. Thank you guys so much all for the love. And one big super chat here, Julia. Thank you for the $15 over on YouTube super chat. Show some love to Julia down below, who says more money for your girlfriend's Christmas. Merry Christmas to you both. Oh, you're so kind. Thank you. Thank you so much for your kindness. Show some love to Julia down below in that chat for the $50. If you're watching right now and you do want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, in the link tree, my bio, and TikTok. Top of the phone screen, that's what the V and the P handle is. And then pin message over on YouTube. Thank you guys for the love.
Oh boy, thank you very much for all that.
Go for
Now,
it, Parker.
Dean.
Wait, yo,
let
yo,
me ask
Dennis,
you-
Dennis,
let me
Dennis.
ask
1
you-
second. The DNC is asking for one more second. I have to
One
say thank
more?
you for the handling fees. Amraphel, thank you so much for the $28. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Halo, thank you for the $5. Maze with the $5. Darcy with the $50. Thank you so much on Venmo. I appreciate it. Amy, thank you for the $5. Deborah with the $30. Thank you so much. Janice with the $5. William with the $5. Thank you. Nicole with the $5. And Benjamin, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much. Thank you everyone for all the handling fees. I really appreciate it. Really wouldn't be able to do it without you. Appreciate it. Michelle, thank you for the $1. Anna, thank you for the $15. Adav, thank you so much. I really appreciate the 10. Kylie, thank you for the 10. And Hyatt, thank you for the $1. Thank you. Thank you for all the handling fees. I appreciate it. DNC, thank you.
I'm waiting to hear more. I was getting upset that you guys didn't talk more about your donations. and
Oh, don't worry, I got you. Danny, thank you for the $25 over on
There you
PayPal. Thank you, Danny, with the $25 who says, Merry Christmas, teen. Merry Christmas, Danny. Thank you. Thank you so much for the love. I think that you're absolutely fantastic. Thank you for the $25. Show some love to Danny down below in that chat. Thank you so much for your kindness. Let's get 250 Danny W's.
Are we done?
Well, for now.
Yeah, it looks like we're caught up for now.
You're caught up for now?
Yeah.
How am I doing compared to the other people? Am I getting you more donations?
I mean, I typically get $4 trillion a year, so I mean,
No, come on, let's be serious.
I think if anything, you're below average.
Now you're offending me. But how am I doing? Am I helping you guys get some bucks in there?
I would say below average.
Oh, below average? That's good. I mean, I'm happy if it's below average.
Dude, Jesus Christ. Okay, listen. Is there anything else that you want to go over with us today, or should we move on to the next guest?
You know what, Dean? Why don't we just move on? And I wish you guys the best. Happy New Year, Merry Christmas. Because I don't feel that this is good for either of us.
Okay, all right. Well, and happy
Yeah,
New Year.
this is an unhealthy
I'd love to talk to
relationship.
you anytime. Give me a call. I'll give you my phone number. You and I can have a conversation.
Okay. Well, happy New Year, man. You do take care, Dennis. Let's go to move on to the next guest right now, everyone. Everybody, just be patient. Be patient. Be patient. Just have one question for this
The
guy.
files are out, man. Breaking news. The files are out.
Have you learned your shapes yet?
Wait, did you get bigger?
Have
you been training, dude?
What a weird question. Have you learned your shapes yet?
I mean, are you still?
I have a question. What shape has 6 corners?
Your head. Let me ask you something though.
Answer the question.
Are you still Make-A-Wish kid? Go thank your fans
He
for
can't answer the question.
$5.
Can you answer the question? What shape has 6 corners?
Can you answer my question? Did you smash?
I don't think you
Dean
know
and
it.
Dustin
I actually
together?
don't know if he. Do you not know?
I do. What?
Answer the question.
Why do you want me to answer that? Is that
because I just want to? I want to know that you know your shapes.
Breaking news! He hasn't learned his shapes yet.
I didn't learn my shapes. What are you trying to say, dude?
So
I learned
what?
that shape
What
like 10 years
shape
ago.
has 6 corners?
Your head, I said. You need to start maxing. You're a blue pill. But let's talk about the files, right? Why are you guys mad about it?
Because he didn't release all of them, and then the ones that he did release were heavily redacted, and then he actually deleted some of the ones that he released but forgot to redact, like a picture of him with young girls hanging on to him with bikinis on.
You're talking about the jewelry, right? So let me ask you something. Those girls look of age, right? And why do you like? Do you want all the files released, like everything, 100% of them?
Yeah, I want everything released
Yes.
with concealments and redactions for the names of the victims and minors.
Okay, so only names, right, and redactions from like the victims. So my question to you would be: would you count that as also the pictures of young minors too?
Yeah.
Because all these pages being redacted, how do you know it's not full like pictures of minors or you know?
Well, because it's grand jury testimony. Testimony's words.
So you don't want pictures of minors released too, right?
Yeah, I don't want pictures. Of
I just want to make
minors
sure. And if Trump's name isn't in those redactions, what is your next excuse to want Trump impeached? What is your next excuse to want Trump impeached?
I'm confused. Can you respond to like what you asked me a question? I want you to respond to my response. You said, "Why are we mad about the Epstein files?" I told you my reasons why I'm mad. Can you respond to them?
I don't think you are right because all the
What was I
files
wrong
were
about?
released.
No, well, what? No, not even the DOJ says that. You're trolling.
You're saying that
or you're
the-
just stupid. You're either trolling or you're stupid. Even like the DOJ is saying that they're going to release them in small batches over the course of the next couple weeks. You're either trolling or dumb.
Well, if they said that, then they're gonna do it, and you guys are mad about
Yeah,
it.
yes,
Like, I've
I'm
seen
mad. I'm mad
everyone-
because they're breaking the law. It's breaking the law. The Epstein Files Transparency Act says that everything had to be released yesterday, not in small batches over the course of the next couple weeks.
And who's gonna
Yeah,
hold?
of course I'm mad
Who's
about
gonna
that.
hold them accountable?
Or another thing that I'm fucking mad about.
Oh, wait. Are you saying that they're justified in doing it because no one's going to be able to hold them accountable?
I mean, these files are very like they can like you know.
I have a question. Do you think the Epstein files are a hoax?
But the answer to your question, by the way, would be
No,
Congress.
no, no.
The answer to your question would be Congress. Just by the way.
So why did Trump lie and say that it was a hoax?
I feel like he did say that because of the things people were saying about him, right? They were accusing him of being in the files and being a pred, right? And that's why he said it was a hoax. Like that was a hoax of him being that.
No,
right?
no, he
But-
said releasing of the files, right? Like that no one should support the releasing of the files because that's a hoax. Like he called Marjorie Taylor Greene a traitor.
Taylor Greene?
Because she literally wanted the files to be released.
Oh, by the way, but then also Donald Trump like deleting the picture off of the Epstein library that was of him is just explicit confirmation that they're covering for Trump. You know, just for anyone who's had any doubts or yourself.
So for okay, so is there proof that these three young women were victims, or I don't know if they were four, right? But they can also be, models. Like,
Yeah, regardless of
you
who
can
they
take
are,
pictures.
it doesn't matter because they deleted them from the files covering for Trump, regardless of their victims, minors, adults, or models.
So if like what I would assume is if they deleted them, they would be victims, right? Like if they deleted them, because who would delete
So
pictures of
are you saying that
non-victims,
Trump
right?
was with like a bunch of victims? That was a picture of
Well,
Trump with
no, what I'm trying to
victims?
say is, right, even though
Wait,
these
you just said any
Oh
picture of someone
shit.
who's redacted
no,
is
listen,
indicative.
I'm
Wait,
gonna try.
listen. You just said any picture of someone being redacted is indicative of them being specifically like a victim. Donald Trump, there's been
Yeah.
pictures of them with people specifically who have redacted faces. Therefore, you're saying he
In-
had pictures with victims in the Epstein files, and you're saying you still
in
support
Jeffrey
him?
Jeffrey Epstein's house,
But that is,
in his fucking drawer.
okay,
And
but
you still
that's because
support
he was
him?
friends with Epstein, dude.
Wait, he's just taking pictures with like 14-year-old girls that were being sex trafficked?
Listen, these girls knew
Oh
that
my
Trump was
God.
a billionaire. Listen,
Oh my
these girls.
god!
Oh my, you're
Dude!
you are so dumb.
No! Oh, this is fucking crazy! You're a red flag!
You're not understanding what I said.
Ari,
You're gonna
thank you
mute
for
me
the
now.
$2 over on PayPal. Appreciate
Make
the
a
love,
wish,
Ari.
kid. I swear.
Oh yeah, what do you mean make a wish?
You are make a wish. Like,
Also,
keep saying it.
Oh, by thanking my donors, you just sound fucking jealous. I'm sorry that I'm more successful than you are.
No,
I'm sorry.
Dean. Not
I'm
not
sorry. You sound
everything is
very
money,
jealous.
right? Not everything is money.
Oh, you
Come
only
on.
get jealous over the money. Thank you for the $5 over on Venmo, Nick, who says for destroying Kai
I work hard
Schwimmer.
for my money.
He got absolutely destroyed. So do I. Thank you for the $5, Nick. Kelsey, thank you for the $3. I got to put up with tools like you all day. I work very hard. Thank you for the $3 on Venmo, Kelsey. And then Stefan, thank you so much for the $5. Appreciate you guys so very much. As well as Brandon, thank you for the $2 over on Venmo. Appreciate that so much. So good.
Okay, so I got one question. How do you feel about Trump naming the F word a weapon of mass destruction?
Nice pivot.
No, I'm serious about it because I know
know
that
you're
there's some
serious
liberals
about
that are-
pivoting.
No, I'm not, bro.
Then don't
I can
pivot.
explain, but you're gonna start thinking you're Make-A-Wish fans.
I just don't want you to pivot.
So my question would be, right? Why do you guys accuse Trump of doing this, even though let's say those women were victims? But these women knew that Trump was a billionaire and was famous, so they could have easily just asked him for a picture, right? I mean, what's wrong with it?
A picture taken on Jeffrey Epstein's camera?
Right? How do you know it was Jeffrey Epstein's camera?
That's in the Epstein files.
Because he has the photo.
Wait, I have photos with my friend of like myself that I don't, it doesn't mean that I took them with my friend's phone.
I'm confused on what you're saying.
What you're saying that is that with Epstein's camera, are you saying that Epstein took these pictures?
Oh, so here's your point. Your point is that there are pictures of Trump with victims. It's just that he took those pictures because those victims came up to him and just like saw him in public.
Yeah, that's
what you think.
That's what I think, right? It doesn't.
All of them together. Two, right? You're not addressing the fact that this is in the Epstein files, meaning it's within the context of the investigation. Explain to me why, again, that would be in the context of the investigation, and that's your first assumption about what happened in the scenario, especially when Donald Trump knew him for decades. They were like best buddies. He said that he was a terrific guy, likes beautiful women as much as he does, many of them on the younger side. Epstein literally said that Trump knew everything that was happening. Epstein also said that, again, that he knew a bunch of bad people, but none as bad as Donald Trump.
I also have another question.
What I'm trying to say is,
how old are you?
I'm 19, sir.
Okay.
I mean, why do you say that? Why is your chat your chat is full of fetuses? Like, I swear, they're like 12. They say that to everyone. And you know that, Dean.
If there's any evidence, feel free to drop it in a ticket in the Discord. Feel free to drop it in the ticket in the Discord.
Listen, and if there's any people that I follow that are not, is my brother. Like, you guys know that.
If it's any like little kids, I'd say that's possible because like we do know that your brother we do know that your brother uses your account. Okay.
I swear.
We did go through that one last time. I believe you there.
And they posted me. You're
listen. I believe you there. What I'm more
your
concerned
fans are
about,
weird.
What I'm more concerned about if it's like the 15, 16-year-olds. But if there's any evidence, everyone, because we operate off of that claim based upon evidence. Open up a.
So I got a question for you,
Discord.
Dean.
Open up a ticket in my Discord.
So why do you want? Let's say, right, that's true. Why do you accuse people of being a PDF?
What?
If you know, yeah, like for example, you're telling your fans, right, to go through my account and
No,
post
I never
these
told
things.
my fans to do that. They just did.
Yeah, but like, why do you like bring this up to begin with? I feel like that's very childish.
Because they're bringing
knowing
it.
that
They're
this
bringing it
panel's
to-
18 plus.
They're bringing it to my attention in the chat, and I feel as if minor safety on the internet is a really important issue.
So let's just say I follow, a 17-year-old because I find them hilarious. Would that make me a PDF? I'm just saying.
So you said that you're 19. So I mean, it wouldn't even put it past me if you maybe had like a couple 17-year-old friends. So no, not necessarily. But what I'm basically going to ask you here, or asking the chat for, is just to see who you are following, right? So I could try to make a reasonable determination if I think that something is particularly suspect.
Oh, okay. So, I mean, I understand it, but there's a lot of people that you really make uncomfortable by, telling your fans to go to Discord because what your fans did to me, I feel like I was being abused. Because
that's where they submit the evidence in a private ticket.
Yeah. So I feel like I was being abused because your fans actually went on Reddit and posted my picture and they sent it to you. They're actually smart though because they sent it to you like it was a Reddit post and they were accusing me of using like a fake picture, right? I feel like your fans are very toxic.
Because you were following.
That's why you're not on Twitch,
Because you
right?
were using a fake picture.
What?
That's why you're not on Twitch, right?
What?
What?
Because Twitch doesn't allow toxicity, to
That is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. What are you saying, dude?
Okay.
What do you mean?
Dean could go on Twitch right now if he wanted to. What are you talking about?
So by the way, you do follow an account of a very young child that also posts, a lot of content going into ball pits and
come
shit. And there's also some content here of the things from Despicable Me. I'm actually gonna tell. Listen, Chad. I'm gonna be honest. I fully believe that was his little brother. For those that don't know, feel free to go check out his reposts. They are flooded with shit that we've gone over last time.
Yeah, check the date. Tap the repost and check the date so people can stop accusing me of this. Stop. Check the date, dude. Check the date.
Peekaboo! Oh, that's so cute.
Can you please check the date?
Wait. Let's also see. So we also got some shape learning in here.
Whoa, what is that?
Why do you have Charlie D'Amelio Kirkified?
Bro, my brother reposted that.
Yo, you reposted
diabolical.
I didn't.
You have Charlie D'Amelio Kirkified on here?
Yeah,
you baby wearing it.
I'm sorry. Why is my account public?
Oh, I wish you a Merry Christmas too.
I wish you too, man. You're Make a Wish kid.
Oh, wait. Oh, where? Oh. Let's see if we remember our shapes. Before I tell you what shape this is, what is this shape called? What is this shape called? Yes, what is this shape called?
Shit. That's a circle, right?
Let's see if you get it right.
Circle.
Oh, good job! Let's do another round. Yay!
You're abusing your fans now. You're not your fans, like people that come to your streams.
What is this shape called?
Your head.
That's not a shape. Unfortunately, buddy, you got it wrong.
Well, I was defining what that circle.
With that circle? No, it's a square, buddy.
Wow!
They should put your head as an example, but sure.
That's a square, my friend, not a circle, and not a head.
You just start look smashing, dude.
Let's go over one more, my friend.
Posture.
Let's go over one more. What is this shape?
That's a pizza slide.
I understand that it does look like a pizza slice. It does. But the name that we use for this shape is
Parker's head.
Wow!
Triangle.
Parker, what were you on Dean's closet for?
We were battling, dude.
Yeah, but then after you got really sus, you went on his room and you started trying to make a heart sign with your hand, right? You were like, take this. I forgot.
What?
Yeah, do you remember when
I
you
was
won the battle and you were like,
I was
take this?
thinking. Yeah. Oh, I was telling him to take the L
Oh, okay.
because
So,
he lost. He lost the battle, so I was telling him to take the L.
so how did he make it back? I'm wondering, how did he make it back?
Make what back?
Like, how did he make it back, like, to his fans?
What do you mean? I'm confused.
Did you guys do another battle? And
No, I won 2-0.
damn, Dean. I mean, you're more famous, but sure. So, what are you guys gonna? What's your excuse?
Brandon, thank you for the $2 over at Venmo. Appreciate you so much for the
You're
love.
such a
Very
make a
kind of
wish
you.
kid.
Bro, shut up. You're just jealous. Stay pissed.
You should
Kelsey,
set up
thank
a
you for the
GoFundMe at
$5
this
over on
point.
PayPal saying, love you, Dean. Keep doing what you're doing. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to you as well, Kelly. Then Erica, thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal. Who says, guess is using brokies as I get $20.
Yes,
Stay
dude,
fucking
they're
pissed.
brokies.
I'm
$20.
$20
You're
richer
so
than you are. $20 richer than you are.
Nah,
Thank you
man,
for the
you should
$20
check my
PayPal
Trump
on
coin.
PayPal. He says, guess is using quote unquote Make-A-Wish fans as a slur is insulting to those of us who actually make a wish kids who actually wound up surviving. Get pushed. Yeah, fuck you. It is.
And
really
you survived.
insulting.
You're still
Thank you so
making
much for
money.
the $20.
You're a rich
Thank you so
Make-A-Wish
much
kid.
for the
Dude,
love,
what the
Erica.
fuck?
Thank you for the $20. I appreciate that so much. Kelsey, thank you for the $5 who says love you, Dean. Thank you guys so much for the love. I appreciate it. God. Okay, does the tool have anything else to say?
Yes, I want you to answer to what I said. Right? How does that make Trump a PDF just by having pictures of him with other people?
So that picture would make Trump a PDF if the individuals in the picture were minors, right? And he's like
Mhm.
engaging in any type of like sexual content or acts with them.
Can you imagine if
or
that was
it
Joe
Yeah,
directed
let's
to
Biden?
just
them?
say they were actually
Right,
minors
but
at that point.
I
Would that
think
make
that
him
the
a PDF,
I think
though?
the more convincing argument that makes Donald Trump a PDF.
Mhm.
If they were minors in that picture, yeah. I feel like we could inductively reason that conclusion.
So
High
why are you not-
probability, bud.
high probability, right? But we need
Real
beyond
high
reasonable
probability.
doubt.
Real high
We need
probability.
beyond reasonable doubt, right, to prosecute him.
What we have a beyond a reasonable doubt for would be that he's a PDF or predator for sexually exploiting the naked girls competed at Miss Teen USA, like Mariah Belgado, I believe.
Can you show me the lawsuits or the any courts documents?
No. So the evidence that I
they
have to
prosecuted
prove
him
that
for?
this is true beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt is him admitting to it, then the victim testimony of Mariah Belgado corroborating his admittance.
You're talking about him in one of those shows, right? Of him like going crazy.
Of him admitting to sexual exploitation, yes.
No, that was supposed to be comedy, and not everything you say in comedy is true. Would you admit that, Dean?
How do you know that what he said wasn't true? What reason do you have to believe it was
How
not
do I
just a
know
joke?
that what he said wasn't true? Because he tends to have like a very like very crazy humor. I feel like, right? You know
Very
that too.
crazy
Like some of the
humor?
things.
Can you give me like
Yeah, some.
Can you give me like an instance of him like joking about sexually exploiting people that we like know to be false?
For example, him saying he would go into the girls' locker rooms. I feel like that's not true. I feel like that
So
was
how do we know
not-
that to be false? Because he said that he did that. Like this specific instance, we know that he was telling the truth because he said so. Right? Howard Stern specifically asked him if like he was being honest, if what he was saying was true. Like, did you actually do this? That's me quoting Howard Stern. And then he said, yeah. So we know that he wasn't joking because Howard Stern had him clarify that it's something he's actually done.
So I mean, like a lot of men say some things, right, to make them feel, I guess, better.
Oh,
about
wait, so it's
themselves.
no longer comedy and now it's boastful. Which one is
No,
it? Was it
no,
a
I'm
joke
just
or was it
saying, like,
boasting?
him
Which
saying-
one? Which one?
but
Because
these
now
girls were of age.
you're
He
really
was not
changing it up.
talking- listen.
Wow, it seems like you're just trying to find like any justification for it. Because first you said it was comedy, then I gave you like the best counter argument that anyone could possibly have to prove you wrong, which is he specifically said he was not joking. He said that he was being honest. He said that this is something that he's actually done. So then as soon as you can't defend that it's comedy, now you got to defend that he was boastful and prideful and egotistical. Okay, I'm going to defeat this argument too. Give me one other example of a pompous, egotistical, rich fuck claiming to have perpetuated sexual violence against women or girls when in all reality they didn't do it.
Cuomo.
Cuomo did the opposite. He did do it and he claimed not to do it. I'm asking you for an instance of somebody claiming to do it but not actually doing it.
I mean, so claiming to do it and actually do it. Well, I know a lot of famous people, right? I know. I would give you names, but you're like a white kid, so you would not understand. Like, Ronaldo, for example, Benzema.
So Ronaldo was accused of doing it and then said he didn't do it. Remember, I'm asking you specifically for an instance, right, of somebody saying that they did do it when in all reality they didn't do it.
So I don't think I have names on my head
Because no
So-
one fucking does that.
And that's why Trump is different. That's why you're not understanding. Not everyone's the
Trump
same, right?
is different.
So let me ask you something.
Trump
to make him
is
a PDF,
different. No,
listen,
no. Justify that argument. Give me any reason to believe that Donald Trump is the first pompous, cocky, egotistical, rich guy to ever claim to have perpetuated sexual violence when in all reality they didn't do it. What is the evidence? Because that is just so unfathomably unreasonable. Why do you hold to such this unreasonable take? This is like literally a fucking joke. You're making a mockery of sexual violence. Fuck you.
No, not at all, dude.
Fuck you. You're making a
Like,
mockery of sexual violence.
Now you're trying to make me like look bad, but sure, man.
No, you made
Listen.
yourself look bad, sir.
No, because you
did
don't
that to
understand what I
yourself.
said because you don't think.
I didn't make you move your mouth to say, "Oh, Donald Trump
think
is just the
smart.
first rich billionaire white man ever that's ever been like, oh yeah, I sexually assaulted them when I didn't actually do it." No, come on. What is the reason to hold to this incredibly unreasonable argument? Legitimately, give me justification. Why do you think that's true?
So I mean, with him, like SA girls and women, right? I feel like that happens because he tends to be, a billionaire, right? And a lot of women would accuse him because they want part of his money.
Whoa,
And
now
for
you're
the girls,
changing.
no.
Red light, red blaring light. Hey,
No,
red
and listen,
blaring light.
we can
red
tell.
blaring light.
By the way, his same argument here could say the same thing about Epstein. Epstein was a billionaire. Do you dispute that Epstein assaulted people and was a part of this scheme because of the fact that he was a billionaire and people would like to go after him for his money and after him for things that he has?
Also, by the way, I just want to
would
clarify.
say no.
Really important point of clarification here. Then you could respond to both me and Parker, right? This accusation came from himself. He accused himself of doing this to the women and girls. The women and girls didn't first accuse him of doing it to them. And by the way, your argument here actually increases the likelihood that when he said that he did this, he was being honest. Because if he's a billionaire, if anybody could just come after him for his money, basically accusing him of SA, sexual exploitation, so on and so forth, him saying that he did it to these beauty pageant contestants would thereby increase the probability, right, that those beauty pageant contestants would be able to allege a false claim that he did to them if he was just like joking or like boasting or whatever. So in fact, in accordance with your own logic, the fact that he is a billionaire and has a lot of money increases the likelihood that he would not claim to have committed sexual violence when in all reality is an innocent man, because according to you, that opens the door to false allegations being made against him in the court of law to get money from him in corroboration of that false, quote-unquote, admittance. So not only does your own logic, right, not answer to the question that I asked, which is what good reason you have to find it to be true that when Donald Trump admitted to sexual violence, he was just boasting about something that he hasn't actually done, but it also increases the likelihood that he was being honest due to the fact that he wouldn't say he did when he didn't, because that increased the likelihood of a false lawsuit being alleged against him for doing it.
You didn't mock me there at all, but I can explain what I said, right? What I'm trying to say, dude, is that yes, I mean a lot of people accuse them of these things, but like why didn't none of these Miss Teen USA girls came out and said anything or prosecuted him for this, right? And my question, and another thing would be,
according
was
to
he talking
Rain.org,
about
only
Miss
2%,
Teen or Miss Teen?
According to Rain.org, only about 2% of women, right, that are ever graped have their rapists inevitably go to jail for it and face the full consequences for that action. Because a lot of women don't like to report these things because of potential societal backlash. You know, like having to relive the experience inside of the courtroom, seeing your face on the news, having to, explain that experience to your family and friends, forgoing accepting the potentiality of maybe being viewed differently from them, being societally shamed, okay, having their career ruined. Remember, Donald Trump was in charge.
Name anonymous.
Donald Trump was in charge and the boss of their career, right? Ran that beauty pageant, signed their paychecks, and Donald Trump knew who he did it to. So even if they were to keep their name anonymous in the court of law, which by the way, I don't think everyone knows, okay? Not everyone knows that, right? So, I mean, it would hinge on him knowing that fact, that he would still know who he did it to, thereby know who reported them, thereby he could come out and say who's alleging this, and still yet have their career destroyed for the rest of their lives, and have their face plastered on the news, and have their relationships destroyed, and have them not being believed. But the question on like why this never went to court is separate and decoupled from the fact that we know that he did this due to the fact that he admitted to it. And the only arguments that you could give me insofar as why we shouldn't believe that he did it, even though he admitted to doing it, right, are baseless, right? Like I literally asked you, what good reason do you have to suggest, right, that Donald Trump didn't do this, rooted with him boasting?
I would say there's no real evidence, dude. Yeah, simple. There's no real evidence. There's only testimonies, right?
Testimony from who?
Cannot take people.
Testimony from who?
Oh, apparently from the people that were
and
in
who
the
else?
locker room.
And who else?
and I'm not sure who else, but
And Trump, you
yeah,
idiot, you fucking droid, you brainless,
he was
spineless
lying.
POS.
He was. Oh my god! Listen, you're not
He
doing
was
anything
lying.
by
He was
calling me
lying.
those names.
Oh yes, I'm doing something. I'm doing.
So let me ask you something. If I say,
tell you.
listen,
I'll
okay,
tell you what I'm
does
doing.
this
I'm having
happen?
fun. I'm having fun.
Okay, so
it's,
let me say this, right? Does this happen when, let's say, you go to a frat party or something, and then you ask a friend like, look at this girl, right? And they tell you, yo, like, I did this with this girl, but it's not actually true, just to make them like feel a little bit better about themselves.
Yeah,
Don't you think that happens?
I've seen that happen before. Like a man will falsely
Yeah.
claim that he slept with a woman to get more
Yeah.
social notoriety because of like the fact that maybe that woman's conventionally attractive. I've seen that before. A lot of men do that for sure. It's fucking
Yeah.
terrible, right? But when men do that, they don't posit that they raped them.
And
They
women
posit-
do that
They
too.
posit that they consensually slept with him to demonstrate that this woman wanted him. They're attempting to climb the social hierarchy, this societal ladder, by demonstrating that attractive women want to sleep with him, thereby making them, quote unquote, more of an important man. Not that they raped that woman.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And this goes back to the question that I asked you that you couldn't respond to. Give me an example of a prideful, boastful, egotistical, rich man that has ever claimed that he raped someone, sexually exploited somebody, that he didn't actually rape or sexually exploit. It's just like, I can't name an example, you can't name an example, but then apparently that's what Trump did with no evidence whatsoever, even though Donald Trump clarified that this is something that he's actually done, and then the victims corroborated his testimony independently in different pageants in different years. Your brain is rotted. Like, literally, I'm talking to somebody that just doesn't possess the same faculties of rationale that I do. You believe the lies, you fall for the conspiracy theories, and every single person listening to this stream thinks that you sound insane. Okay, I just really want to drive that point home. Normal people think that you sound crazy. The average American, if they're listening to this live, I bet there's a bunch out there, think that you literally sound fucking nuts. The apolitical audience that just happens to be scrolling through their For You page or saw this live stream on YouTube and just clicked in, that doesn't really concern themselves too much with politics, maybe knows a little bit about Trump, a little bit about Biden or Kamala Harris, doesn't pay too much attention, is listening to you right now, and they're like, this guy's legitimately fucking insane. What he is saying makes no sense. What he is saying makes him an idiot, right? And there's just no way that he thinks that what he's saying is true. That's another thing. Most people watching this live are probably listening to you say these things, and their immediate response isn't like he genuinely believes these things. No, their immediate response is like literally like, no way he thinks that what he's saying is true. He's probably just rage baiting Dean and Parker to stay on their live.
No,
That,
you know
that
what I
is
would
how
say?
insane what you're saying is.
Yes,
that
to your
is
fans,
truly
right?
how insane what you're saying is.
Listen, to your fans, right? But people that don't support Trump and Kamala, I would say that they know that what I'm saying is true, because you cannot just picture someone or claim them as of these things, right? Like, they have done these things. You have to go prove it. You have to go to court, and if they found you guilty for it, then you're simply that.
Okay, most people. If a man walked up to the average American and that man told the average American that he raped a woman at this party that he went to last night, and that average American had independent verification that that man was at that party last night, then sought out the woman that he said he raped, asked her if he raped her, and she said yes, the average American would absolutely believe that he did it. Abso-fucking-lutely.
So what would that American do? That's my question, right? What would he do after
No.
that?
Don't shift the goalpost. Don't shift the goalpost. Wait, can we agree that the average American would absolutely believe that this hypothetical man raped this hypothetical woman?
Yeah, if they simply say that, yes, I raped the woman, simply, I would even believe it, right? But what would I do?
So then
What
when
would I
Donald
do?
Trump
Tell me.
says, I looked at them while they were naked, when Donald Trump says, I allowed myself in their dressing room, when Donald Trump says they had no clothes on and they look great, why does the narrative change? Why all of a sudden do we have no evidence? Why all of a sudden do we have no reason to believe that he's guilty? Why all of a sudden should we believe that he's innocent until it's proven in court? But then when it is proven in court, you also don't believe it, i.e. E. Jean Carroll. But then when it's anybody else but Trump, if they were to tell you that they raped somebody, if it was anybody else but Trump, if they were to tell you that they sexually exploited somebody, you said that even you would believe them. You would have enough evidence. It is sufficient evidence for anybody but Trump. But then as soon as it's about Trump, all of a sudden, it is just the liberal high mind propaganda trying to convince you that this good man that's attacking the deep state and saving America is this terrible sexual exploiter. And they're just so crazy and they have TDS. Think about it. You sound insane.
No, listen, I can explain to you, Dean. You sound insane because if
Exactly,
that happens,
exactly. You were
listen,
calling me insane for
Yes.
telling you to believe Trump when he tells you that he sexually exploited women
don't
and girls.
believe in
You're calling me insane for telling you to believe the victims that didn't just give their own independent
Can I
testimony,
explain what's-
but corroboration of what he said he did to them.
Bruh.
You think I'm insane because a sexual exploiter said that he sexually exploited multiple people, then those multiple people with multiple from multiple different places in multiple different years at multiple different pageants all gave the same consistent corroboration of his original testimony. No, sir. I'm not insane for thinking
Dean.
that. I'm the average. I'm the normal. I'm the usual. I'm the expected. I'm the majority. Majority of people think that that is more than enough evidence to believe that it occurred.
Okay,
You
but listen,
are
you
in the
don't believe in
minority.
courts.
This isn't the
You don't
thing,
believe
though.
in courts.
Listen to me. I have one last thing to say here. You are in the minority of the crazy psychos, right, that will not accept that
You're not
Donald
getting
Trump
your
has
clip.
ever done anything wrong a day in his goddamn life, and you have to live with that for the rest of your life. And I guess he will live with that for the rest of his life because he ran away like the spineless hypocrite he is, because he knows what I'm saying is true and he just can't bring himself to admit it, because above his faculties of reason, above his faculties of logic, and above his faculties of critical thought, we can find a devout, undying loyalty to nobody other than Donald J. Trump, Mr. Piggy Tyrant, wannabe fascist, dictator on day one, my fucking ass, sits above all else for him. In his mind, Trump is God. And that's the fact. That's the fact. That's the fact that is true of that last guest and many guests before him that will continue to prove itself true the more we drill in to these goddamn cowards. And with that, we're going to move on to the next guest.
Alrighty, Dean, I'm gonna go start my own live real quick, man. I appreciate you having me up, bro. Good to see you as always, man.
Sounds good. Appreciate you for coming up, Parker, and have a good stream, my friend.
Appreciate it, man.
Yep. Take care. Take care. Oh God, I'm feeling good. Oh God, I got him to run away. I got him to leave. I'm feeling good. Oh God, that feels so fucking good. The vindication, just to know that he knows I'm right. That feels good. He knows that I'm right, and that's why he left. He knows that I'm right. He does. God, it makes me feel so vindicated, you know? Like, oh my God. Yeah. Thank you for the $1 over on PayPal. Matthew says guest is deaf nuts. Absolutely. And then Charlotte with a $4 on PayPal. Thank you so much. And Ben, thank you so much for the $25 over on Venmo, who says you act like testimony is just gossip, bro. That's how crimes work. Criminals usually don't commit the crimes live stream in 4K. Ben, you know, you've actually been sending like a lot of like really base counter arguments to the crazy shit the guests have been saying all day long. Thank you. Thank you for the $25 and the continued great points. Show some love to Ben down below, everyone. Then Keela, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Pamela, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo, who says my son was a quote-unquote Make-A-Wish kid, and he was stronger and more honorable and had more character in his 5 years. Oh my God, I'm so sorry, Pamela. Than this guest. Oh my God, Pam. I'm really sorry to hear that. Holy shit, dude. Thank you for the $10. I hope that I wish you happy holidays, Pamela. And then Sarah, thank you so much for the $10 as well, who says, as a former Make-A-Wish grantor, maybe shut the fuck up about using it as an insult. Yeah, why are we using a phrase that we relegate towards children with chronic conditions that usually die from said chronic condition as an insult? Like, what the fuck are we doing, dude? Thank you for the $10. And then Kirsten with the $5 over on Venmo. Thank you. Like, that's not even me, like, soying out. You know what I mean? That's not me going lib mode, right? Come on. Like, that's so reasonable. That's so decent. It's just so decent. And then Kalia, thank you for the $10 as well on Venmo. Says thank you. Well, thank you for being here. Thank you for the $10. Over on YouTube Super Chat, thank you for the $20. Accuse, that is Kuze. Thank you so much. Who says guests trying to stop us from defamation of Trump when Trump is paying Eugene Carroll $70 million, not for SA, but for defamation after. then the guest repeats defamations. I appreciate you for the $20. Thank you so much, Goose. Now, everybody that's tuning in, is Parker live? Because I am going to get off, unfortunately. We're at 4 hours. I need to go grab some dinner, hit the gym. Y'all already know it. But I just want to make sure that Parker's live. Yes. What account is Parker on? Yo! Oh my God! Madison! Thank you for the $100 on Venmo. Oh my goodness. Madison with $100 says, longtime listener, silent fan. Thank you for educating so many people. Happy holidays. Happy holidays to yourself. You are a very loud fan tonight. Thank you. Show some love to Madison down below in that chat. That is outrageous. We actually have a second one. Keela, thank you for the $100 as well over on Venmo. What the fuck? Keela with $100 says, hating me, Keela, and my friend Alexandra, love all that you do. Thank you so very much. Keela, you do not need to be shown that much love. Thank you. Thank you. A billion fucking times over. Thank you so much for your kindness. Keela and Madison. Guys, I know that we're ending. I know that we're about to hop off, but please show some love to them down below in that comment section. You guys are fucking great. Thank you, guys. Hell yeah. Thank you guys for your kindness. Fuck yeah. Oh my goodness. Literally so fucking kind. And we just got one last one here. Scott, thank you so much for the $50 over on PayPal. Thank you, Scott. Thank you. Who says 3 things. A hexagon has 6 sides. Yeah. You and Parker have a great career in politics if you want it. And the last time a Republican introduced tariffs was Herbert Hoover in 1930. FDR and Truman were elected 5 times after that. Scott, smart man over here. Thank you for the $50. You're awesome. Thank you for the love, Scott. Huge shout out to Scott. Down below in that chat. Now, for everyone else, I'm going to go and end the stream for the night. I got to go hit the gym, eat some dinner, make a protein drink. We're trying to get big out here. See you guys tomorrow on your way out on TikTok. Hit that follow button. I'm live every day on YouTube. Hit that sub button. Drop a like on the live stream. Helps the VOD push out more. I'm also live over there every day. I'll see y'all tomorrow. If you're still in the mood for some debates, head over to @ParkerGetAJob on TikTok, @ParkerGetAJob on YouTube. He's doing some debates over there. Peace and love, guys. Bye-bye.